Section 0 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. Oh, sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company, to walk together to the kirk and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay. This volume is affectionately dedicated to the members of the First Congregational Church, Fort Scott, Kansas, by the pastor. Preface note. The author is at once conscious of impending criticism in giving this book to the public. But, quote, finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honourable, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. End quote. Charles N. Queen. Introduction. How to increase the attendance upon the Sunday evening service confronted us. In council, it was decided that the evening service should be distinct from the morning and as important. Various suggestions were made. The 10-minute chapter plan, in which various topics of importance and common interest should be discussed in carefully prepared papers presented immediately after the opening song, without prayer or invocation, was concluded upon. The following is the programme which has generally been adhered to, and with favourable results. 1. Voluntary. 2. Hymn. 3. 10-minute chapter. 4. Hymn. 5. Scripture lesson. 6. Anthem. 7. Prayer. 8. Hymn. Congregation standing. 9. Offertory. 10. Sermon, 15 minutes. 11. Hymn. 12. Benediction. 13. 10-minute after meeting. The author, having been asked to prepare an address for the Southern Association of Congregational Churches and Ministers in this state on Why Are Men So in the Minority in the Churches, sent letters of inquiry to many men of all professions, Christian and unchristian, seeking reasons that had come under their observation. From the replies was furnished much of the data of that address and of these chapters. In the beginning, the author did not expect to give more than 4 or 5 papers on this subject, but the subject matter grew, and the interest in the congregation grew, and the chapters were continued. They are not exhaustive. They may not always be suggestive. They are convincing and carry with them the author's convictions. It is believed they will prove eminently helpful. They are not written in a pretentious style. The reader will never fail to understand the author. They are fresh and interesting. They are unique in their conceptions. They are evangelic in spirit. They have a worthy object. They are in the interest of churchmen, pastors, home, a better citizenship, reform, men. They will arouse interest by whomsoever read. They are purely practical and upon a practical theme. They are solving. They will meet a felt want. The strength of the book is in its facts and suggestions considered in a matter-of-fact and suggestive way. It offers criticism in the spirit of love. It is good. I am sure it will commend itself most heartily to the public. It has a mission. O. A. Cheney. End of section 0. Section 1 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 1. The Case Opened. Distance lends enchantment. The antiquity of this statement makes it authority. It would be well, therefore, to offer no contradiction to it. One might get into trouble if he did. And my advice would be to keep in sight of our beloved Irving's observation, quote, those are most liable to get into scrapes who have the least talent at getting out. End quote. Now, with this bit of admonition, I repeat my first statement, of which I am not the author. Distance lends enchantment. A view from Pike's Peak touches the surrounding mountains and canyons and forests and valleys and rivers with a beauty indescribable. It is beatific. It is the coronation of creation. No one can enjoy such beholdings without being made better, making his after-reflections recreations of the most agreeable kind. It causes one to think, saying to himself, if the footstool of God is decorated with such drapery of golden hue and verdant undulations, and silver-crowned points, and crystal rivers, bathing themselves in the glassy sea of exhilarating atmosphere, kissed into added beauty by the King of Day and Maid of the Night, what must be the beatifying result of a glimpse from the hill of Zion, beholding the thrones, and the mansions, and the crowns, and the streets of gold, and the seas of glass, and the gates of pearl, and the diadems of glory, and the King in his beauty? But mountain-top views do not discover gold mines. They do not tell of the wildness of the forests, nor the depth of the canyons, nor the treacherousness of the passes. They do not reveal the ambition of the miner, nor the craft of the tradesman. But descend from the height, trace the watercourses, look up at the inaccessible cliffs, hunt the forests, examine the soil, visit the mining camps. It may be you will get a glimpse of a great many facts, hitherto unsuspected. Facts, you know, are stubborn things. They are stubborn because they are realities. They always stand for something. No, the fact is the thing itself. Fact is a bloodhound. Where it takes hold, it seldom lets go. If you try to escape it, it hunts you down. If you try to minify it, you magnify it. If you start around the square from it, it meets you at the next corner. There are little facts and big facts, and medium facts. The largest fact predominates. Or rather, let me put it this way, the fact that has the most fact in it is apt to predominate. So facts control facts. A great fact may control a little fact or a number of smaller facts. A great many little facts may control a great fact. However, the greatness or littleness of a fact is not to be concluded upon by its dimensions, its length or breadth, its height or depth, its weight or measurement, but rather according to the force it contains and is able to exert on or over other facts. Viewing the Holy Christian Church from an eminence, one may see many beauties and excellencies, but when you descend among the people, it is then and only then you are best able to understand what it really does contain. Down in the church among the people, you are able to read its history in detail. You discover its wealth and resources. You see its gold, silver, and precious stones, its wood, hay, and stubble. Whether it has forsaken its first love and embraced the faith of the Nicolaitans, or whether it has patterned after Sardis and "hast a name that thou livest and art dead," or whether, like the faithful Philadelphians, of whom the complimentary record was made, "Behold, I have set before thee an open door, and no man can shut it. For thou hast a little strength, and hast kept my word, and hast not denied my name." There you discover its work and its workers. You study its proportions. You examine into its causes and effects. You acquaint yourself with its strength and weakness. You come to know its sources of growth as well as its symptoms of decay. To the faithful observer and student of what he sees, a good many things of real concern and moment present themselves. As Luther and Zwingli and Calvin looked into the Church, they beheld some surprising things which resulted in their efforts to right them, and hence the Reformation. But the Church in its reformed condition was not free from satanic and damnific intrusions. Hence many things are discoverable in the churches at the present which are far from the sanction of the thoughtful and the prudent. It is not the purpose here to picture those things and hold up the Church to ridicule, nor even name them by name, except so far as it becomes absolutely necessary to call attention to them in the discussion which shall follow. Now, there are some things in the churches which are visible to a blind man. One is that, notably, there are more women than men. A number of you are on the river boating. On whichever side the vessel the larger number are, that way the boat tips. The balance always inclines to the heavier weight. The church is lopsided. Would it not be amusing to many a city pastor if the old custom of the women on one side of the church and the men on the other side was still practised? Poor men, they would certainly look lonesome. But it might be a good thing to do yet. Perhaps it would stimulate the men and cause them to diligence. I am not going to advocate that among my people, for it might prove as embarrassing to the pastor as to the men in the congregation. Realizing that I already have on hand quite a fund of embarrassments, I shall not attempt any suicidal or fratricidal or patricidal measures, but according to the present custom, allow the men of my congregation to snooze in whatever pew they please. But this lopsided condition of the church has become alarming, or rather they say it is alarming. It may be. At least, a man who thinks so asked me once to give an address upon it before an association of ministers and churches. To my own delight, and I have no doubt to their infinite pleasure, I did. It caused some discussion, and opened the subject to my own mind. I was not alarmed. I am not alarmed now. But it is a fact that nature, under the law of generation, balances herself beautifully, and as soon as either sex predominates, things grow lopsided. I have seen worked side by side, in the plough and sled and cart, a horse and a cow. I always thought the team looked a little out of proportion, but I never knew of that cow running away with that horse, nor of that horse running away with that cow. However, I have known of horses becoming frightened at cows and running away, but they always run away from the cow and not with the cow. Now, by this homespun pleasantry, I mean to emphasize the thought of not being alarmed at seeming crudities and ill proportions. If you want a good team, trade your cow off for a horse. Or, if you want to go into the dairy business, trade your horse off for a cow. But don't try to make a cow do the work of a horse, nor a horse the work of a cow. Adjust matters as early as is convenient, and quit working a lopsided team. Now, to properly adjust matters, it is not necessary that our churches be put into the hands of women alone, nor into the care of the men, nor that the men should have churches separate from the women. The adjustment, if ever effected, must be made upon some other basis. They must work side by side. I am willing the one should do as much work as the other. But, candidly, a bird's-eye view of the Christian Church presents a strong argument in favour of the opening thought, distance lends enchantment, with the men. Their numbers are fewer than those of the women. Will the proportion grow less in the next generation? Will a solution of this problem be offered whereby we shall be able to balance the male and female proportions of our churches? It is a question pressing for an answer. It will be answered. It is being answered now. The Protestant churches are making inquiries into the facts and reasons, and are making an endeavour to solve the question. The church is divinely equipped to overcome obstacles. God is in the midst of her. She shall not be moved. God shall help her, and that right early. What shall be the measure of our faith? There is a faith that removes mountains. It is the faith which belongs to the church of the living God. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle, who said, And I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto myself. Be not faithless, but believing. Behold the magnet. It is the cross. End of section 1. Section 2 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 2. Weighed in the Balances. Many things are taken for granted, so much so that no time is spent in collecting evidence to prove or to disprove the allegations. Very true is this with the question that confronts us. Everybody believes there are more women than men in the churches. They have never inquired into the facts, whatever those facts may be or may indicate. They are very much like the young robin, ready to gulp down whatever the mother bird offers, whether it is a bug, a worm, a crumb, or a mullygrub. We are a very credulous people. We readily accept a creed without inquiring into it. The lawyer, listening to the story of his client, takes his case into the courts, and, failing to investigate it, loses the case. The patient goes to his physician, states his case as he understands it, and the physician writes a prescription. The patient grows worse, perhaps dies, all because the physician did not examine his patient. All questions that come up in life are worthy of a careful consideration and solution. The man who investigates his case judiciously is the man who gains his case triumphantly. He may be a circuit rider, a Hoosier schoolmaster, an inexperienced physician, an unskilled lawyer, or even a pessimist or calamity howler of the worst sort. But if he carefully studies the questions that present themselves for solution in his business or profession, it omens victory for him. The student of his problem has everything to gain and but little to lose. The schoolboy who hopes to become a civil engineer must demonstrate his own theorems and solve his own problems. Extreme credulity ends toward sluggish habits, and sluggish habits are the rotting ice on the sea of despair. The first step to the solution of a problem is to read it, then read it again, then read between the lines, then read through it, then read around it, then read it again and again and again until it is thoroughly understood. Then collect all the facts that are accessible and in any way related to it. Then compare and study these facts and evidences and see how they affect the subject or problem inquired into. When all facts and testimony are collected and carefully studied, they will, with few or no exceptions, suggest a solution. On this question, facts are abundant, but uncollected and not easy of access. The census reports are of no value to us in studying it, for they have failed to collect any figures upon it. The various denominations have not considered it of sufficient importance to collect any data upon it. The fact that the women predominate in the churches has never received any denial, but what the proportion is between men and women has only been conjectured. There is one known exception to me, the Congregational Church. Its yearbook of 1892 shows that in Kansas there are 4,292 male members, while there are 7,570 female members. That is, there are 3,276 more women than men, in an aggregate of 11,864 communicants, or for every male member there are 1.76 females in the Congregational Churches of Kansas. It also shows that in the United States there are 525,097 communicants. Of these, 175,934 are males, and 349,163 are females. That is, for every male communicant, there are 1.98 females. Furthermore, it testifies that there is a larger percent of men in the churches in the western states than the eastern states. There is one bare exception, and that is to be found in the state of Nevada, where the ratio is 1:7. But it might be stated that there are only 50 members in the state, and 6 of these are men. In Missouri, the proportion is 1:1.75. In Kansas, 1:1.76. In Iowa, 1:1.88. In California, 1:1.90. In Connecticut, 1:1.97. In Vermont, 1:2. In New York, 1:2.01. In Wisconsin and Michigan, 1:2.12. In Maine, 1:2.18. In New Hampshire, 1:2.35. And in Massachusetts, 1:2.41. While the average in the United States is 1:1.98. Practically speaking, the congregational statistics show 2 women in the church for every 1 man. How far these figures are to be relied upon in estimating the proportions in other denominations is indeterminable. Most of the Protestant churches accept it as a fair estimate. However, some of the representatives of the Christian Church make the ratio in that body 4 to 7. In the Baptist Church throughout the Northland, the 1 to 2 proportion is accepted, but in the Southland it is estimated at 1 to 1.5. Whether or not this difference between the North and the South obtains cannot be settled by comparing figures, for there are no figures to compare. A fancy in the minds of some is that those churches which have held a high standard of ministerial education, such as the Lutheran, Reformed, Presbyterian, Episcopalian, and Congregational, together with some other churches, will present a better showing of men pro rata than churches of the Methodist caste, whose ministerial standard was never so high. It is generally believed that in Germany there are fewer men in the churches pro rata than in America. In France, they tell us there are fewer men in the churches than in Germany. But in both those countries, great improvement has resulted in the later years, as well as among the Scandinavians. In Great Britain, the scale turns, and more men are found in the Protestant churches than in any other country. While I make these statements with the spirit of authenticity, I have no figures at hand with which to demonstrate them. We should not pass by the Catholic Church, for it is one of the great moral factors in this country. It has not that excellent tone and moral sentiment, nor does it emphasize the great ethical questions of the day, as do the Protestant churches, but it has an important membership in America of over 6 million communicants, and it is conceded that the difference between the male and female communicants is quite inconsiderable. But it is true that the women are most devoted to the Mass, and are most frequently found at the confessional. Reverend D. E. Harrington, D.D., has given to the world some excellent facts and suggestions in his little book entitled The Drift of the Young Men with Relation to the Churches. He emphasizes the fact that while the population of the country has increased since 1800 only 9.46-fold, the communicants in the Protestant churches have increased 27.58-fold, saying, quote, "It is reasonable to presume that the young men have felt the force of this rapidly advancing Christianity and have yielded to it." End quote. And the remarkable growth of the Young Men's Christian Association for the last 30 years, supplemented as it has been for the last 11 years by the work of the Young People's Society of Christian Endeavour, strengthens the presumption. These are hopeful indications, but they are only true to the facts, for the tide has evidently turned and better days are at hand. However, they are days worthy of being improved. In most places where woman is admitted on an equality with man, she is found to exceed man in numbers. To illustrate, you find more women in the Protestant churches, at the country fairs, at the travelling menageries and ordinary shows, attending lectures and theatres, in the picture galleries and art halls, at the prayer meetings and dime socials, as well as in the lodges where woman is admitted equally with man. And if a miscellaneous dance or ball is given in the city, she is still first in number, if not in magnitude and importance. It may be the gentler sex will object to this wholesale disposal of the case, and this statement may not be strictly true of them. But very generally, I am led to believe it is too true. Whatever the reasons may be, I wish it were different. However, there are places where man far exceeds woman in numbers. In the several hundred clubs and lodges in America, you find a larger percent of men. At the baseball game, he still holds the supremacy. At most loafing quarters you find him alone, all alone, so far as his sex is concerned, in all his glory. He is undisturbed as yet on his lofty perch at the dogfight. There is but little contention with him for the front seat at the can-can. He continues to hold the first place in the saloon parlours and grog shops. In the fistic arena, his rights are untrammelled, and he will pay from $5 to $15 a night, 3 successive evenings, for the very gracious privilege of doing himself the inconsiderable honour, as well as giving to himself the indescribable and unspeakable joy, of sitting in the Olympic Club while a Dixon knocks a Skelly out, or a McAuliffe beats a Myers down, or a Corbett pummels a Sullivan to an unconscious condition. He is the frequenter of the gambling places, where unscrupulously he is to spend and be spent. And last but not least, he seems to have a corner on the county jails and city workshops and state prisons, where, while he suffers and works, he studiously inquires into knight errantry, and stores away traits of chivalry to be employed at some future time when it shall be his lot as a freeman to tread terra firma whenever he pleases and wherever he chooses. What shall I say more? Woman, thou hast chosen the better part. From all the testimony accessible, the case seems to point with favour to women. The chivalry of the sterner sex in Christian warfare has been very great, but he has been outdone by the gentle, trusting, loving efforts of women. Quote, formerly we discussed, or our fathers did, the question, what is women's sphere? End quote. This I quote from Reverend D.K. Nesbitt in The Home Missionary of February 1891, who further says, quote, what shall be done with the men? Woman has to some extent taken man's place, and she makes such a good substitute that she is likely to hold her position. She is in and busy, while the man is standing outside with his hands in his pockets, looking for something to do. While our not very remote ancestors were discussing the question of woman's sphere, woman made a sphere for herself, or she took the sphere she had and has lengthened the diameter, until now there is a little crowding, and the poor man squeezes himself up between the surface of that sphere and the narrow wall that surrounds it, and asks, in a subdued voice, will someone tell me what my sphere is? End quote. Truly, man, thou dost represent a lost cause. Thou art weighed in the balances, and art found wanting. But I say unto you, as an Alliance editor said of some preachers whom I know, who did not vote with his mongrel party of mongrel ideas, quote, the preachers were against the reform movement Tuesday, but if they repent and return to the Lord, they may be forgiven. End quote. Repent, return, and help the women, and great shall be thy reward. End of section 2. Section 3 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 3 The Money Power. Some time ago I clipped the following bit of poetry. I do not know who the author is, but the paper said his name was Selected. It is a good text for the occasion, and I want you to enjoy it. Gold, 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 bright and yellow, hard and cold, molten, graven, hammered and rolled, heavy to get and light to hold, hoarded, bartered, bought and sold, stolen, borrowed, squandered, doled, spurned by the young, but hugged by the old, to the very verge of the churchyard mould, price of many a crime untold. Gold, 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 good or bad 1,000-fold. How widely its agencies vary, to save, to ruin, to curse, to bless, as even its minted coins express, now stamped with the image of good Queen Bess, and now of a Bloody Mary. Quote, the principal reason why men do not attend church more than they do is because they are earthly. They are so absorbed in material things that the spiritual world seems foreign to them. They care more for silver than for salvation. End quote. This is the apt statement made to me in a letter from Reverend Henry Stauffer. In this and succeeding chapters, I will frequently quote from numerous correspondents who have written me freely upon the question of the scarcity of men in the churches, and why, together with suggesting remedies. I shall employ their statements and suggestions for your benefit. And this chapter brings us to the first reason offered why there are so few men in fellowship with us in the Christian churches. It is the money power. Many say money is the chief reason. Money is man's God. And I am sure it is no foolish inquiry for us to make in asking, how far is money responsible for this difference? Many are the men in pursuit of gain. They entered the arena in good faith. They started in the chase with excellent motives and have continued in their business career honourably and honestly. Some of them have gained large possessions, while others have met with less success, and some with defeat. I believe we have a host of men in business enterprises whose efforts are conducted on the most conscientious plans, and who frown on the unprincipled efforts employed by many. Money is no sin per se. Riches are not condemned. Large possessions are not denounced. Then why put this statement that the money power is such a barrier to men as to keep them from the churches? Are riches and virtue incompatible? 1. Money getting tends to divorce man from the spiritual world and wed him to material things. The great teacher declared the philosophy of the whole matter when he heralded to all generations, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." Here is another way of putting it. An insatiable desire to get money has an effect equal to money getting itself. How common it is for poor men to love riches more than the rich man that never needed. Yet these poor souls deceive themselves and cry out against the well-to-do as if they were the only lovers of the world, when they love it more themselves, though they cannot get it. He that is greedy of gain troubleth his own house. Now, it is a natural law, emphasized by Mr. Drummond, that which tends towards the natural world rebels against the spiritual, and that which belongs to the material realm can in no wise enter the spiritual, unless the spiritual extends its hand of mercy and draws it or lifts it up. And it is the testimony of multitudes that money getting is apt to cause this rebellion against spiritual life, and in so far as it does, it draws that class of men from the church. 2. Money getting whets the appetite for more money. It creates an insatiable desire for more. It is the incubator of covetousness. Covetousness seldom makes people rich, but riches sharpen the greed for gain. Solomon's words contain the gist of the entire statement. Quote, "He who loves money shall not be satisfied with it." End quote. Men have, and they covet. Riches flow in upon them, and yet riches are the only things they are still looking after. While their desires are answered, their desires are enlarged. They come to believe that the chief end of their lives is to satisfy those desires. To that end they live, and if they should attempt to be religious and go to church, they would go carrying a load of leather or cloth or crockery or clocks or mortgages or bank stocks on their backs with them into the sanctuary, and realizing that they have too great a burden of this kind to bear, they prefer many times to remain away with their load. 3. Money getting throws open the floodgates of temptation. Paul puts it as he had observed it in his day, quote, "They that will be rich fall into a temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition." End quote. Quote, "They set their hearts upon the wealth of this world, and are resolved, right or wrong, they will have it," end quote, is the observation of Matthew Hendrie. Brother, the devil has lived in the world a good while, and all this time he has been an ardent student of human nature, and when he sees which way the lusts of men carry them, he quickly baits his hook accordingly. He knew how fond Achan would be of a wedge of gold, and therefore laid that before him. He understood the power of the love of money, and so it was with money that he baited his hook, and caused, quote, "the melancholy apostasy of Demas, the awful perfidy of Judas, the fatal lie of Ananias and Sapphira." End quote. It was a broad assertion for Paul to make, but his statement contained an awful truth when he said, quote, "the love of money is the root of all evil." End quote. As men drift through the floodgates of temptation afforded by money, they are apt to drift into the world and away from righteousness. 4. The money power causes men to attempt to make money for the sake of doing good with it. It is enough right here for me to quote from Henry Ward Beecher, quote, "The devil spins silk as well as hemp or flax, and when he wants to catch a trout that will not bite where it can see the line, he spins a line so small that it cannot be seen, and puts the bait upon it, and the fish is caught. And if ever there is an invisible line with bait at the end of it, and with the devil at the end of the rod, it is when a man is going to make money for the sake of using it to do good with. If there is ever a time when Satan laughs and says, "I have caught a gudgeon," it is then. 5. Many false notions held by the well-to-do are directly traceable to the money power. Simply because a man has large possessions is no reason why he should live in the affections of posterity. Dives is remembered but not loved, and he would not be remembered even if Lazarus had not laid at his gate. Money-getting is no evidence of intellectuality. Many of the lower animals know how to hoard. The ant, the bee, the squirrel, the beaver, all are experts in the accumulation of wealth. Who are the rich that lived in the days of Plato, Xenophon, Socrates, Cicero, Raphael, and Phidias? Their names have long perished from the memory of the world. But the intellectual giants of those times, the poets, orators, statesmen, and artists of antiquity, and above all the poor Nazarene, who had not where to lay his head, and his fishermen followers, these are remembered, and their names will remain an inspiration to mankind as long as the world stands. Perhaps you can call by name someone whom fortune has favoured, living in an imposing home, having servants about, driving the handsomest steed in the finest carriage, enjoying many of the luxuries of life. They used to call on you, and were quite friendly and sociable, but now they never call around, they never invite you to tea, and it may be do not notice the likes of ye when in society. Money has effected that difference. This same family may be members of the same church with you, but somehow they either don't feel very much at home with you, or you don't with them. What has caused this difference? And is it not a fact that the difference is an assumed difference? Is a man a whit the better for his riches and his gains, for his riches and his palace, if his inmost heart is callous? Or is a man a whit the worse for a lowly dress of rags, though he owns no lordly rental, if his heart is kind and gentle? I have known this assumed difference to cause men who had worshipped in a suburban church with a humble people to sever their connection therewith and join the uptown church, where their surroundings would be in harmony with their financial standing in the community. Does it mean that those men have grown better as they have prospered? It says that on its face. But as the old woman said, "There are two sides to a board." Turn it over and see what it says on the other side, and it may be you will read a story of spiritual degeneration. 6. Money-getting begets fears and disturbances. There is no condition so splendid or glorious, nor any prosperity so flourishing, but has its troubles or sharp thorns. The richest crowns cast all the splendour and glory outwardly, but inwardly they are felt to be weighty upon the heads of such as bear them. A while ago I was amused at the following. A philosophic and somewhat poetically inclined Dutchman soliloquized on the vanity of riches, as follows. Then why should we for riches sigh, when worthless wealth was useless gain? Der man dot eats der biggest pie was only got a bigger pain. The fruit of money-getting is not usually love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance, but is oftener adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revellings, and such like. 7. In Wilbur F. Craft's Successful Men of Today, he puts in italics, "The wealthy men of our cities, as well as of our farms, are chiefly religious men." How far this truth obtains, I cannot tell. That they are in our churches is obvious. That they are religious is often questioned. A poor man who has been evicted because he could not pay his rent is not apt to worship in the same chapel with the man who lorded it over him. But I agree with my correspondent who says, quote, "It is a mistaken idea that one cannot be a good Christian and a successful businessman or make money at the same time." End quote. The wealth of this world belongs to God. The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. And men ought to serve God righteously while they enjoy material prosperity. But if they allow prosperity to master them, then they are in a sorry plight. Money is a good servant, but a dangerous master. Does money keep men out of the church? The lack of it keeps some out, and the abundance of it drives others away. The mass of the people are poor, and the majority of the rich are in the church. Some are out because the church appears to be a too great financial burden, and others are out because of sheer stinginess. With some, the lodge is a necessity and the church an excrescence. Man is material, earthly, absorbed in business interests, and, quote, cares more for silver than for salvation. End quote. It's money, money, money. Where can I get it? How can I secure it? Where will it bring me the largest interest? Where will it be the safest? What business will give me the largest returns? This Western world is in a hurry, out of breath, sweating, trading, gambling, stealing, killing, cheating, lying, perjuring, oppressing, anything for money. With such a condition of things, men are unfit for the church, and nobody knows it better than they. This is not so true of the women, and hence they have not so formidable a barrier between them and the church. A word of admonition. Brothers, lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. End quote. Keep in mind the truism of Ironquill, quote, "There is no place except on earth for dollars." End quote. I do not know that there is any particular virtue in poverty, but James says, quote, "Hath not God chosen the poor of this world, rich in faith, and heirs of the kingdom which he hath promised to them that love him?" End quote. Quote, "Lord, I care not for riches, neither silver nor gold. I would make sure of heaven, I would enter the fold. In the book of thy kingdom, with its pages so fair, tell me, Jesus my Saviour, is my name written there?" End quote. End of section 3. Section 4 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 4 Business Competition. This is a world of grab, grip, and gratify. It is a Midianite host, with every man's sword against his fellow. It is a discomfited Philistine garrison, whetting their swords on the bones of one another. It is the children of Ammon and Moab in brutal contest, while Jehoshaphat and his people strip the dead of their riches and gather the jewels from the field of carnage, until they have gotten more than they can carry away. As someone has put it, it is every man for himself, and the devil for us all. We talk of Marathon and Salamis and Waterloo and Bunker Hill and Vicksburg and Pittsburgh Landing and Gettysburg, and many fields of battle whereon much blood was shed and signal victories achieved. And we name our heroes down the centuries, from Cyrus to Grant. But to excite passion, fever the brain, paralyze morals, breed distrust, educate dishonesty, and cause wholesale degeneration, there are but few things to be compared with business competition. The man who in these days trusts in God and does the right, in all his business contests, must have the courage of a Jonathan, a Nehemiah, a Daniel, or a Winkelried. It certainly requires great courage to stand before a brazen-throated monster, to be mown down like grass. But to go up on the housetop and pray before all your competitors 3 times a day, and then go down in the counting room and carry on a legitimate business on conscientious principles, is easier said than done. The serried spears of a wicked fashion are harder to break through than we think. Quote, no surrounding, however unfavourable, can keep a true man from true success, that is, from usefulness here and heaven hereafter, end quote, is the well-put statement of Mr. Crafts. But men are weak on the world side of their lives. In this world they live, move, and have their being. They say, we are in the world, and we intend to be of the world. And so they begin to pick the old cove's pocket and study how they can best manipulate other men's interests to their own profit. I am aware all do not look at this question as I do. One of my writers says, I must say I cannot see any reasons arising from this. However, he concedes that too many men join the church to aid them in business. And there are not a few who do not see that business competition is corruptive. Another writes, quote, very little until the competition becomes dishonest, end quote. This we all concede. Indeed, it is only when dishonesty preys upon business that it has a reflex influence upon the church. I quote again, quote, men who are keenly interested in politics, business, or anything else, thus accept their case as of paramount interest to religion, and prove their thought by their action, end quote. Does politics, business, or anything else hold a claim equal in importance to that of the church? Can it be that men deteriorate in their judgment so greatly? But it is a fact that, with many men, their business is their religion. If they were to give to the subject of religion and to the church 1% of the effort and time and money they devote to their business matters, Zion's languish would be less pitiable, and business competition would be flanked of a multitude of men who have outraged conscience, brother, and God. Can a man compete in business honestly? It has been urged that he cannot. Someone says, some men fear they cannot fairly compete in business honestly, so put off until they have acquired a competency or until they think they are nearing the close of their earthly career. The majority of men expect some time to repent and join the church. How often we hear it said, oh, I expect to be a Christian some day, but not now. I must make some more money first. What a magnet is money. What a upas tree is business competition. It draws men from the church and urges them on to its inviting shades. Can you imagine a reason so intensely earthly as that a man should defer salvation in order to get more money? And then, when he has burdened himself with his ill-got gain, he comes suing for mercy and pardon. This wisdom descendeth not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. The very fact that many do put off salvation to put on silver and gold argues that many believe it to be impracticable, if not impossible, for a businessman to lead a Christian life. Again, let me quote from my stock of letters. Quote, a banker in our place was urged to become a Christian. He said, no man can be a banker and a Christian. His father is a congregational minister, and his wife's father is a Methodist minister. He is about the only banker here who is not a church member. End quote. Here is a man who is not in the church, and yet whose conscience is so keen as to lead him to declare that if the banking business is not an unprincipled business, the most of it was carried on in an unprincipled and unscrupulous way. And it is a confession that he, at least, conducts his business in a way that is incompatible with his views of a Christian life. This man is not honest with himself. He is one of Lowell's men, who says, I don't believe in principle, but, oh, I do in interest. This is a pitiable age in which we are living, if it is true that the banking business of our land is such as to forbid men who profess Christianity. I do not say it is true, neither do I believe it to be true. The banking business may be carried on with the same uprightness as the grocery, dry goods, hardware, stationery, or shoe business. And if men of God can engage in any business, then what is to keep them from the banking business? With Milton, it may be true that riches grow in hell, but to my mind, a legitimate and virtuous business, promoted by proper moral courage, may flourish anywhere this side of hell. But, quote, business competition is a great corrupter of the minds of men, and almost stunts out the possibilities of a Christian life. I am a believer in nationalism as a remedy. End quote. These are the words of one occupying a position of trust in our great Commonwealth. Business competition causes men to resort to many expedients and much strategy in order to promote their enterprises. The cunning of men is obvious. Tricks in business are manifold. Competition is strong. Honesty is pressed to the wall. Integrity has an exclamation point after it. Conscience is seared. The golden rule is disregarded. A wall of defence is constructed, and behind it the tradesman gets, exclaiming, "They all do it. We have to do it. Every man must look out for himself. If I don't do it, somebody else will." It is easy for most men to persuade themselves into the wisdom of this course. Aye, sir, to be honest as the world goes is to be one man picked out of 10,000. The mind is corrupted, and business craft is corrupted. So it becomes very difficult for a Christian man to carry on a business and still be regarded true to his profession. The honest man is placed on a level with him who has but little regard for truth, and he must compete with him. What's the remedy? Is it to be found, as my friend suggests, in nationalism? I think not. Nationalism is too narrow for stern men with empires in their brains. A Cyrus would turn it out of its channel and march through the floodgates dry-shod. A Samson would lift the gates, posts and all, to his shoulders, and carry them to yonder hilltop and dash them to the ground, never to be replaced. If I were to suggest a remedy, it would be to enthrone, quote, "As ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so to them." End quote. The honest man does do that. But how about the other fellow? He continues his unprincipled craft. The honest man toils on, and finds himself being outdone now and then by his neighbour, who presses an unjust competition in an unconscionable manner. The honest man fears he will go to the wall. He begins to employ strategy. He advertises his goods in extravagant and unwarrantable language. He begins to give light weights and short measures. He stuffs his orders. He manipulates his books. He finds himself employing the cunning, soulless craft of the other fellow. Soon he discovers he does not enjoy the prayer meeting as he used to. He loses the ardour he used to have before his Sunday school class. The sermons do not appeal to him as afore. His liberality is curtailed. He finds himself falling out with Christian work and drifting away from the church. Instead of labouring to win the other fellow to honesty and to love, he allows business competition to win him to unprincipled and unjust methods. Old business is the monarch. When greed of gain conquers one's devotion to love, truth, and honesty, conscience has been outraged and Christ has been pierced. Too many are of the mind of Judas. Only 30 pieces of silver, and the affection for the Lord and his church is sacrificed. Are all Iscariots dead, and have they hung themselves? A churchman says, "I have started out to make money, and I intend to do it. If I make a trade with anyone, and he is cheated, it is all right. It's his own lookout." Such men may make money, but if they ever had any devotion to Christ and his church, they sacrificed it, destroying confidence in the church. Indeed, truly, old business is the monarch. End of section 4. Section 5 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 5 Negotiorum Contentio. Nemo inauditus condemnari debet, si non sit contumax, is a Latin law term meaning no man ought to be condemned unheard, unless he be contumacious. So in discussing Negotiorum Contentio, business competition, There is no disposition to unjustly criticise businessmen, nor to leave them without a defence. So I continue to make use of my stock of letters. Quote, business competition compels close attention to business and often leads Christian men, as well as others, to be negligent in religious duty, end quote, says one. This is one of the great evils against the Church. Absorbed in the affairs of the world, something is apt to be neglected. Most men walk by sight and not by faith, and when they see the spread eagle on a minted coin, they go in hot pursuit until they have either secured it or it has been demonstrated that it is beyond their grasp. In the meantime, it is easier to neglect the Church than anything else, and so the Church suffers most. I quote again from one of our senators, quote, business competition takes all a man's time, thought, and energy. Besides, men are led to think it necessary to be unscrupulous in order to succeed, because of sharp competition. So when the gospel calls them to a new life, they say to themselves, not now, it would interfere with my success in business. But a man of observation, who is also a businessman and a church member, says, quote, a mistaken idea that one cannot be a good Christian and a successful businessman or make money at the same time. Businessmen are charged with many things of which they are not guilty, yet the fear of being called hypocrites keeps them from coming into the church. End quote. The fact that they fear carries with it a suspicion that there is too much truth connected with the charges brought against businessmen. Once in a while you hear a confession like the old man of a certain Baptist church in Miami County, Indiana, who gave his experience, saying, quote, brethren, I've been a-trying this nigh onto 40 years to serve the Lord and get rich both at once, and I tell you it's mighty hard sledding. End quote. Business competition drives many men into pursuits they otherwise would not engage in, and their consciences rebel against them. But inasmuch as they do not know where they can do as well, they continue to practice their business and outrage themselves in conscience and confidence. Some men keep drugstores because in that they can more easily evade the law and increase their revenue. Some dairymen water their milk because they can do it unknown and get 5 cents a quart for the water as well as the milk. A man running a billiard hall and selling light drinks confessed to me that he did not enjoy his business, and that his patronage came from a class he would rather not associate with. But, said he, quote, I can make more money at this than at anything else I can get into. End quote. Other men sell rum because it is a lucrative business. Some grow tobacco, though its influence is evil, and that continually, because its returns are more satisfactory than growing cabbage. A whisky shop is a poor excuse for a businessman, but many are in it for all they can get out of it, who have not the courage of the temperance boy who said, quote, if I was as poor as a knitting needle and hadn't any more money than a hen has teeth, I'd never sell rum. End quote. But, you see, the love of money is the root of this evil at least, and I have little doubt but that Paul was right, quote, it is the root of all evil. End quote. No wonder these men are not in the church. They are, as the Oriental proverb says of the proud man, the rat cannot squeeze through the hole because he has tied a broom to his tail. He can no more affiliate with the church than the Tennessee editor could get out a good, newsy, lively, interesting paper who declared that he lived, quote, 12 miles from a railroad, 25 miles from a river, millions of miles from heaven, about 2 miles from the devil, and only 200 yards from a whisky shop. End quote. Hear the voice of an ex-senator, quote, I doubt whether the active pursuits in which men engage have much to do with it, except as they may engross their attention and interest them more in worldly matters. The simple fact that a man is engaged in business would not make him less devotional if he was naturally spiritually minded. Many of the most active and faithful members of the church are engaged in large business enterprises, taxing all their energies and strength. Many who are utterly indifferent to religion and scoff at divine things are worthless loafers. End quote. But the above contains a crooked if. It is if he was naturally spiritually minded. This if is in harmony with the Apostle's thought. Quote, "The carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God." End quote. And the Apostle makes it more emphatic by adding, quote, "Neither indeed can be." End quote. Men are not spiritually minded. If they were, aye, there's the rub. But men are not. And no pretence can make them so. But they go on in their natural bearings, treading on fires covered by deceitful ashes, and this makes a demand for men who can make wrong appear right. Another businessman, out of the abundance of his experience, says, quote, "I think there is little doubt that business competition is answerable for most of the absence of men. Business is so absorbing that it seems to take the whole of a man's energies, if he is not careful to prevent it doing so. The most men do not conduct their business on very conscientious principles, and I fancy some have a hesitancy in attending church for fear of being regarded as hypocrites." End quote. Hypocrites? There is nothing more contemptible than a bald man who pretends to have hair. Hypocrites? As Plautus observes, quote, "He carries a stone in one hand and offers bread with the other." End quote. Hypocrites? Perhaps it was right to dissemble your love, but why did you kick me down the stairs? Hypocrites? Saints at church and devils in business. Hypocrites? Whited sepulchres full of dead men's bones. Hypocrites? Ye generation of vipers, how shall ye escape the damnation of hell? Now, if there is anything a man dislikes, it is to gain the sobriquet of being a hypocrite, and he is not to be blamed for that. But the man who engages a craft in his business which violates the laws of a good conscience deserves to be called just what he is. And if he himself fears that his name is hypocrisy, most likely that is what his name should be. What does this contest in business do for men? It causes them to employ questionable methods of advertising their business. It causes them to employ cunning plans to secure trade. It causes lying and belying across the counter. It secures a familiar acquaintance with the ins and outs of businessmen's plans and devices. It causes businessmen to know businessmen best, and hence their confidence in one another depends upon how well they know one another. Business competition has popularized the thought that all men are liars, cheats, and defrauders, until they have demonstrated to their fellows they are not. At the law, men are considered innocent until proven guilty, but in business, men are dishonest, falsifiers, oppressors, and not to be trusted until evidence of sufficient quantity and character has been accumulated for a defence. No such doctrine as "all ye are brethren" is recognized in the commercial world. It is known in the club, the lodge, and the church, but when these clash with business interests, it is no longer known. Then it is "ye are all enemies." The commercial world is wrong, but it is the legitimate fruit of businessmen with abnormal appetites for gain. Are the women engaged in these heated contests for silver and gold as the men? No. While the men have been sweating and tugging and worrying in unequal contests in the rough, boisterous, unsympathetic world, women's realm of activity has been circumscribed. But there are a few women who are engaged in business pursuits, and among these make an observation. You do. What's the result? It is obvious. The milliners, modistes, lady clerks, shop girls, office girls, and majority of women engaged in duties beyond the narrow limits of domestic life are observed to fall into habits of indifference with respect to religious duties very much the same as the men. What is the reason? Negotiorum Contentio. A mother, shut in at home all day with her little ones, worrying, crying, requiring attention, finds an hour's outing in the evening very agreeable and restive. But, per contra, if she is away from home all day, at the desk, in the counting room, over the wash tub, in the schoolroom, in the shop, or wherever, Surrounded with the busy hum-thrum of a restless world, she sighs with relief as old Sol approaches the rim of the Orient, and the lengthening shades of the evening bid her "Good cheer, go home to thy rest." Thus says a banker, quote, "Almost every reason why men are out of the church is related to business competition." End quote. Multum in parvo. Much truth also. But what is a man profited if he gain the whole world and lose his own soul? The Lord's copper is better than the devil's gold. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches. But how true men ride swift steeds when they hunt for game, and snails when they are on the road to heaven. Men in business pursuits are apt to neglect the duties they owe to themselves and their God. By and by, they, becoming more and more absorbed in temporal things, politely refuse to look after the spiritual and the eternal. After a while, they are so absorbed in a life of greed and gain that they have no welcome for any Christly intrusions upon their time or business. What a mistake men do make! I know they think to the contrary. The men of Gadara thought they were doing the very best thing when they voted unanimously that the Nazarene should depart out of their coasts. Businessmen and business firms, boards of trade and boards of speculation, imagine themselves in the right, declaring no admittance of religion to business. They have reversed the Sermon on the Mount. When all the riches desirable have been added unto you, then seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness. They have put the lie to, quote, seek ye first the kingdom of God. End quote. What a deadly, cruel, poisonous, demoralizing, alienating agency is business competition. Is there no remedy? Will not a coalition with Christ, taking him into business and making him the head of the firm, effect a remedy? The health of the business world depends less upon the commercial creed and the wisdom of a few adepts, and more upon the faith and virtue of its individual members centred in Christ. Quote, "Godliness is profitable unto all things, having promise of the life that now is, and of that which is to come." End quote. End of section 5. Section 6 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 6 Womanhood. Otway said, quote, "What mighty ills have been done by women! Who was't betrayed the Capitol? A woman. Who lost Mark Antony the world? A woman. Who was the cause of a long 10 years' war, and laid at last old Troy in ashes? Woman. Destructive, damnable, deceitful woman." End quote. Contrast here the words of Barrett, quote, "Not with traitorous kiss her Saviour stung, not she denied him with unholy tongue. She, while apostles shrank, could danger brave, last at the cross, and earliest at the grave." End quote. We have a tormenting problem on hands for solution. In our churches, men are in the minority. Is woman in any way answerable for the absence of men? My select friend writes me, quote, "The principal reason is man's sterner nature." End quote. This at once liberates women from all charges. My beloved bank president adds his testimony by saying, quote, "Man is less trustful, more inclined to be satisfied with the pursuits and ambitions of the world." End quote. My Swiss brother, who has suffered many vicissitudes in life and kept his eyes open to observation, thinks that, quote, "men fear they will appear feminine." End quote. While my Adamic correspondent says, quote, "Men are more wicked and more loth to give up their sins. More wicked because, in childhood and youth, more subject to temptation, less under the influence and example of mother and sister, of those who cherish and practice the gentle virtues of life." End quote. I count the above statements full of truth, and know that more men commit suicide than women, that more men than women are murdered. that the majority of those who suffer capital punishment are men, that the men crowd our jails, penitentiaries, and workshops, while the women crowd our churches, lecture halls, and theatres. But I am not prepared to say that the above statements are the marrow of this question. Far from it, thinks I. Come with me, and let's sit here by the side of one who has served his country well for a number of years in the halls of Congress. Let's ask him, pray you, sir, will you tell us why men are so in the minority in our churches? And is women chargeable with any reasons? This he says, quote, "It seems to me the chief reason is in the difference in the nature and temperament of woman. She is naturally more reverential and devotional, less self-reliant, and naturally disposed to lean on a stronger arm and cling to some other support. She is more refined and spiritual. Men are naturally coarser, having grown more self-reliant, less dependent upon religion for comfort and support. It seems to me that the principal reason why women compose the majority of our churches is that they are purer and better, that they are naturally religious and devotional." End quote. By nature, I am thinking, we are all children of God. Hath the devil placed his hand on man and not on woman? Or is it possible for man, noble man, to descend the slope of degeneration farther than woman? Is man and not woman an exception to the laws of nature? A German brother writes me, quote, "Women are more susceptible of religious and aesthetic impressions naturally than men." End quote. O cruel nature, what sin hast thou wrought on man, that he naturally should be barred from those finer impressions which thou hast bestowed upon his helpmate woman? Quote, "The gentle, trusting nature of woman leads her to seek first the life of a confiding, trusting Christian." End quote. Quote, "She more readily yields to the influence of the Spirit." End quote. Quote, "Women by nature are more truthful. Kept by home life from the outside world, they are less cynical and more easily appealed to through the emotions." End quote. Quote, "Believeth all things." End quote. Quote, "Man is by nature a doubter." End quote. Thus I quote from my coterie of correspondence. Talmage argues that since God made woman last, he made her best. And if it is so, I am not disposed to be the one who shall pick a quarrel with God. If she is the best by nature, and God, quote, "made man a little lower than the angels," end quote, then woman, thou art angelic, and hereafter shall be better understood. This being so, I appreciate the more the position of the following, quote, "Women are naturally more conscientious than men, and their religious instincts are stronger and more readily yield to the claims of the gospel." End quote. Quote, "Woman is more loving, pure, and tender-hearted, and more susceptible to both human and divine entreaties, and also more ready to yield on the impulse, without so much questioning and reasoning as man." End quote. Now, I must confess, I am a little infidelic on what is assumed to be the basis of this difference. I'll tell you the reason. I do not believe it does women justice. I am constrained to believe the average woman thinks and reasons and questions as much as the average man. Why is woman naturally better than man? Is it because she uses a dish rag while he employs a muckrake? Is it because she rocks the cradle while he cultivates the soil? Or is it because her life of activity is chiefly within the home, while he is in the world, away from the home? Nature furnishes the same father and mother alike for man and woman. The same star of hope guides at the birth of both, and welcomes them into the same world, with equal environments. The same stars that sang together for Job blend their harmonies alike for man and woman, and alike for them do the trees of the woods clap their hands for joy. In our home, the boys and girls slept under the same roof, ate at the same table, drank from the same well, enjoyed the same sun, and breathed the same air. When the boys ate cornbread, the girls ate cornbread. When the boys went to Sunday school, the girls went to Sunday school. When, in the evening, The boys enjoyed a joke, and the merry laugh made the house ring with ha-has. I noticed the girls were as enthusiastic as the boys. Were the girls in our home naturally any better than the boys? I never knew it, if they were. I have known a great many girls who were better than the boys, not naturally so. I have known a multitude of boys who were better than the girls, not naturally so. Like begets like. Nature is not partial to sex. The law of equalization is carefully observed by nature. A man who begs when he is not compelled to beg deserves censure. And for us to go begging and declaring that woman is naturally better than man is to bring censure upon our own judgment and discredit upon the achievements of women. I now return to my letters and quote from Had. Quote, I think that, since most persons come into the church through revivals, more women are reached than men, because their emotional nature is more easily influenced than men's. It was truer in the past than in the present. End quote. Is it true that more women are reached in revivals than men? The consensus of a vast number attest that statement. Is it as true now as in the past? Perhaps it is. Many declare it to be so. What is the reason? The reason is obvious. The condition of woman in antiquity was little better than that of a slave. She was never man's equal. But the Nazarene established a law for all ages and countries, making it a crime for husband and wife, joined by God in marriage, to be put asunder, except for one offence, forbidding polygamy, making woman equal with man, honouring the home by causing them to honour one another, and to bring up their children amid the sanctities of a pure family life. The liberty, privileges, and honour which women enjoys today is an evolution from slavery and tyranny. In the days of Cyrus, it was a crime for women to be taught as the men. The wife was the slave of her husband, and every morning must kneel at his feet and ask 9 times the question, "What do you wish me to do?" And having received his reply, bowing humbly, she must withdraw and obey his command. In Dr. Hurlbert's notes on the International Sunday School lessons for 1892, he says, quote, in lands and ages without the gospel, she is treated as a nuisance. In Egypt, she was doomed to the labours of the field, denied music, and could not wear shoes. In Greenland, while the men hunt and lounge, the women build the houses, tan the skins of animals, and row the boat, save when a storm comes up, and men take the oars to save themselves. Then, if a gun misses fire, it is charged to a sorceress, and a woman must be slain. In China, daughters are thrown into the stream to die, and women hitched to the plough and driven like oxen across the field. Among the Kafirs, the price of a wife is an ox or 2 cows. At the East today, if a man finds it necessary to speak of his wife or daughter, he always begins with an apology. End quote. In America, woman has not enjoyed equal rights with men. She has never enjoyed equal rights in business, in the professions, in education, and in politics. The nearest she has come to that is in the church, and, as a matter of course, it was natural for her to flock to where her rights were the least trammelled, and hence she predominates in the church. More women are converted in revivals because there are more women there to be converted. It was truer in the past than in the present. Was it? Has the emotional nature of women changed? Has women degenerated? What is the reason? It is the evolution of woman from slavery and tyranny. Before, it was required that, quote, she must prove what she can do before she does it. End quote. Now, she has done what she had before proved she could do. Her emotional nature has not changed. She has only widened her sphere. And as she has gone into the professions and engaged in business craft, and pressed her political innovations into the teeth of the sterner sex, she has simply developed the fact that she possesses qualities which make her the peer of man. And where do you find her now? Man, look by your side. End of section 6. Section 7 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 7. Women Criticised. Be patient, dear women. This chapter is but the milk of human kindness. Like Hamlet to his mother, quote, I must be cruel only to be kind. End quote. Man is good. Woman is better. Neither are in the superlative. Therefore, I have somewhat against thee. 1. The first criticism is fashion slavery. Women are the apostles of fashion. No one objects to that, if the demands of fashion are not empirical. When the fashion wears out more apparel than the man, then fashion begins to be tyrannic. The observance of such demands may build up a large wardrobe, but not a bank account. Not a few men have failed in business because of the rigours of fashion. They were unable to continue in business because soulless fashion sapped their commercial vitality. The gospel of the life of Dorcas is far more praiseworthy. 2. The second criticism is what is ordinarily known as society. But what is society? That is what I would like to know. From my observations, I should conclude that it was a community, a part of which, because of its financial ability or some accredited superiority, recognise each other as associates, friends, and acquaintances, who give and receive formal entertainments mutually. There is a selfish benefit, at least, in it. Like Dr. Holmes, in Professor at the Breakfast Table, saying, quote, I go politically for equality, and socially for the quality. End quote. That seems to be the creed of society, if it has any creed. Perhaps there is a pharisaical virtue in it, but that does not commend it to the unfortunate and the oppressed. I am afraid to say anything against society, for I am reminded of a statement in one of Bacon's essays, quote, It is most true that a natural and secret hatred and aversion towards society in any man hath somewhat of the savage beast. End quote. Then I am a little careful in my praise of it, for I call to mind this in Don Juan, quote, Society is now one polished horde, formed of two mighty tribes, the Boers and the bored. End quote. But you know, this last statement grew out of Byron's antipathy to society, while Bacon's from his love for society. I never knew any particular virtue growing out of society. It draws very heavily upon a woman's time, and sometimes heavier upon her husband's purse. Its laws are very exacting. Tardiness in returning calls is criticised, and a failure to entertain occasionally is unpardonable. A lady may miss 52 prayer meetings in a year, neglect all Sunday school duties, never attend the missionary or sewing circles, occasionally attend the Sabbath services, and still remain a member of the church in good and regular standing. But let her omit any of the demands of society, and that oligarchy of unwritten law at once sits in judgment. When society considers anyone worthy of its recognition, it at once makes empiric demands and snubs the rest of the world. The world below recognizes the insinuation, and it also passes in judgment. So the two are antipodal. As for myself, I am on the side of the majority in this case, for the Christ of the world was the Christ of the outcast and the neglected. Though the majority of the society people are church members, it is nowhere recognized that they are the most faithful missionaries of the cross. The hypocrisy of it is proverbial and diametrically opposed to the law of love. The influence of it is felt and commented upon, serving only to alienate. Where do you find the most hypocrites? Among the men, you find the most in the business realm. Among the women, you find the most in what is called society. 3. The third criticism I shall state in the words of another, quote, Women's willingness to forgive before repentance on the part of men, and men's littleness in being willing to accept such forgiveness. End quote. Let me not press this further, but leave it for your cogitation. 4. The fourth criticism is that, quote, women do not insist, as they should, upon having Christian men for husbands. End quote. This is a grave mistake for a woman to make. If she is a Christian, she should never take for a life companion one who scoffs at her religion and does not join her in her faith. More women than men are in the churches, hence more women than men make this blunder. Christian mothers do not insist on their girls observing this divine law. As a correspondent observes, quote, lack of earnestness on the part of young women in not showing young men that their vows to the church mean something to them, their willingness to associate with and even wed men who have no regard for religion. End quote. Mothers may do much to help their daughters over this dilemma. It is a common thing to hear of a faithful Catholic woman refusing to marry a non-Catholic, but to hear of a faithful Christian woman of a Protestant church refusing to marry a man simply because he is an unbeliever or a Catholic is not such a frequency. 5. The fifth criticism is one to be stated and not discussed here. It is the lack of care taken by mothers with their children to make them love and respect the Sabbath and Christ. 6. The sixth criticism is women's failure to insist upon a single spiritual standard. We have a double physical standard. We have a double moral standard. We have a double spiritual standard. We yield to the last two almost without a protest. Women company and marry regardless often of the second, and almost always of the third. 7. The seventh criticism is women's inconsistency toward erring women. I quote here at length from one, quote, why the Creator built women so distressingly cruel, so bitterly unjust, so fiendishly unkind, so relentlessly unforgiving, so wickedly inconsistent, lacerating the heart of a woman, fondling a dissolute devotee of lust of the other sex, only God can tell, and He has not willed that man should be informed. Let one of the sex imagine that a woman has ever been morally tainted, and voice her imagination, and all the women sharpen their claws like vicious cats, and whet their beaks like cruel hawks, and then proceed to scratch and claw and tear and lacerate the object of their suspicion, without more mercy than they have cause. Repentance, reformation, subsequent blameless life, nothing secures immunity from claws or beak. A woman suspected is a woman damned. A woman set upon by women might escape some of the torture inflicted upon her by her sister if she went to hell, and she might hope for pity from the fiends, but she need for none from women in the flesh. When a sinner repents, there is joy in heaven, but if the sinner is a woman, there is but scorn and pitiless persecution for her upon the earth among women. Yet these same women, who blush for their sex when a once erring though now pure and lovely woman is mentioned in their prudish presence, will smile and smirk before, and bow down and worship, fawn upon, flatter, and fall into the ready arms of a lecherous debauchee. The greater his revealed infamies, the darker and more damning and damnable his immoralities, the more shameless and disgraceful his corruption of innocent girls, and more public and barefaced his carousals with harlots, the more eager they seem to lionize, if not to canonize him. Here are two women known to the writer, who, though pure and chaste today, and doubtless always so, would find existence in hell more tolerable than life on earth. They are beautiful, charitable, forbearing towards the fault of others, never indulging in the accursed gossip that sears and shrivels and paralyzes character and heart, loyally loving their husbands, and faithful to husbands and God, charitable and kind. Yet across their lives once, years ago, fell the fatal shadow of a shameless tongue, and they were blighted. They are wealthy both. Their husbands both are revered, loved, honoured, trusted of men. But both are denied to the state as servants of the people, because the women, those women whose lips ache and burn to kiss the polluted hand of the arch-deceiver of women, those women will not contaminate their pure souls their sensitive minds and chaste bodies by meeting the wives of those men in society. Good heavens, is it not horrible? Let it be admitted that these women have erred in earlier years. No one now either says or thinks that they are not today as chaste as seraphs. The drunken Goch became the world's example of excellence and sobriety. Had Goch been an erring woman, all the moral gold in Christendom would not have served to gild her life, so that the blackness of her reputation would not show through and ruin her, until God's mercy could endure her sufferings no longer, and he summoned her to his right hand. The inconsistency of women in this regard is incomprehensible. Common sense, justice, right, mercy, pity, divine mandate, nothing moves them to forgive the fallen woman, though she repents and reforms. Self-protection, shame, indignation, abhorrence of vice, moral dignity, personal purity, nothing influences them to scorn the man whose only distinction is his polluted life." Who is it that cannot add testimony to this, shameless though it be? Woman, thou condemnest thyself in not being the friend of the friendless. "Verily I say unto you, that the publicans and harlots go into the kingdom of God before you." Thank God, there are exceptions to all of these. There are women who, by grace, are so transformed that they can stoop to the lowest character and lend a hand. These are they illustrating the gospel. Let him that is without sin cast the first stone. Remember, the woman out of whom the great physician cast 7 devils and set her at liberty became one of the most faithful disciples, last at the cross and first at the tomb. There is no virtue in lionizing moral reprobates. There is less virtue in condemning pitiless women. "And now abideth faith, hope, love, but the greatest of these is love." End of section 7. Section 8 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 8. Women Defended. I am pleased to continue this discussion, and now let me give you the thought of another correspondent. "Women probably have more monotony in their lives, and are therefore more ready to go to church when opportunity offers. They are, either by nature or bringing up, purer than men. We are told also that they are possessed with greater intuition than man, both of which would likely incline them to seek after a higher life." The lives of many women are burdened with a painful monotony. It is get breakfast, wash the dishes, dress the baby, make the beds, and sweep and dust. It is get dinner, wash the dishes, tend baby, change dress, do a little patching, maybe entertain a caller. It is get supper, wash the dishes, get baby ready for bed, and sit alone until 9 or 10 o'clock, waiting for husband to come home. The tedious recurrence of these duties are suffered each day in the week, each week in the month, each month in the year, for a good portion of her life. The only times during the day when this monotony is broken is when she must call him for breakfast, wait for him until dinner is cold, receive him at supper, and unlock the door for him to come home to sleep. Do you wonder at her being at church every opportunity? I do not, and I should say, mothers, go every chance you get. Take your babies along, for that matter, for you deserve more outings than it is your privilege to enjoy. I'm not going to concede for one moment that women are purer by nature, for that is not defending women, that is begging the question. But that they are purer in their bringing up may be admitted. Their indoor life and freedom from temptation make them purer. They are not always in the mouth of hell, as the men are. Then the girls are kept in and about the home, while the boys are turned loose on the streets to enjoy their own behests. One of our excellent Sunday school superintendents answers well along this line. "Women responds more readily to the motives of the gospel because she has a more finely developed spiritual nature." End quote. She enjoys privileges for the development of the gentler virtues. Indeed, the mother devotes much of her time to the care of her girls. The boys are neglected along this line and turned loose in the rough world. The difference is a matter of culture. The spiritual nature of the one receives special attention, and the worldly nature of the other. The one is developed along the religious and aesthetic. The other takes all of that for granted and proceeds upon a life of investigation and discovery. As an illiterate preacher once stated it, quote, "Train up the children in the nutriments of the Lord," end quote. Then the naturally better, said of the women, will disappear. It is not the purpose here to discuss the psychic differences between man and woman. That there is a difference is believed by some and questioned by others. Whatever that difference may be, if it does obtain, is not such as to make her naturally better or naturally worse than man. Her endowments are such as to enable her to rise to great heights of excellency or descend to great depths of infamy. Of many women, Alcott may be all right in saying, quote, "Divination seems heightened to its highest powers in women." End quote. Of many others, Butler's words are true enough, quote, "The souls of women are so small that some believe they've none at all." End quote. While Talmage's sweeping declaration of both men and women is, quote, "The souls of some are so small that 1,000 of them could dance on the point of a cambric needle without touching sides." End quote. I am quite willing, right here, to adopt the words of Charles Wesley, quote, "Not from his head was woman took, as made her husband to o'erlook; not from his feet, as one designed the footstool of the stronger kind, but fashioned for himself a bride, an equal, taken from his side." End quote. Not long ago, the Arena contained the following pleasantry, quote, "President Timothy Dwight of Yale College narrates in his Travels in New England and New York how an Indian arrived one evening at an inn in the town of Litchfield, Connecticut, and begged the hostess to provide him with food, promising payment at some future time when his hunting should be more successful. She refused his request with contumely, remarking that she did not work so hard to throw away her earnings on such lazy, drunken, good-for-nothing fellows as he. A chance guest, however, saw that the man was really famished, and directed the hostess to give him supper, for which he himself undertook to pay. At the end of his meal, the Indian said to his benefactor, "I suppose you read the Bible?" The man assented. "Well," said the Indian, "the Bible say God made the world, and then he took him and looked on him and say, it's all very good. Then he made dry land and water and sun and moon and grass and trees, and took him and looked on him and say, it's all very good. Then he made beasts and birds and fishes, and took him and looked on him and say, it's all very good. Then he made man and took him and looked on him and say, it's all very good. Then he made woman and took him and looked on him, and he no dare say one such word." End quote. But the world is changing. A great man in the historic past said, quote, "The fashion of this world passeth away." End quote. Everything is coming and going. The flower is blooming and fading. The grass is springing up and withering away. The valley is lifting and the hill is levelling. The nations of the earth are flourishing and perishing. Every morning the wealth of the world changes hands. Generations are coming and going. Political supremacy is migratory. The great political, industrial, and social institutions of the 19th century are not to be found along the far-famed Euphrates or the classic Nile. There is nothing permanent in nature. The stamp of mortality, of reorganization, of recreation, and of evolution is visible in 1,000 niches on every leaf of the many thousand pages of the world, so that nature, in all her sublimity, is a shifting scene, and the eternity of matter is disbelieved in. If this philosophy is true, though imperfectly stated, it explains why our judgment on womanhood is not in harmony with the poor Indians. The light of the 19th century hath shed a more beautiful ray, and hath taught women better things, Until now, she is not only willing to feed the Indian, but to be his teacher and spiritual leader also. What achievements hath been wrought by woman! She hath, by dint and labour, by skill and courage, on hands and knees, amidst tears and heartaches, and groans and sighs, and discouragements, climbed the steeps of ignorance and prejudice, o'ertopped the heights of slavery and tyranny, and, piercing the darkness and dispelling the clouds that had for centuries hid her from view, she is now seen standing side by side with man in the moral, the educational, and many of the industrial pursuits of life. At the same time, she is making a determined grasp which betokens a victory for equal franchise in all political affairs, while it is conceded that the laurel wreath belongs to her for achievements in the realm of fine arts. Let me close this chapter as Rev. George Michael closed his address before the General Association of Congregational Ministers and Churches of Kansas in May 1891. Quote, "The Church for women and not for men. The religion of Christ for women and children. It is not so. But I believe that woman, under the existing order of things, finding her home in the Church and her life in prayer to God, is being developed more and more into a spiritual being, while man, forgetting God, neglecting prayer and the means of grace, living on a lower spiritual plane, and following the lead of the animal that is in him rather than the spiritual, has reached that condition through a course of development in which it is easier for him to disobey God and harder for him to love and serve him than it is for women to do so. And further, if it were not for her pure and consecrated life, which ever counteracts the reckless life of man, the race even here in this Christian land would rapidly degenerate. If our women poisoned their bodies with alcohol and nicotine as our men do, and were as thoughtless and reckless in caring for their souls as our men are, and if mothers should set such an example before their children as the great majority of them do, I firmly believe that the day would soon come when the race would become wrecked morally, mentally, physically." End quote. End of section 8. Section 9 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 9. Intemperance. Quote, "Every inordinate cup is unblessed, and the ingredient is a devil." End quote. Othello, Act 2, Scene 2. Quote, "Men quite generally indulge in stimulants, or narcotics, or both, by which, directly or indirectly, their sensibilities are blunted, and to a degree their powers to respond to the higher motives impaired." End quote. 50 years ago, less than 4 gallons of liquor per capita was consumed in the United States. Today, it is 12 gallons per capita. This is a marvelous increase. The lowest figures given are that we have 6 million men who are daily on the road to the Black Valley country. We are populating that country with over 100,000 annually. And do you know that the daily attendance upon our schools is only 7 million, and that the enrollment is only 12 million? New York City furnishes 8,400 saloons, which is more saloons than there are schools in the state. There are 240,000 licensed saloons in the United States running for revenue only, and they do their collecting off of the unfortunate who have been conquered by appetite. There are over 600,000 men required to keep these saloons in operation, whose annual income is $900 million. The words of the evangelic prophet are very apt just here. Quote, "Therefore hell hath enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure." End quote. Of the $146 million internal revenue paid into the national treasury last year, $83 million came from taxes on intoxicating liquors. According to the estimate of Judge Noah Davis, at least 90% of the poverty and 80% of the crime existing among us are due directly or indirectly to the use of liquor. It is clearly demonstrated that the use of liquors is on the increase. So is crime. Do you wonder that we have a host of men, and our best men, who are in favour of national prohibition. Our legitimately made drunkards and legitimately outraged homes and legitimately filled prisons is our legacy, nor is it one of which we are proud, and we would call it an insult were anyone to compliment us upon it. Who are the brewers, the saloon keepers, the drunkards? Are they our wives, mothers, and sisters? No, they are our husbands, fathers, and brothers. There are a few women given to rum, and some women even make bold to go to the saloon and drink at the bar, while others do even worse by sending their children to the saloon to bring home a pitcher of grog. But as a rule, it is a man that is pulled out of the gutter. It is a man that flung the decanter at the wife's head. It is a man pushed into the bullpen. It is a man brought before the police court. It is a man arraigned before the jury. It is a man sent to state's prison. It is a man standing on the gallows. And it is a man that is doing the business and punishing the victims of it. Great God, what a crime against man is the saloon and its keeper. I am not surprised that there are many who believe that the temperance question is the greatest living moral and political issue of the day, that the rum seller is the practical enemy of all good, that he is the destroyer of immortal souls, murdering our sons, husbands, fathers, and citizens by wholesale and without pity, that the saloons are the horrible lighthouses of hell, the breathing holes of Gehenna, the recruiting offices of the hosts of wicked doers, and the broadest of all gates to where the worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. That the traffic in intoxicating liquors is the curse of curses, the sin of sins, the gigantic crime of crimes, the greatest blot upon our national escutcheon and morality, the greatest obstacle to the success of the Church, the triumphs of the gospel of Jesus Christ, and the cause of Christian missions at home and abroad, sapping our national, physical, intellectual, and moral life, wasting our products, paralysing the hands of useful industry, gendering and fostering profanity, licentiousness, and Sabbath desecration, creating most of our criminals and paupers, populating jails, penitentiaries, almshouses, and houses of correction, increasing victims for the gallows, multiplying dark and desolate homes, widows and orphans, filling the land with sorrow, disgrace, poverty, and death, endangering our national safety and welfare, converting the land into a common Golgotha, and greatly multiplying our taxes for the punishment of criminals and the support of paupers. That the speedy abolition of the traffic is necessary to the highest domestic and national good and safety, who are in favour of and anxious for universal and everlasting prohibition. I am not surprised at the increasing antipathy of the Church to the saloon. Indeed, it could not be otherwise. The Church could not help observing the activities of the saloon. Facts have stood out with so much boldness that we have simply been compelled to look with amazement, if not shame. We have seen with what adroitness the saloon has been inveigling the boys into its meshes. We have been observing their free lunch and free beer movements. We have watched them as they have brought up the secular press in prohibition campaigns for constitutional amendments. We have seen the colonisation of tramp voters and the manipulation of registration books. We have stood agape with wonderment as we have beheld missionary letters, literature, money, and liquor flooding temperance sections, actively engaged in a still hunt to defeat temperance law. We have suffered the encroachments of bootleggers and the infidelity of Keelyites, the hypocrisy of men who have called themselves Christians, and the damnific agency of the fashionable sideboard. We have seen our men led from the communion table, our boys from the Sunday school, and our young men from their Christian Endeavour work by these hydra-headed serpents. We have seen, but time fails me to tell all your hearts and homes have suffered, and how the Church has been drained of its manly men. We need not expect the saloon to abate her efforts until she is compelled to. She is a venomous copperhead, and never fails to insert the poisonous fang at every opportunity. The Church is expected to bring the beast to judgment. You need not wonder at this arraignment. By all that's pure and holy, I am against the saloon. I am against all of its damnific agencies. I believe in sober men and in a sober manhood. I believe in a sober and virtuous young manhood. I believe the saloon is the enemy of boys, of young men, and of men. I am on the side of my fellow men, and eternally against the saloon. You talk about high license. What is the difference between high license, low license, and no license? The hotbed of crime and disgrace flourishes equally well, and with no apparent abatement. The saloon business, together with all its regulations, is anchored in Hades, where it proposes to bring every patron for its eternal patrimony. The Church is a friend to every saloonist and drunkard, not as saloonists and drunkards, but as men and brothers. It is ready to help them. It is ready to reform them. It is ready to fellowship them. But they must quit the saloon and drinking business first. If it did not require this, the Church would be a no better friend of the unfortunate than the whole saloon outfit is. Men, the saloon is not your friend. It builds no colleges for the education of your sons and daughters. It organizes no institutions of charity for the mothers made broken-hearted and the children sent ragged and the homes without bread. It is not your friend. It is not your mother's friend. It is not your wife's friend. It is not your boy's friend. It is not your girl's friend. It is not your neighbour's friend. It is not your enemy's friend. It is not your friend's friend. It is nobody's friend. It is the devil's hell seeking to make you the imps of misfortune and disgrace. Out with the wretch, down with the fiend. Under the heel of the gospel of grace, exterminate it. Give us our country, our homes, our strong men and our boys back again. There never was a time when the Church was so in earnest as now. It is coming to believe more and more that the saloon must go. The ministry is sounding the bugle note, and the laity is falling into line. There is no room any more in the Church for this class of men, unless they reform. Indeed, they are being excluded from railway service. They are refused in most of the lodges. Insurance societies will not admit them. There is no place for them except in some sort of clubs, Turner halls, and dens of vice. The truth of the matter is the saloon man will give drink and take money so long as the swinish creature will take the slop. And then, when his customer is bestially drunk, he too turns the drunkard out. Poor drunkard, no room for you anywhere. No, not even in a saloon. But the Church is terribly in earnest to save you and help you. First, it wants to drive the saloon out of existence. Second, it wants to reform you. Third, it wants to fellowship you as a sober, clear-minded man. How are we going to bring this about? We are going to accept local option, state prohibition, and every other measure practicable, until we shall enjoy national prohibition. We are going to refuse to vote for men who will not enforce our laws. Neither will we lend our franchise to men of intemperate habits. We intend to continue to vote and pray and preach all along the line until the last vestige of the traffic has been swept from our land. If you are a moral man, in the name of good morals we expect you to help us. If you are a temperance man, in the name of sobriety we expect you in our ranks. If you are a parent, in the name of a pure rising generation, we call for your assistance. If you are a church member, in the name of him who spent his life doing good and relieving the suffering and oppressed, we certainly expect you in our ranks. Quote, fall into line, my brother, fall into line. The conquest is great and needs your help. End quote. Friend saloonist, let me address you kindly but positively now in the words of J. H. Sammis as they appeared in the New York Voice a year or so ago, and let me advise you to take heed and be gone with yourself. Quote, friend saloonist, I'm a-thinking that there's got to be less drinking. Uncle Sam has set his mind to wipe you out, and he's acquainted. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend saloonist, you must go. Never mind about the taxes. Don't you worry when I axes your advice and your assistance. You can answer from a distance. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend saloonist, you must go. Yes, I know you've helped amazin' for to keep the cows from grazin' in the streets, but milk and butter will have to do for us hereafter. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend Salinist, you must go. Prohibition don't prohibit. That's a fact you can exhibit by and by. But bless my stars, sir, you will argy through the bars, sir. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend Salinist, you must go. What's all that about your suing me for damages accruing? Well, you may be very knowing. Alice Sammy, you're a-going. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend Salinist, you must go. You say I've got no right to exercise my sovereign might to fill your filthy ditch that's flowing there with death and hell and woeing. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend Salinist, you must go. See the millions paid in wages. See the want, the woe that rages, all the waste and crime and sinning for the dollars that you're winning. Back your duds, for don't you know, friend Salinist, you must go. Facts and figures, quit your lying. Facts and figures, women's sighing. Facts and figures, babes a crying. Facts and figures, souls a dying. Pack your duds, for don't you know, friend Saloonist, you must go. But we're losing time a talking. Guess you'd better be a walking. Don't you see the storm arising? Snowy ballots all disguising. Now, my friend, I wouldn't wonder if you'll soon be all snowed under. Pack your duds, for don't you know, friend Saloonist, you must go. End quote. End of section 9. Section 10 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 10 The Ministry. Holding in remembrance the word of the Lord, saying, quote, Touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm. End quote. I am persuaded that caution is necessary in attempting to deal with this part of the question. The office of the ministry is sacred and holy, but when one lays offending hands upon one of the servants in that office, it is much like touching the Ark of the Covenant. However, I would not dare to advocate the infallibility of the called of the Lord to the work of the ministry. Neither would I dare to say that all who officiate at the altar of the Lord have been selected and anointed by him for such work. As some followed the Nazarene for the loaves and fishes, there are not a few who have entered the ministry having no better reason than that it would afford them a competency without hard labour. Besides, it is fair to presume that many have mistaken dreams and impressions for definite calls. They may have been definite calls to active work in the church, as Sunday school teachers, deacons, elders, or stewards, and misinterpreted the call. The fact alone that the young coloured brother saw in a dream GPC was no more evidence in itself that he should go preach Christ than that he should go plough corn. And I am free to state that many a good sexton has been spoiled to make a poor preacher. Paul wrote to the Ephesian church that, for the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Christ, he gave some apostles, and some prophets, and some pastors and teachers. My application of this subject takes in the whole range of ministerial work, though I shall not discuss it cap à pie. I desire rather to give you as afore the evidence I have collected. 1. Many in the ministry are charged with not being called of God. The infidelity of many is understood, and when the servant of the Lord declares that he, as Barnabas and Saul, was separated by the Holy Ghost, and anointed and sent forth by the Holy Ghost, it is accepted as so much cant and whine. There is a reason for it, and a large one is, that many who go forth with such claims have never been able to demonstrate the claim, and have added testimony to the godless and virtueless who are seeking for such illustrations. Such men add nothing to the cause they represent, except a stumbling stone, over which other men fall away from the church. Quote, Ministers too many are not God's apostles. They are too much and too many their own apostles. End quote. When a man goes claiming, quote, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good tidings unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all that mourn, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness, that they might be called trees of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he might be glorified. End quote. Going with such claims, the world expects such a man to be able to demonstrate his claim, and if he cannot, he is put down as an impostor. No man can win men to the church of our Lord if he has not the Spirit of the Lord in him. He soon demonstrates that he is an apostle of a selfish ambition, and men do not believe in him. But it is true that even men who are called and anointed do not always succeed in getting men of the world to forsake their sins and embrace a life of righteousness. While this is true, it is equally true he never fails to prove to the men of the world that he is a man of God. 2. A second charge is that the lives of ministers are not in accord with their profession. As one of my correspondents puts it, quote, their failure by talk and walk to make the Bible and religion seem more real. End quote. Of course, this is not said of all, except by a few erratic ingrates. But we are chargeable with making our religion a fancy instead of a fact, a myth instead a reality. Too many ministers are insincere. Of such, Reverend Dowling writes me, quote, ministers who are insincere win more women than men. End quote. There is philosophy in that statement, and at first sight it is repellent. But a second sober judgment declares the supremacy of the fact. It may be women, out of the charity of their souls, are blinded and fail to discern what men see much quicker, and by which they are repelled. 3. In the third place, ministers are charged with being moral cowards. Some are. Many problems come before them, and they shirk them. Don't aim at men, sometimes afraid to. Don't go for them, as another says. He winks at some men's vices, notably the use of tobacco, says one. Still another, quote, fail to preach the pungent doctrines of the gospel without fear or favour, but rather seeking to preach acceptably to the congregation. End quote. And then the same one puts in parenthesis, quote, no wonder the young men are imbibing infidel teachings. End quote. Afraid to preach the whole gospel is suggested. This was a charge against the priesthood by Hosea. Like people, like priest. They had catered to the notions of the people. When a preacher preaches to please his congregation, he is a coward. When he preaches to please God, he is fulfilling his divine commission. The man who dares to stand boldly before his people and in a loving way point out to them their errors and sins has done a far better thing for his people than he who, to please and tickle the ears of his congregation, plasters up the wreckage of the church with sweet-smelling mortar. Sam Jones says he likes a game preacher. I am not so sure but the Lord likes him better than Sam Jones does. I am convinced that the church needs a host of such men as Daniel, John the Baptist, Peter, Paul, Savonarola, Knox, Finney, Edwards, Moody, Spurgeon, and many more of whom the world is not worthy. There are moral cowards in the church who give fine dissertations on many ethical and semi-religious subjects, and draw to themselves multitudes of listeners. But while moral essays may please the people, they will never save the world. After listening to an excellent sermon several years ago, when I say excellent, I mean it was beautiful in its architecture and sculpture and painting, I asked my fellow comrade how he liked the sermon. He said boldly, such preaching as that will damn the world. It may be true that some ministers will help damn the world by their moral cowardice and fine rhetoric. End of section 10. Section 11 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 11. The Ministry Concluded. 4. The minister is charged with giving too much attention to the rich and influential in his congregation. This attack is not without foundation. The minister who is guilty of it is like the man who built his house upon the sand. However, they do not all seem to think so, or they would revise their methods. I quote from a letter, "Too much attention has been paid to the rich, and the masses of the people have not been reached with the gospel." Another, "Not enough sympathy with the masses." These are serious charges, and are serious because they are too true to gainsay. I am not writing to excuse myself or any of my brethren of this fault. He who is guilty must bear the brunt. The gospel was meant for the masses. The masses are not rich, and according to the common way of putting it, they can scarcely be said to be well-to-do. Lincoln said, "The Lord liked the common people. That was the reason he made so many of them." At any rate, he addressed his message to the masses. He ate and drank with publicans and sinners, and said, "The poor have the gospel preached to them." With many a minister it is very different now. He has a fixed salary. The well-to-do and richer are the largest contributors. It is necessary that they should have special attention. He must be careful not to offend one of these little ones. He calls upon them and treats them with great suavity. Should a stranger of character attend his church, he is introduced to the elite, the elders and deacons, the judges and generals. He bows his knees to Baal and Ashtaroth. He is mindful in his preaching to say nothing about spiritual wickedness in high places. What does this mean? A degenerate priesthood. Slaves to salary, policy, and fashion. Can this be said of many? Of some, of too many. God give us a ministry who respects manhood, not moneyhood. And give us a ministry whose heart is on fire for the people, the masses, the poor, the humble, and the outcasts. 5. Ministers believe and accept excuses that are frivolous, says one. Few neglect duty and the means of grace the Church affords without having an excuse ready. They had a severe headache. The baby was sick. Some visitors came. Was invited to a party. There was a concert. Too tired. Had some work to do. Did not get the work done in time. Got up too late. Had to post books. Clothes were not good enough. Had to stay at home and get dinner. Did not get morning work done. Wife did not want to stay alone. And 1,000 other things of as little value. Why people do not tell the truth, I cannot tell. All excuses are devil-born. The preacher, out of a heart that forbids offence, is as harmless as a dove, but fails to be as wise as the serpent. He accepts the excuses as gold coin. If he does not, he offends, and to offend is to be uncharitable. The people soon see their excuses are accepted, and they continue to stay away from church and offer excuses. The minister continues to accept them, and works a moral wrong against such members of his congregation. There is one way out of the difficulty: quit accepting excuses. As for myself, I have been refusing to accept them. If my parishioners at any time fail to do duty, they must present their excuses to the Lord Jesus Christ, and not to me. If, out of the consciousness of their hearts, they realize his forgiving or condemning grace, it is not for me to interpose. It is wise for me to inquire into the reasons for absence from stated services and such other work as the parishioner may have agreed to do, and sometimes may say, "I believe you have an excuse you can conscientiously give to your Master, Jesus Christ." Why do I assume this attitude? Because I know that the majority of excuses offered are simply attempts to self-justification, and because they do themselves a moral wrong, is no reason I should attempt to palliate their offence by adding consent to excuse. 5. Theology is too speculative and not sufficiently practical. Preaching is too far above ordinary people, says one. Ministers forget that the ordinary working man is not so well educated as the clergy. Preaching not practical enough. Speculative theology. This is a practical life, and we are living in a practical age. And to sustain this life, we must be fed upon practical food. Our people must stand upon well-defined certainties. Feeding on speculative theology is like living on tapioca flake or spiced soap bubbles. In this age of problems which relate to the masses, every preacher can find subjects that are real and that take hold of the hearts of the people. He has as much right to preach on limited or restricted immigration as the stump speaker has to talk on the tariff question. Sure, he has too much consecrated judgment to allow him to talk on civil service reform at a funeral, or heavenly recognition to a people who won't recognize one another here. You always know the preacher by the subjects he treats. I know a minister whose everlasting theme was evolution, and it resulted in losing his congregation, and the congregation losing him. In this world of devolution, we can get along with less preaching on evolution. At all events, the minister must be practical. Practical in the pulpit and out of it. Practical in his life. Practical with a practical people. Always practical. 7. It is thought that he preaches the love side of the gospel too much. Indeed, one says, quote, "The ministry preaches the love side of the gospel, which appeals to the affections, largely developed in women, and does not now preach that the wicked shall be cast into hell to any alarming extent." End quote. Here is a walled city. In its towers are watchmen. They appeal to the people to stand by their city. The city loves its citizens, and its citizens, from a sense of love, should stand for the city. The enemy is at hand. Still the watchmen herald the gospel of love to them. They are not telling how near the enemy approaches, with what armies and dangers they come, nor what the fate of the city is about to be. They still preach love. The business of the watchman is to blow the trumpet and warn the people. Then whosoever heareth the sound of the trumpet and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head. But he that taketh warning shall deliver his soul. End quote. Quote, "The minister must preach the whole gospel. Some people will not move until they are warned. The love of the gospel is the greatest theme, but that does not warrant the neglect of the warnings. Stern man must be warned and compelled. Women are attracted and drawn. It is scarcely possible to picture the terrors of the law, too great." It is said that Will Carleton said, quote, "If you want to make man appreciate heaven well, just pitch him into hell a spell." End quote. When a man is brought to see the wickedness of his life and the justice of the law, he may then fly for refuge and seek a retreat in the riven side of a living Saviour. 8. Too much cold preaching. Not enough warm, practical gospel. Another says, quote, "I think that the minister who will wait on God until he is endowed with power from on high will be able to set his pulpit aflame with the fire of the Holy Ghost in such a manner that even the men will come to see it burn." End quote. Quote, "Preach Christ positively to men by men of prayer." End quote. Quote, "Men might be gotten as secret societies or clubs or business interests get them, but the church must get them only by a changed heart. To this end we have to preach the word in faith, in the power of the Spirit." End quote. It was the work of the priests and Levites to see that the fire upon the altar was always burning. For the Lord had said, quote, "The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar, it shall never go out." End quote. The message of salvation, which warms and softens and transforms, preached by a heart aglow with love, zeal, and knowledge, will kindle upon the altars of many souls, even upon the altars of men's hearts. End of section 11. Section 12 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 12. Some of the Professions. A profession is the occupation to which one devotes himself. Some professions are very empirical and demand all one's time and attention. In other professions, leisure is enjoyed at stated intervals. About some are thrown demoralizing agencies, about others a purer and more exhilarating spirit. Almost all the professions and occupations are represented in the churches, and yet it is with amazement that one beholds the indifference with which the church is treated by some of the professions. However, the present age is in advance of all others regarding the attention received by the church from the men of various occupations. More professional men, men of skill and acumen, have found refuge in the Christian Church in the last 25 years than in any similar period since the cross was planted on Calvary. The chief glory of any people, says Samuel Johnson, arises from its authors. Mohammed in his Tribute to Reason says, quote, "The ink of the scholar is more sacred than the blood of the martyr." End quote. This introduces us to authorship and authors. Through this profession a mighty gospel has been preached. It has been chiefly the gospel of humanity, which has enjoyed a graceful evolution. It has taught the divinity of reason and thought, and has drawn with it many disciples. While the Church has burdened its people with the yoke of faith and works, authorship has burdened the world with the yoke of free thought and humanitarianism. Without further argument, what is the result? Its effect upon the world has been visible. The printing press has made it possible to reach vast numbers at a reasonable expense. One book often reaches many people, and many books reach a multitude, so that the author becomes a teacher in a large district, with possibilities circumscribed only by the world's circumference. As a rule, these books are very refreshing, and out of the many authors it is not difficult to choose to your liking. And instead of listening to the prosy preachers on Sunday, it becomes a pleasure to stay at home and enjoy the author of one's own choosing. But authors themselves are not unmindful of this same privilege, and they too neglect the church and its blessings. Many of them are men of the world whose God is reason. Many are semi-religious, while the consecration of many others to the church and its gospel is worthy of remembrance. The 19th century has seen a wonderful revival along this line. Its greatest authors have been Christian men paying tribute to the virtues of the Christian religion. Most authors of repute are now members of some evangelic body. But today, competing interests among publishers have made books very cheap, and private libraries of select volumes a possibility to the many. Particularly so is this of fiction. The entrancing story is taken from the shelf on Sunday and enjoyed amid the sanctities of undisturbed hours, while wife and children have gone to Sunday school and church services. My attention is next drawn to journalism, which has come to be one of the most important professions in civilized life. There are about 20,000 journals published in the world, one half of which are issued in the United States alone. Of this 10,000, 1,000 are dailies. News for the daily press, 24 hours old, is stale. Everything must be fresh and sensational. If not, it is rejected, or accepted simply as filling. The Sunday newspaper is a creation of very modern date. It is usually twice the size of the regular weekly. Sensational news, pictures and stories are sought for it. Every endeavour is made that it should be attractive and should have a large sale. Businessmen make special efforts to reach the eye of the public by giving special advertisements for the Sunday issue. Boys are inveigled away from home, Sunday school and church influences to go upon the streets and sell the special Sunday edition. Men fall back in their easy chairs and read the sensational news until it is too late to get ready for church. The editors, reporters and compositors are wearied with their 7 days in the week job, and being used to the fresh, breezy, exciting news, would rather remain quiet and rest, or go in quest of the sensational. The power and virtue of the press cannot be denied, but it is an agent used to great advantage in getting men to break the fourth commandment. Also, it is an effective agent in getting editors and reporters to break confidence with themselves and cause them to write and report according to the demand to gain patronage. Newspaper men are not very religious. The methods of journalism are so corruptive, it is difficult for them to be religious. They say the press is better and purer in morals than it used to be. That is a question with two sides to it. The religious press has compelled the secular press to revise some of its methods. The proposed religious daily in the cities will do more toward the solution of this phase of the question. As it is, journalism is one of the reliable excuses used by men to keep them out of the church on the Sabbath. Look to the law. Few men in that profession are true Christian characters. Not a great while ago, an American journal had a symposium on "Can Lawyers Be Christians?" To my mind, it is not a question. But it is a question, why are not more of them Christian men? I can see some agents which help to account for it. Man in the legal profession sees man at his worst. He has to do with the accused and the criminal. He beholds the deacon and elder, the parson and parishioner, suing and being sued by those of his own denominational persuasion. Perhaps he is as often the lawyer for the churchman as he is for the worldling. He sees no difference in their general demeanour. He hears them promise to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth in the case pending, and then sees them take the stand and perjure themselves. He loses confidence in them and their religion. He does not care to go to Sunday school and have for his teacher the man who, under oath, swore falsely. He cares less to go to prayer meeting and hear the unrepentant deacon pray. He loses his desire for general church services from similar reasons. He remains away from communion because he does not care to take the bread and wine from hands stained with perjury and crime. Finally, he quits going to church. It is easy for him also to drift into crime. He learns, quote, the hocus-pocus science that smiles in your face while it picks your pocket, end quote. For rich round fees, he helps to make the law grind the poor and the rich man rule the law. By wisdom and craft, he works many an injustice, and losing confidence in his own religious intentions, believing that others have lost confidence in him, he again has a reason for quitting the church. Our frequent campaigns develop a host of politicians. Now, to my mind, it is not a very good sobriquet to be called a politician. There is something very corruptive in politics. Ordinarily, politics and religion do not work well together. It is a bad sign to see a man craving office. As a rule, it indicates that the man is growing little. In a country of self-government, the officer is the servant. Is the servant greater than his master? Who is his master? The people, the citizens. The private citizen who intelligently attends to his own business and sleeps at home is the great man of such a government. He is so great that even the president has no right to raise his latch and enter his home. How do men get into office? What becomes of the campaign funds? Why did Talmage say in his sermon the Sunday before the recent national election that the party that could command the most money would gain the election? Why should the Central Committee assess the country candidates from $100 to $500 for campaign purposes? Is it for corruption money? Certainly much expense is attached to a campaign, much legitimate expense. But politicians know that a great share of it is boodle expense and purchase money. Now, it is as hard for the politician after such work to go upon his knees and pray the prayer of faith, as it is for the man who profited from his right of franchise in selling his vote to stand up the next Sunday and confess his sin. And neither one seem inclined to do it. Many men have gone into politics warm-hearted and with good consciences. They have come out like cinders and with disturbed consciences. The effect of campaigns and politicians is to sap the church of much of its masculine vitality and piety. My attention is drawn to the medical profession. It is one of the noblest to which a man may feel himself called. His mission is sacred. When he is called to see the suffering patient, he has had committed to him the future destiny of one of his fellows. He goes through life in the dark, not figuratively always, sometimes in reality. He is not a society man. He has no time for that. He seldom makes a social visit. He is too glad for a time to rest. He enters your home when it is clouded with fever and suffering. Great is his mission to cheer and make alive. He must go when called. Time is not his own. If he goes to church, he is often called out before the service is over, if not at the beginning of the sermon. He learns to neglect church work. The truth is, he, in the multitude of professional calls, learns to slight all other calls. More than that, he becomes acquainted with the home life of very many people. He is in the Christian's home and the home of the barbarian. He learns that the inside life of many churchmen is not in harmony with the professions they make, and he learns to call their religion a farce. He does not say it in so many words, but he knows it. It has its effect upon him in cooling his ardour for religion. He fails to reconcile the practices and employments of many with their religious professions. It may be he is more honest than they, and will no longer worship with them. He prefers solitude. Additional to all this, his profession opens the way for him to practice many crimes and attempt many experiments, as well as to cover them up and hide them away. Guilty of too many offences, the church is no place for him to go, to be tortured by conscience and sermon and prayer. So he chooses to stay away, and does. However, the percent of attendance upon the church by men of the medical profession is believed to be greatly in advance of former times. Now, I intended to talk of the military and railroad occupations, but my time forbids it. Sufficient it is for me to say that the growth of morals among the railroad men is in advance of that among the military. The work of the Young Men's Christian Association among railway employees has borne much fruit, and many of them have become excellent churchmen. Superintendents have observed that they get better results from moral employees, so they have worked a reform among their men. When men forsake the church, the fault is not so much with the church as with the men who forsake it. Our religion is a reasonable religion with reasonable requirements. It is not the work of men's hands, nor the device of men's wisdom and craft. Quote, "Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man." End quote. End of section 12. Section 13 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 13 Young Men. I recently clipped from a paper the following, quote, "Of the 7 million young men in this country, 75% do not attend church, 95% do not belong to any church, 97% do nothing for the church, 70% of our incarcerated criminals are young men." End quote. At this time, I am unable to say that these bear an official stamp. They indicate that the young men of our land are in a perilous condition, so far as their devotion to the church is concerned. I wish it were otherwise. I believe in young men. I am a young men's man, and I want my church to be a young men's church. It is a significant fact that, since the presidential election in 1888, nearly 4 million young men reached their majority and voted for their first president at the recent national election. According to the above percent, 1 million of those attend church, or there are less than 2 million young men in America in regular attendance upon the sanctuary. Not long ago, the Sunday School Times contained 2 important statements. Quote, "Young men rule the world. Young men always have ruled the world." End quote. It continues, quote, "Young men ought to rule the world. It is well for the world that it is ruled by young men." Old men are to be respected for what they have done, and are to be held in reverence for what they are. But they cannot do the work of young men, nor can their fullness of years nor richness of experience be a substitute for the aspirations and imaginings and enthusiasm of the young." It is not difficult to give numerous examples of those who have become illustrious while young. Alexander, Caesar, and Napoleon were all acknowledged great commanders in their 20s. Cortes looked upon the golden cupolas of Mexico when only 30. Byron, Keats, and Burns had finished their poems and laid down to die when they were only young men. Bryant, at the age of 18, wrote Thanatopsis, one of the greatest poems in American literature. Raphael gave to art his immortal creations, and surrendered his pencil and brush at the summons of death when only 37 years old. Luther had unchained the Word of God, and practically won the great battle of the Reformation in his 35th year. Herodotus, Demosthenes, Hannibal, Sophocles, Charlemagne, Charles XII, Napoleon, the younger Pitt, Alexander Hamilton, Newton, Bacon, Macaulay, Dante, Shakespeare, Milton, Goethe, Watt, Mozart, Michelangelo, and Calvin were famous as authors when young. True, these names belong to men of the past, but the present is illustrious with the names of young men of distinguished ability as editors, inventors, lawyers, physicians, ministers, manufacturers, bankers, merchants, statesmen, publishers, professors, authors. Why is it so? The young possess the enthusiasm, hopefulness, vivacity, and buoyancy, which are the greatest value in human achievements. In the words of one, "The Church must avail herself of the indomitable energy and all-conquering faith of her youthful Davids, who, with a ruddy glow of health upon the cheek, and a loyal love to Israel in the heart, shall dare to confront the stalwart Goliaths of sin and infidelity." We need our young men. We must have them. They deserve a place in the Church. They must have it. If it is necessary to reform our methods of work, let us reform them, for we must have more young men. By wisdom and craft, consecration and strategy, let us make our churches homes for them. "We get what we work for." Then let us, trusting in the Lord Jesus, work for young men. Reverend Washington Gladden, D.D., pastor of the First Congregational Church, Columbus, Ohio, sent out a number of letters to young men in the city asking the reasons why young men stood aloof from the churches. The result of that inquiry was he got a good many replies, from which he prepared an address and gave it to his congregation, and with some revision submitted it to the Congregational Sunday School and Publishing Society, Boston, Massachusetts. It is entitled, "The Young Men and the Churches, Why Some of Them Are Outside and Why They Ought to Come In," and can be had for 10 cents. The following reasons are most substantially answered by him. The young men urge the lack of religious training in earlier years, too much caste, lack of attention from members, not popular among society people to be openly and actively identified with church work. As students, must stay away to study. Church services are dull and sermons too long. Many prefer to devote their time to rest and recreation, or reading, or society. Like to sleep in the morning, read the papers in the afternoon, and go to see his girl at night. Sunday is the day off, the only day offering an opportunity for a little variety. No one invited me to go to church. Too much carping and unsympathetic criticism. Too ready to pick flaws in the conduct of young men. Many, in times of universal religious excitement, impelled solely by the emotions and impulses of the hour, profess changes of sentiment and character, which, in the nature of things, could not take place. A certain natural reticence of many minds with respect to the expression of religious thought and feeling. Thrust out because of inadequate theories respecting the church membership of the children of Christian parents. The Christian life is unmanly. The inconsistency or hypocrisy of its members. Ministers do not believe what they preach. no difference between the people of the church and the people outside the church. Churches are seminaries of ignorance and superstition. Infidelity shows independence. Were these charges true, they would be very serious. But Dr. Gladden has met them in a happy and fruitful way. He closes his book with an admonition and exhortation. He admonishes young men, quote, "Do not too hastily conclude that this Christian faith is an effete superstition. Study it broadly, historically, as a great world fact. Beware, may I say it, of bigotry. Be careful lest you identify Christianity with what is no part of Christianity, and reject it because of outworn garments of philosophy which it once wore, but has now cast off. Is it not possible for you to find some body of Christian people between whom and yourself there may be many points of sympathy?" End quote. He exhorts young men in this way, quote, "It is a good thing to go to church regularly every Sunday as a mere drill in external decencies and proprieties, to identify yourself with the best people in the community, and to spend an hour or two every week in their company will increase your self-respect and benefit you in many ways. It is an intellectual stimulus, but the real reason for your going to church is that you are a moral and spiritual being, and that the church offers you an opportunity for the nurture and training of your moral and spiritual faculties." End quote. Young men, I am quite sure you want to make the best of life. How can you do it? Know yourselves. Know God. Devote your life to doing good. Watch for opportunities. Let your ability be the rule of your efforts. Never quit certainty for hope. Persevere. Act from principle. Be hearty in all your labours. Cherish all means of grace. Surrender yourselves entirely and affectionately to Jesus Christ as your personal Saviour. Lead a life of prayer. Take the Bible as the rule of your life. Show thyself a man. Stand fast in the faith. Quit you like men. Be strong. Be a man. If you fill this prescription, you will then be a member of some religious body, actively engaged in its services, and will be found at your post of duty whenever duty calls. You will then be in line with the world's greatest and best men, who are Christians, members of some church, and regular attendants upon it. Quote, "Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? By taking heed thereto according to thy word." End quote. Quote, "O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company, to walk together to the kirk, and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes, and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay." End quote. End of section 13. Section 14 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 14. The Boys. I am on the boys' side. They deserve to have someone on their side. They are often abused, and hard and undeserving things said about them. I know they are hard to manage in the Sunday school or anywhere else. I know they ask many questions and make many exclamations. I know they are full of antics, plan many tricks, and accomplish many jokes. But I say I'm on the boys' side. Some of the accusations against the boys are indexes of a superior life in them, and the legitimate outgrowth of their multitudinous experiences. The girl's life is circumscribed. Her experiences only occasionally extend beyond the home, the lawn, and the garden, while the boy's home is the world. He climbs every surrounding hill and makes excursions into the forest and over the plains. He knows where the coyote's hole, the groundhog's nest, the fish shoal, the squirrel hides, the birds hatch their young, the hen sets, the yaller jackets ground, and if there is a hornet's nest within 10 miles, he knows just where it is and on the limb of what tree it hangs. He knows where every street is and has a name for every man in town. He can locate all the orchards and vineyards and watermelon patches in the surrounding community and knows when they are ready for use. He sees everything. He hears everything. He handles everything he dares. And he knows something of everything. He is cosmopolitan in his makeup, in his sympathies, in his likes and dislikes, in his knowledge, in his willpower. And because of all this, I'm on the boys' side. These are the kind of boys we have to deal with. They come to our Sunday school. I'm glad they do. We hunt up some prosy mother or old maid or inexperienced girl and appoint them to teach that class of boys. They have but little in common. Their likes and dislikes are antipodal. Their experiences are as different as that of the caged canary and the Bengal tiger. That woman teacher who never climbed a sapling, nor hooked an apple from a farmer's orchard, nor played a game of shinny, nor stole a ride on a streetcar, nor went swimming on Sunday, nor scampered the alleys and streets at all hours, catching glimpses of all kinds of life. That woman who at the age of 30 does not know one half as much of life in general as the boys of 10 or 12, is placed there and is expected to teach those boys. The result is a familiar one, but the reason somehow is poorly understood. But when you stop and think and candidly study the whys and wherefores, do you wonder that the boy of 15 is such a scarce article in our Sunday schools? The boy is as poorly understood at home. E.P. Roe's Knight of the 19th Century deserves careful reading by parents, multitudes of whom have never stopped to think what a hard lot the average boy has. When Christ came, the condition of women needed improvement. Now it is the condition of the boys. The waywardness of young men is the cause of many broken-hearted mothers and much lamentation in the church. The observation of Dr. Harrington is too good to omit right here. Quote, "Most boys do not have a fair chance anywhere in the world. Begin with the home and see. We buy soft shoes for the feet of our girls and stout shoes for the feet of our boys, and sometimes wish we could get shoes made of iron or steel because the boys wear them out so fast. Then we demand that the boys make no more noise in the house than the girls. The result is they have that incessant command, 'Boys, stop your noise.' And when they cannot stop and still be boys, they are driven out of the house. The small boy cannot cut paper, and the larger boys cannot whittle in the house because it makes too much dirt. And scarcely one mother in 1,000 stops to think what clean dirt it is. It is lumped in with mud and called dirt. When it rains, there is no place in the house for playing marbles with the neighbours' boys. The girls can play with their dolls. Mothers can help them have a splendid time. But the boys are too noisy. Then we wonder that the boys grow up to neglect church and to be bad, while the girls grow up to be so good. It is no wonder at all. It is the most natural thing in the world. It is the ripened fruit of the parents' sowing. Boys have no better chance out of doors. Fathers do not usually buy nails and hammers, boards and tools for their boys to make boxes, traps, and countless things they imagine they need. These things cost something. Did you ever think it cost something to support a young man who has become worthless through mismanagement?" End quote. Boys must have something to do. They can't be idle. If they are ruined. Quote, "Driven out of the house, next driven off of the lawn. Will spoil the grass. Is the grass worth more than the boy? Driven into the street to wander at their own choosing. They want to play ball. Where shall they go? They seek vacant lots, but are first driven off of this man's premises and then off of that man's ground. They must go clear out of town. They get too tired to play before they get ready, and are too tired to go home after the game is at an end." End quote. As Professor Ely says, quote, "One half of the wrong things of young rascals in cities is due to the fact that they have no innocent outlet for their animal spirits." Dr. Harrington continues by saying, quote, "Boys have no better chance during coasting season. Horse racing is allowed in the streets, and the chief of police looks on with enjoyment, but the boys are halted with, 'Boys, attention! No boy is allowed to coast on any public highway in this city or village under penalty of law, signed by order of the Chief of Police. What better can these boys say than Topsy? Wasn't born, just growed. Quote, in a New England town, there lived a man who owned a fine Spanish pointer. In that man's family was a growing boy who was fond of harnessing the dog to a cart and driving about the town. It afforded the boy a vast amount of pleasure. It kept him from bad associates. It interested him. But wise men said to the owner of the dog, I should think you would be afraid that boy would spoil your dog by driving him. Well, said the owner, it won't spoil the boy, will it? The thing I am anxious about is the boy, and if I can rear him and have nothing spoiled but the dog, I shall be thankful enough. Does every father look at it in that way? It seems as if there were too many who took more pains with the dog than with the boy. End quote. Besides, boys like to be looked up to and not looked down upon. Nothing is more contemptible to a boy than to have his ability underestimated. He is of vast more concern than he is thought to be. He is not Bub nor Sonny, but a young man, though of smaller growth. If he gets too big to go to Sunday school or catches the 15-year-old fever, it is because he has been considered too insignificant to be counted anything but a pestiferous cipher. He catches the influence of his environments. If they are tempered with the love and sympathy of home and with manly ambitions, he will reflect them in his young manhood. He will not grow up with an estranged feeling toward home and parents, nor their religion. Parents, be a little more patient with the boy. Get him a hammer and some nails, a jackknife and a whip. Take as much interest in helping him to make a jumping jack as you do in making your little girl a doll. Don't sit and worry over your boy and wonder what you are going to do to keep him from riding a stick, climbing a sapling, driving the horses, asking questions, making exclamations, teasing to go and see, and sometimes disobeying. It is quite natural for him to do this, and the more so since so much pains is taken with his sister indoors and so little with him. Quote, we think somehow the girls are so pretty, they keep so still. We can dress them up in clean clothes, curl their uncrinkled hair over the forefinger of our left hand, give them a kiss, tell them how sweet they are, give them a doll to play with. And then, because they stay in the house and keep their clothes clean, we think they are but little removed from the angels. End quote. And it is all true, but what about the boy? Is his condition so dreadful? I am persuaded the boys are just as near the angels as the girls are, and sometimes a little nearer. Boy piety is a fact, and more attention to our boys will make young man piety a larger fact. The boy is practical. He is practical in everything. He can ask 1,000 questions in 1,000 minutes that will puzzle 1,000 wiseacres, and every question is important and deserves a careful answer. He may seem foolish, but he is not foolish unless first you are foolish with him. He is investigative, always inquiring into. His questions mean that. If you don't tell him what he wants to know, he will learn it from some other source. He is solving. He never leaves a question half understood. He is imitative. The chicken, the hog, the horse, everything is subject to his imitation. He is analytic. He must know all the parts and their relation to every other part of the thing under consideration. He is puzzling because he is not well understood. I tell you, I'm on the boy's side, and I'm on the boy's side every time. Only let us study him more and understand him better, and our difficulties with him will have been lessened. End of section 14. Section 15 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 15. The Church. Quote, for he is our peace, who hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us. End quote. Paul. The Chinese wall is crumbling. The alpine obstacles are levelling, the Sahara deserts are blossoming, and the world is coming to Christ. This is the world's opportunity. Seize it. This is the Church's opportunity. Improve it. The Church is perfecting her methods and increasing in wisdom. She has a grip upon civilization and is gathering unto her bosom the ignorant and superstitious, the barbaric and the savage, and is instructing them in the love of him who taught, quote, "And I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto me." End quote. Christ's work among men was to perfect the plan of salvation. The work of the apostles was to organize churches upon this perfected plan. The work of the Church has been to operate upon the same plan. And now our work in the Church is to know no other Christ, no other plan, no other gospel. If at any time our methods conflict with these, then it is that our methods are wrong, for these are eternally right. In some things we are wrong. To know our errors is an admonition to correct them. 1. In the first place, the Church exhibits too much inactivity and indifference. A good businessman writes me, quote, "The Church, what shall I say? The angel to one of the 7 churches wrote, 'Thou hast a name that thou livest, and art dead.' I know not of how many churches this may be said, but certain it is that we do not set the high standard of Christian living before the world that we ought, and we do not do the hand-to-hand personal work that ought to be done. The men, therefore, who seem most apt to seek excuses, say there is nothing in it, and the Church does not want them to come." End quote. Here I quote from an evangelist of several years' experience, quote, "Perhaps the problem is not faced. Perhaps a definite aim is not taken at the men. We get what we intelligently work for." End quote. The accusing angel, I fear, has a heavy task writing a detailed list of the Church's lost opportunities. A word, a handshake, a letter, a tract, a smile, a visit, a kind remembrance, is never lost except when we do not do them. We forget we pledged ourselves, quote, "to tell to sinners round what a dear Saviour we have found." End quote. If our religion is not worth everything, then let us cease our Pater Noster and Gloria in Excelsis, turn our churches into theatres and gymnasiums and clubrooms, and patronize philosophy and Vanity Fair. Ours is no myth. There is salvation in no other name. Quote, "He that climbeth up some other way is a thief and a robber." End quote. He that teacheth men to climb up some other way is a traitor and a falsifier. He that knoweth the message and delivereth it not is a lazy, indifferent zero. 2. Coming to see and know our responsibility, we must give men to feel they also have a responsibility in this matter, one they cannot shirk. As Shakespeare observes, quote, "We that have good wits have much to answer for." End quote. The talent of men outside of the churches is worthy of consecration to moral and spiritual activities, and the work of the Church at this juncture is to teach men so. 3. I know we are freighted with fear and policy. Too much policy. One of Garfield's observations was, quote, "If there be one thing upon this earth that mankind love and admire better than another, it is a brave man. It is the man who dares to look the devil in the face and tell him he is a devil." End quote. Our religion is apt to become a sentiment of suavity, wherein we regard the sensibilities of the devil too greatly refined to say or do anything that might grate upon his ear. Perfect love casteth out fear. Follow Paul, and not Pilate, who said, "Pray for me, that utterance may be given unto me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador." 4. This leads us to another error, wherein we find ourselves willing to compromise with men if they will give money. Money, thou accursed tempter. We say we cannot run our churches without money. Now, I am going to say it is a poor church that is run with money. Sam Jones's apt truism is before us. Quote, "It requires grit, grace, and greenbacks to run a church." End quote. We have some grit, and we are praying for more greenbacks. But we never once think of the appalling need of grace in our midst. Men are too wise to want to come into our churches for the blessed opportunity of paying out money, and much of the time we haven't got grace enough to keep us from compromising with them for the sake of their money. I'm not going to say more grace and less money, nor am I going to plead for more money at the expense of grace, but say, Grace, Lord, more grace. If we do not get more money, we shall have to be content with what we get, but we must have more grace. Dear Lord, and shall we ever live at this poor dying rate, our love so faint, so cold to thee, and thine to us so great? 5. Here is another error. The business of our churches is done in such an impracticable and unbusinesslike way. Men like to know where their money goes, and they should know. Besides, men of business do not want to connect themselves with such an unbusinesslike concern. Every cent of money should be accounted for in books carefully kept and reported to the church annually or when called for. Business done in a businesslike way and honestly will serve the church nobly. 6. Too many churches, not enough unity. Quote, the church is felt, and sometimes rightly, to be a burden rather than a blessing. End quote. Quote, a religion that demands so many sects is not worth having. End quote. Quote, the business world get along with one another. Why can't the churches? End quote. The world is full of divisions and discord, and whatever of that is found in the church is borrowed from the world. So that all the above is not true. It is true, however, that you will go into a community of from 1 to 2,000 inhabitants, and you will find a Methodist, Baptist, Congregationalist, Christian, Dunkard, Presbyterian, Catholic, United Brethren, Coloured Church, and sometimes 2 or 3 more organisations, all struggling for an existence. They cannot live. It is impossible for them to prosper. Religion in that community is usually narrowed down to a selfish ambition to outnumber other churches. It is usually full of proselyting stories and hard and unkind feelings toward one another. All who are religiously inclined are called upon to help support 3 religious institutions, and they are begged off and dogged at and hunted for until they get tired and wish they had never heard of church or minister or religion. It is then the church is a burden. Unity and fellowship is the fundamental principle of the Christian church. Quote, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. End quote. Quote, we have fellowship one with another, and the blood of Jesus Christ, his Son, cleanseth us from all sin. End quote. 7. Too much toadying to and welcome for the wealthy. Too much attention to the rich, to the neglect of the masses. Is it so? It is possible to find churches where it is not so. It is possible to find too many churches where it is too true. The best pew is hunted out for the man with a gold ring in goodly apparel, while to the poor man in vile raiment is said, stand thou there, or sit here. Quote, hath not God chosen the poor of this world, rich in faith, and heirs of the kingdom which he hath promised to them that love him? End quote. Why should we despise the poor, or even neglect them? Quote, do not rich men oppress you and bring you before the judgment seat? Do they not blaspheme that worthy name by which ye are called? End quote. It occurs to me that it is about time we were observing the royal law according to the scriptures. Quote, thou shalt love thy neighbour as thyself. End quote. 8. The faithlessness of the church. Quote, lack of spirituality. End quote. Quote, the church takes it for granted that not many men will be converted anyhow, hence it is not worthwhile to undertake their conversion. End quote. Quote, men lost confidence in it. End quote. Quote, trying to combine gospel teaching with the world's views. End quote. Quote, the church puts a premium on conservatism. End quote. Quote, don't grapple with moral issues. End quote. These things clearly indicate the direction of the church. It has a form of godliness, but where's the power? May it not be true that we are needing a reformation of the churches of the Reformation? We can do nothing without a living faith, and a living faith will not last long unless we combine real living works with it. Work for the salvation of men, combined with a faith that God will own and bless our efforts, ensures an ingathering of men into our churches. But withal, the church is growing better in her effectiveness. It is easy to criticise. A crack in the wall attracts attention. The mistakes of the church furnish food for the worldling buzzard. But we are improving. We have a better ministry preaching to a better laity, all of whom in their lives are adhering more closely to the simple gospel committed to the apostles. Our work is growing on our hands, and we are growing in our work. The chasm between the church and le beau monde is growing wider and wider. The church is going to the masses, and the masses are coming to the church. All hail, Laus Deo. End of section 15. Section 16 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Chapter 16 Secret Societies. On beginning these chapters, this subject was not included, but my correspondents have forced it upon me by compelling me to think of the many chartered and unchartered institutions with open doors for men only. It would be well for me, as a matter of courtesy, to introduce their statements here, either as a kind of text or pretext from which to move forward in the discussion. It must be remembered that they are brought forth in answer to the question, why are so few men in the churches? Another cause is the multitude of secret societies and clubs to which they belong. I know a number of men who deem their lodge with its ritual and Bible as good enough to be their church, and some of them have more than one to attend every week and pay dues. Many men have clubs and lodges to attend which call their minds away from their obligations to the church. Some even say their lodge is good enough church for them. I preface the next one with this statement, that it is from a lodgeman who is at present engaged in organizing societies, and who is also a devoted member of a Christian church. Hear him in what he has unprejudicially to say. This is a day of orders, and a great many, I know, are devoted to the orders to which they belong, and as the teachings are mainly based upon the Bible, it seems in a great measure to take the place of their religion, or rather is their religion. I think this more particularly true of those orders that are more fraternal than otherwise. Notwithstanding, some of the most devoted Christians I am acquainted with stand high in Masonry and odd fellowship. A man who is at present in the Senate gives his observation in this way, Men have their clubs, their many lodges of the secret societies, which say to them, in language stronger than words, these things meet our spiritual needs. Our order is founded upon benevolence and reverently recognizes God. This is good enough religion for us. In conversation with a grandee of odd fellowship, I was told of a young man who was a member of so many lodges that he had an engagement for every night in the month and every Sunday afternoon. The gentleman said that he himself was a member of 4 societies. We then took the morning paper and ran down the lodge directory column, and we discovered that in the city, wherein was but 12,000 population, there were 38 societies, 7 of which admitted women. My grandee friend said, it is no wonder that men never go to prayer meeting. It is a well-known fact that a number of churches hold that the lodge system is not only detrimental to the church, but that it is not in harmony with the Christ's gospel. Other things being equal, this is made a test of membership in the United Presbyterian, the German Lutheran, the Catholic, and some other churches. Do these ecclesiastical bodies act without cause? Cui bono? They turn the question upon the societies and ask, cui bono? The principle upon which these societies act is that of mutual helpfulness. But the principle of the mutual helpfulness of members of the same sect or order is foreign to the New Testament gospel, which teaches in unmistakable clearness, all ye are brethren. Where are we taught the brotherhood of men? Not in the societies, for they only teach the brotherhood of secret and sworn confederates. Christianity is the first and only patron of the brotherhood of men. Why do these bodies exist? For the welfare of mankind? Not at all. In principle and practice, they exist for the welfare of the society, against all the rest of mankind. It is true they are regarded as semi-religious institutions. Semi-religious is certainly all that could be claimed for any of them, and to my mind it would be difficult to establish that fact. But it is all the religion many men have, and they come to believe it is good enough for them. The direct opposition to Christianity is not alleged, though some of them are doubtless antipodal to the true spirit of the gospel. It is not saying too much when I declare that the lodge, in a subtle and insinuating form of evil, tends to make the society the substitute for the Christian church and a vital spiritual religion. Members have been heard to say, if they had to leave either, they would leave the church. Others have said that the religion of their lodges was all the religion they wanted. A number of the most important societies vaunt themselves with pride and arrogancy in the fact that they will not accept a member who does not believe in a supreme being. What a declaration! I am sure it is broad enough. Do you not know that the Jews call the Christians Gentiles, barbarians, and infidels, and that to the Mohammedans the Buddhists are heathen? But do you not know also that the religious creed of the Lodge en masse is broad enough to admit Jews, Mohammedans, Buddhists, Parthians, Medes, Elamites, and the dwellers in Mesopotamia into a common brotherhood? Unchristian men whose lives do not embody Christian principles are boastful of this fact. The summum bonum of the entire lodge system is that if you will become a member of our order, we will protect and help you, while you, under oath, pledge yourselves to protect and help us, divulging none of the secrets of the order. This being true, the secret society is not an aid to, but an enemy of the church. The church is not a body of select friends, but an assemblage of whosoever will may come. The benefits of the church are spiritual and eternal. The benefits of the lodge are temporal and restrictive. This is not reductio ad absurdum, for but a part of the ground from which these conclusions result had been reviewed. If the lodge does not want criticism along this line, let it carefully remain within the functions of its character, and never assume to be the sufficiency of the spiritual needs of its members. It can never, it will never, and it never intended, to do the work and fill the mission given to the Church by holy mandate. It has done and does do much of the work the Church ought to do, but the Church has done and is doing a large work the order never could do, and deserves criticism for allowing the orders to do any part of her work. I cannot be charged with making a malicious assault upon these institutions. I am not, unless you term the defence of the Holy Christian Church an assault. If by false teachings, by cunning subtlety, or by any insinuating form of evil, men are drawn from the holy religion of our blessed Redeemer, I am not worthy the name of a watchman unless I sound the trumpet and give them warning. While much of these teachings are taken from the Bible, they are not based upon the Bible, and hence their delusiveness. Half-truths are the worst of falsehoods. How can I be expected to give commendation to a partial good when it operates to exclude men from their highest good and blind them to their greatest needs? Did you ever run down over the list of secret societies of one sort and another in America and calculate the number of men connected with them? We have a voting population of about 12 million and a lodge population of about 6 million. Some of these men are connected with Christian churches, but a vast proportion of them are not. I shall not deny that many of the most reputable orders tend to make men good citizens and render much needed charity within their membership, but that they make men good Christians may be justly called in question. I have heard it repeatedly that a man cannot be a good Mason and not be a Christian, but facts deny the assertion. This order is not an exception. I only use it as an example. In all my observation, I am ready to say that, as a rule, the most devoted secret society workers are the poorest examples for Christians. And adding to this observation, I note that the best Christians make the poorest secret order workers. Is this true? If so, and I believe it to be, then there is something between the Church and the order, written or unwritten, that serves to produce the above result. I fear, and I speak candidly, that the operations of the order, when men devote themselves to it, are such as to insinuate a spirit of alienation into its devotees, and hence to draw them from our Holy Communion, established and made sacred by the life and example of the despised and rejected Nazarene. On the other hand, those who give themselves wholly to practicing the virtues included and implied in the Golden Rule find themselves the benefactors of such rich and soul-satisfying rewards that it would not only appear to be, but would be, exceedingly useless for them to burden themselves with other organizations for the selfish benefits derived thereby. Besides, time means much to a businessman. He dares not neglect his business, of whatever sort, if he would succeed. Neither will he neglect it. Being circumspective, it is evident that he will come in contact and closer relationship with more men in one of the orders downtown than if he were to enter the church as a member. So the order receives the preference and gets his time. He is not in church for the very reason that he is in the society and has not the time to devote to both. Now, I have criticised these orders enough. I want to speak a word to their praise, that notwithstanding their work is purely selfish and done within the limits of their membership, yet it is a kind of charity that, when left to the church, was not done at all, and is being done very meagerly to this day. The criticism upon the church is severe enough. Indeed, we have made our religion subject to reproach and infidelity, because we have drawn our skirts about us and abandoned the poor and suffering as unworthy of our attention. Men have said to themselves, "The church won't take care of me if I become sick, poor, or disabled," and many suffer for want of attention when in straitened circumstances. What shall I do? I guess I had better join the fraternity. And he does. He gets sick, and the order secures him a nurse, or provides him with whatever he may need. They visit him. They send words of cheer. They nurse him. They send him money. If he dies, they bury him, and render comfort to the bereaved. All this the church might do and could do upon some practical basis, but the church does not do it except upon an exceedingly limited scale. Men are practical in their thinking, and they see the order is practical in its operations, and looking mostly to the material side of life and its advantages, they choose the order, and the church is, at least nominally, abandoned. Shall we blame the men, condemn the order, or criticize the church? Whatever you do, be charitable, but note the fact that the men cling to the order more closely than to the church. The order is here to stay. So is the church, and the supporters of the one may become the supporters of the other. The church can't afford to lose any of her vital godliness, but she can afford to advance in practicality. End of section 16. Section 17 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 17 Labouring Men and the Church. This is the age of reality. Never was life so real as now. Problems are confronted on every hand. Men's souls are being tried in thousands of ways unknown to Cromwell, Napoleon, Socrates, or Solomon. With a bare few, this is the age of sham, but with the masses, it is the age of fact and fact problems. Capital and labour are parting friendship. The present relationship of employers and employees is not satisfactory. The labourer contends that he has not a proper share of the earnings. He wants a proper adjustment of these matters. He appeals to public opinion, to society, to law, to the church. He grows impatient, gets hold of mistaken ideas, saturates himself with socialism, overlooks important facts, flies off on tangents, divides his own interests, harangues all who do not believe with him, schools into anarchism, then wonders why his cause does not get along better. This phase of the labour question is changing. For the better? Perhaps. It is labour against labour now. That means that the battle must be fought among the artisan classes, for the time being at least. To my mind, the solution of the difficulty rests with them, and they may prove as artless in the settling of the matter now as they have in former times. During all this, what attitude has the labouring man assumed toward the Church? Have they any complaints worthy of consideration? Do they attend church as they should or could? Or would they attend better under other circumstances? And if so, what are the circumstances? Are their complaints against the Church well founded? There is a spirit of antagonism toward the Church. Quote, all working men who are very deeply interested on the side of labour believe that most of the capital of the country belongs to men in the Church, and are, so far, against her. End quote. There seems to be a quaint enjoyment had by some people in bringing social, sectional, and sometimes political differences into the Church. It is very unphilosophic and impolitic to the Church, if not to the cause at hand. And so we observe that the difficulty between capital and labour is insinuated upon the Church, and as much of the capital is represented in the Church, the labouring men say, we will desert her. In this case, quote, the labourer accepts his case as of paramount interest to religion, and proves the thought by his action. End quote. He falls into deeper love with his guild, order, or association. Quote, it becomes a sort of church to him. End quote. Quote, it absorbs his leisure, his love of society, his surplus. End quote. I have collected some of their complaints. With some, quote, the Church is our worst enemy. End quote. With others, the complaint is, quote, not of the churches, but of the misuse of the pulpit to mould public sentiment against their interests. End quote. Quote, the working man has not learned much from the Church of much value. End quote. Quote, ministers do not take the side of labour as they should, more that condemn than uphold labour. End quote. Quote, the labouring men believe the Church is in sympathy and are in the main controlled by the very men who are oppressing them, and hence they take no stock in their profession. End quote. Quote, labourers, as a rule, have very little faith in churches, because members of such, and very often ministers, are not living up to their profession. End quote. Quote, many working men erroneously think the ideal of the Church has nothing in common with their ideal. End quote. Quote, I can't afford to go, can't dress as the rich do, and feel out of place. End quote. Quote, churchianity and Christianity have become divorced, and we'll have none of the former without the latter. End quote. Some of these complaints represent a very insignificant minority of wage earners. The Church is no man's enemy, but it is the friend of man. The Church fights sin. It always has. It always must, or must cease to be. The ministry is not opposed to the artisan class. The poor have the gospel preached to them. He has blundered a good many times in recognizing this class distinction. It is the root fallacy of those who make the labour problem a specialty. He perhaps forgot for a time that Christianity knows no classes. It may be labouring men have not got that help from the Church they deserve. Quote, a drawing church is as necessary as a drawing ministry. End quote. If men are held to the Church, there must be something to hold them to. Most likely the ministry understands the labour question as thoroughly as any class of professional or practical men that are accessible. The golden rule is the foundation principle from which they reason. Though they are charged with being biased and impractical, when they argue against the pillar of Hercules set up by the labour organisations, that does not crucify the facts. That labour creates all wealth is as unphilosophic as it is untrue, and is contrawise to, quote, Paul may plant, Apollos may water, but God giveth the increase. End quote. That all wealth rightly belongs to the labourer is neither true nor charitable, but, quote, the labourer is worthy of his hire. End quote. Now, there is no sense in the world in which a candid mind can come to believe all profits, interests, rents, and so on, are exploitations, mere plunder of the labourer. Capital is stored up labour is faulty and misleading, and nothing better can be said of labour is king. Now, because reasoning and reasoning men cannot gulp down such fallacies, it is wrong to misjudge them and condemn them as the enemies of wage earners. Men seeking the facts should be regarded as the best friends of the artisan classes. There are some imaginary and a few real differences. The chasm between them is less wide and deep than it has been represented. A few labouring men have fallen away, and many have been inclined to the church. They neither go nor come in bodies, but as individuals. They have many minds and do diverse things. Quote, my idea is that a majority of labouring men are in the churches. End quote. Quote, the membership of the churches is largely made up of labouring men. End quote. They expect a good deal from the church, and the church will render them untold benefit if they will heed her instruction. She suggests the golden rule as the basis of operation, and that the stronger bear the infirmities of the weaker. Also, that the weaker become the stronger through careful combination and organization. Organization, combination, cooperation, and centralization are the headlines of business and political life. Quote, organized labor has accomplished a great deal in the way of educational, temperance, and industrial legislation. Profit sharing, cooperation, municipal or governmental control of certain industries will all, doubtless, educate and strengthen the people for independency and self-government. We are living in an age when the people are taking the reins. It may be, nay, it is probable, we shall in time have an industrial democracy. End quote. This may be the remedy. When the utopia is discovered and the labourer has been able to believe it, he will with all his heart enter in and possess the land. May it not be a fact that labouring men are gaining confidence in the position of the church and clergy on these questions which so nearly concern them? And is it not a fact that the accredited growing discontent is with capital, monopolies, and others, and not with the church? Is it not true that, in the last quarter of a century, an effective revolution has been wrought in the whole ecclesia, as well as in the public press, on this important subject? Who are the labouring class? I ask this question now, for I fear a good many have mistaken ideas. According to the interpretation of many, I would be excluded. One writes me, quote, those who work with their hands have a mistaken idea that they are the working class. End quote. If physicians are not labouring men, who are? They are both labourers and benefactors. As much can be said of many other professions. A wage earner is a wage earner wherever you find him, whether as clerk, accountant, treasurer of a bank, carpenter, shop hand, streetcar driver, travelling man, fireman, policeman, brakeman, sexton, preacher, teacher, and 100 and more other occupations too numerous and tiresome to mention. Now, the withdrawal of these as a class, or of any considerable number of them, from connection with churches, would be a misfortune of a magnitude that it would be difficult to overestimate, or, to limit the term, as is often done, it would still be difficult to properly estimate the magnitude of the misfortune. Despise not the labourer, for, quote, who are the nobles of the earth, the true aristocrats, who need not bow their heads to lords, nor doff to kings their hats? Who are they but the men of toil, the mighty and the free, whose hearts and hands subdue the earth and compass all the sea? End quote. Despise them? They are our fathers, our brothers, our mothers, our sisters, our kinsmen, our countrymen. It would be despising ourselves, for we are the noble sons of toil. Despise the church? Leave it? Forsake your mother? Leave your first love? No, 10,000 times no. The testimony of wage earners in the church puts the thought to an open shame. Well may it. I hear the tramp of working men, labourers, and sons of toil, coming, 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 as the angels clear the way. Quote, the morning light is breaking. The darkness disappears. The sons of earth are waking to penitential tears. End quote. Break forth into joy. Sing together, ye waste places of Jerusalem, for the Lord has comforted his people. End of section 17. Section 18 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 18. The Church and Labour Men. The storm clouds continue. They cast their shadows alike upon church and working men, and the shadow has lengthened out over industrial, domestic, political, and educational institutions. There is but little to indicate that we are arriving at the solution of the difficulty. We have suffered many things of many physicians and have spent much money, until we at times feel we are greatly impoverished. Then, on looking about for results, we discover we are nothing bettered, but fear we have rather grown worse. Among the physicians the wage earners have consulted are socialism, anarchism, profit-sharing schemes, boycotts, strikes, combinations, lockouts, guilds, orders, lodges, and time would fail me to tell of the devices, schemes, and utopias offered as a solution of the difficulty, promising invaluable help, but rendering incalculable disappointment. The profit-sharing scheme is thought to be the one offering the most satisfactory diagnosis and treatment of the case. The appeal to legislation as yet has offered little or no relief, and its promises are simply incoherent jargons. Socialist revolution and communistic confiscation and redistribution are contrary to nature, reason, revelation, and experience. Organisation, bureau registration, cooperation, arbitration, and so on, are largely empiric and artificial expedients, giving at best only a partial and superficial amendment. Where shall we go for relief? Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician near? I had thought to mention the Church as the Alexander able to cut the Gordian knot, but one of my fellows exhorts me that, quote, among working men the feeling exists that somehow the Church fails to meet their case. End quote. A little confused, I turn to another whose prophecy is, quote, Church and state will have to and must soon, very soon, confront a serious problem in that quarter. End quote. Not yet at ease, I seek help from another whose solemn declaration is, quote, it will be solved by no concordat in words, but by a gradual growth of understanding and sympathy between the great parties in the contention. The pulpit must not alienate either party. It will best fulfill its ministry to both by endeavouring to impress upon them the need of a higher than human wisdom for the termination of the conflict to the general welfare. End quote. This leads me to a suspicion, if not a conclusion, that the Church does not understand its position toward the labouring men, or they do not understand the position of the Church. Perhaps, in all honesty, both parties might confess to a lack of clearness and a full comprehension of the situation. The Church is the friend of man. It can therefore do nothing other than render sympathy and support to man. It is his friend, whether he is a slave trader, a pirate, a capitalist, a labourer, a drunkard, a virtueless wretch, or what not. To maintain its true position, it must be pronounced upon evil in all forms and among all classes. It must also unhesitatingly commend every good and every virtue indiscriminately. The Church does not sympathize with the labourer in all his aims and undertakings, neither does it with the capitalist. It does sympathize with both in all their better aims and undertakings. The true spirit of brotherhood is taught by the Church. Wherever that spirit obtains, there is liberty. Liberty to disagree, to investigate, to instruct, to exhort, to rebuke. These things are done in charity. The Church must be honest upon this as upon all questions. It nor its ministry should act the part of the cheap politician. No claptrap sympathy will suffice. They must act well their part, for there all the honour lies. Wage earners are not unreasonable. though there be unreasonable men among them. Capitalists are not all villains and thieves, though among them some of that sort are clearly visible. The Church can do nothing else than be honest with all men. This it must be. This it is endeavouring to be. But the Church is composed of individuals. Every man has his creed. As working men are not always honest with the Church, members in the Church are not always honest in their attitude toward the working men. But as the majority of wage earners believe the Church is a good thing and it is their friend, the majority in the Church have profound sympathy for wage earners, wishing them well and rendering them aid. However, in times of actual conflict between employer and employee, the Church, with occasional exceptions, is that of a not inactive non-combatant. When issues are so plain that neutrality is impossible, it must stand for the right. When bulls and bears are engaged, and they can be separated and their ill tempers quieted without the peacemaker becoming either a bull or a bear, then the Church must be a peacemaker. There are usually two sides to a question. The Church may wisely suspend judgment. It may play the part of a conciliator. It may urge arbitration. It may urge the application of the 18th chapter of Matthew. It may even issue a mandamus. But in no case can it afford to act the part of cowardice or be dishonest. There is no disposition on the part of the Church to treat labourers with any other than the spirit of love, friendship, and loyalty. But may it not be that we have advanced too rapidly for many of our working men? We have fine church buildings, with all the expensive paraphernalia that goes to make up and sustain such institutions, and have put ourselves away from the ABCs of religion, so that, quote, where one man and his family can afford to attend and be benefited by the Church, there are hundreds of families for whom there is no place to go, so far as the Church invites, where men can come and be really free and equal. True, there are mission churches and mission schools, but as they are unwilling to be objects of charity, they stay away. End quote. According to William O. McDowell, quote, the Church's influence with the masses, instead of growing, lessens. While the expense of the Church is so great and above the masses, the expense of the newspaper has steadily decreased and is always within the reach of the working man. If you want to know what is the great educational institution of the day, patronized more largely than any other by the masses, I would tell you to go to the office of any great daily paper and ask them the comparative sale of their Sunday edition with their regular weekday edition. End quote. The last part of this statement is undoubtedly true. As to the first part, I am inclined to be infidelic. There are a good many reasons accessible clearly demonstrating that the Church during the 19th century and the last half-century and the last quarter-century and the last decade has been reaching out toward the masses and gathering them to her communion as never before. The Church is at this moment taking on new zeal, and not without knowledge, in this great enterprise. She has been looking with no little concern upon the efforts of working men to secure places to hold their union meetings. She has observed them passing place after place, quote, built in the most fitting form for the purpose, dedicated to the everlasting good of mankind, with a teacher in charge who has devoted his life to the good of his fellow men, in the name of God, the Father of all. And yet this place, this church, yes, 10,000 of churches, are closed and idle, unused for 6 days in the week. And the working men who so greatly need this same wasted room must pass by the closed and locked doors, end quote, to their union halls. She has calculated that the capital invested in her churches is possibly greater than the capital invested in the drinking saloons, but the devil never locks his doors, even one day in the week. Thus far, she has done nothing except in isolated cases. This attitude has been maintained in all good candour by the Church, even though this be a criticism upon her sluggishness in not seeing farther and doing more. She may prove her wisdom in the end for doing just as she has in this matter, or she may awake to see how foolish her treatment of working men has been, in that she has not thrown open her doors for them to come in, organise, counsel, and hold their unions, showing that while she would not participate in all their movements, she would allow her lecture rooms and parlours to be used for them, in which to meet and counsel on all their issues. The idea that the Church is an institution for the privileged classes is losing ground, and that the ministers are apologists for the same classes is also fading. The most of the churches belong to the masses of the people, and not the privileged classes. In the majority of our churches is being preached, quote, "The golden rule is the solution of the labour problem," end quote. And it is not being considered as abominable cant either. In some cases it may irritate and be considered as untrue. The doctrine of the golden rule does not necessarily intrude upon us the quote, "old, time-disgraced doctrine of non-resistance, which has always been the bulwark of invested wrongs," end quote. Some of the pillars of the golden rule doctrine are, quote, "resist the devil, recompense to no man evil for evil, stand against the wiles of the devil, now shall the prince of this world be cast out, put on the whole armour of God, and when you have done all, to stand," end quote. The golden rule makes its devotee a soldier, but it does not make him an anarchist. It allows him to take the sword of the Spirit, but it does not allow him to throw bombs and shells, regardless of human life. Labouring men, the Church believes in you and your cause, and that your rights, usurped by others, shall return to you. It is willing to help you secure them, but it can in no way disregard the Decalogue and the golden rule in the warfare. When you sever your cause from these, you divorce yourselves from the Church. That is a step the Church can never take and fulfill its mission. When, quote, "the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before God day and night," end quote, how was it accomplished? Read and see. Quote, "and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony," end quote. I'll confess to you that now, quote, "we see through a glass darkly, and that now I know in part. But that is because human knowledge is confessedly defective. Defective by limitation and defective by imperfection. The Church, for these reasons, does not know all, neither do the working men. If so, in arraigning one another, we are apt to injure the cause of one another. We each have faith in our cause, and we have hope in the future. But greater than these is charity, which, please God, may we both have in the bonds of unity, peace, and prosperity. End of section 18. Section 19 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 19. Desecrating the Sabbath. The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath, was the text of Christ's retort to the Jews, when, on that day, he and his disciples passed through a field of corn, and the disciples being anhungered, they did pluck and eat. The Son of Man is Lord also of the Sabbath. On a similar day, when in the synagogue teaching, the great physician beheld a man whose right hand was withered, and at the same time he saw a criticising public, and asked, "Is it lawful on the Sabbath days to do good or to do evil, to save life or to destroy it?" Then, looking about with an expression of authority and sympathy, said, "Stretch forth thy hand," and the cure was immediate. Christ neither recognized husking corn nor seeking a physician on that day, but said rather, "There are 6 days in which men ought to work. In them, therefore, come and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day." You hear a good deal said about the puritanical Sabbath, its rigidity and unreasonableness. Facts will warrant that the Puritans were nearer right than we, who have given credence to liberality. In some things we may criticize the inflexibility of their day, but I am sure the elasticity of ours is subject to a severer criticism. The abrogation of the law concerning a rest day is not established, for it is recognised by the man of Nazareth and his disciples, and has come down to us. The law said, "My Sabbath ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you." It calls it the Sabbath of rest, a holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. And concerning those who keep it, the Lord says, "If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord, honourable, and shalt honour him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it." Isaiah chapter 58, verses 13 and 14. In Jewish history, that day had many adversaries, and did mock at her Sabbaths. On it, in the days of Nehemiah, there were many found breaking the law, some treading wine presses, some bringing in sheaves, some gathering grapes and figs, and coming into Jerusalem with all manner of burdens. Through her streets went victuallers, fish were brought and sold, and all manner of ware. So great became the profanation of the day that the gates of the city were required to be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. The Levites were commanded to cleanse themselves and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. That was Sabbath legislation against which much is being said by many persons of many professions in our day. History is sufficiently conclusive that the desecration of this holy day has driven men from God and the sanctuary, and has invited divine judgment. The French government, in its revolutionary days, did all it could to destroy all traces of that sacred day. They even closed the churches and prohibited the observance of the Sabbath. They appointed every 10th day for cessation from labour and for festivity. If anyone closed his shop on the Sabbath day, a heavy fine was imposed. If anyone manifested any reverence for that discarded institution, he was fined and punished. But in revolutionizing the Sabbath, they revolutionized the government. Our own government has always recognized that day, from Washington to the present. The states have legislated upon it in one form and another. The Supreme Courts have rendered decisions concerning official notices published upon it, and in some cases contracts made. We are a Sabbath-observing nation. However, the flexibility of its observance is visible in nation, state, commerce, pleasure-seeking, labour, as well as rest and worship. In a few instances, the pulpit has recognized these departures. The progress of civilization in America renders a verdict that the sacredness of the day has been defiled. The agencies at work corrupting the virtue of it are hydra-headed. Simonides and Diodorus would each be compelled to revise their statement, saying the hydra had respectively 50 and 100 heads. The adversaries of the Sabbath have 1,000 several heads, and every head 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tail, and every tail condemns the Sabbath as a relic of barbarism, a day of superstition, and for the study of creeds. In all cases, they would not dispense with the day, but would modernize it and make it to suit their tastes and notions, which have grown fastidious through the advancing ages. Did you ever stop and look on the multitude who are crying, "Away with the Sabbath, away with it, crucify it"? If not, lift the curtain and study the characters. You find the saloonist dealing out death, the anarchist trampling on law, the drunkard filling himself with venom, the infidel sneering at the Bible, the pleasure-seeker saying, "We have only one time to live, and we intend to have a good time while we do live," the libertines whose feet go down to death, and whose steps take hold on hell, the foul-mouthed whose evil communications corrupt good morals, the extortioners who believe in getting all they can, in whatever way they can, and from whomsoever they can. They are the ones who are the most eloquent and persistent in crying, "No devil, no hell." They are the men who strut around, drink, carouse, swear, betray, and ruin the innocent, men whose hearts are lecherous, and whose purposes are villainous. They are they who, if they ever began, have quit reading the Bible, and who neglect the Sunday school, who turn a deaf ear to the admonitions of Christian parents, who force themselves into doubt and infidelity, many of whom have degenerated into fiends incarnate. Do any understand that Sunday excursions, picnics, recreations, and roundelays are in such demand from pietist reasons, and that they are for the promotion of the sacredness of the Sabbath? I can scarcely get the consent of my mind to believe it, and I should adjudge the person eccentric in the extreme, who, on enjoying a Sabbath excursion to Saratoga Springs, Niagara Falls, the Garden of the Gods, or Yosemite Valley, were to take his prayer book along, and spend his time in repeating collects that were as incongruous to the occasion as a sermon on theatre-going would be at the funeral of a butcher. It would certainly be a novel thing for a man to be found reading his Bible and praying at a Sunday picnic. I never heard of a man being made better sitting on his heel, clapping his hands, and yelling at a Sunday afternoon ball game, while the New York girls play the city scrubs. Men do not take their prayer books along when they go to the beer garden, America's city resort for working men on Sundays. I have never known a man hunting on Sunday to pray so hard that he died from heart failure. Man has never been endowed with the attribute of omnipresence, and so when he goes fishing, hunting, cycling, skating, pleasure driving, picnicking, visiting, he is not going to Sunday school and church services. These are not engaged in without leaving an influence upon morals and character, both of the individual and of the day. Most states have laws prohibiting Sunday labour except household offices of daily necessity and other works of necessity and charity, and according to the statutes, many are guilty of misdemeanours, but the offences are so common that the laws are practically disregarded. In most states there are laws forbidding horse racing, cockfighting, playing at cards, or games of any kind on the first day of the week, commonly called Sunday. But in many hotel bar-rooms, saloons, restaurants, parlours, livery stables, offices, shops, and other places, there is scarcely a Sunday passes when the law is not broken by a band of boys and men playing at games. Horse racing is not uncommon about the cities. But the enforcement of the law in any of these particulars would be a novelty, and would be met with a multitude of huzzas. Furthermore, the states are a unit, having laws forbidding any person to expose to sale any goods, wares, or merchandise. Some of them have added a clause forbidding ale or porterhouses, grocery or tippling shops to be open. That these laws are broken with impunity cannot be questioned. That a proper and judicious effort is made to enforce these laws is doubtful. The Sabbath is the Lord's day. The Lord has made his law governing the day clear and explicit, which no one can violate without wronging his own soul, and for which he shall be called into judgment. It is also a rest day. It is sufficient to toil 6 days, but to slave on the 7th day is to make bricks without straw. Slavery is unpaid toil. The Sunday worker, like the swearer, serves the devil for nothing, and boards himself. If corporations would observe this day, there would be fewer strikes, less boycotts, a decrease of anarchy, and socialism would receive a severe chastisement. The laws of righteousness cannot be broken, and the offenders escape punishment. It is a rest day for servant and master, for bond and free, for male and female, for Jew and Gentile. It is the Lord's Labour Day. Keep it. It has also been called the Home Day, the cheering star of love. This forbids its being continued as a recreation day such as the world would seem to make it. It is a home day in the best sense of the word, without which the sweetness of home life will be wanting. It is the family reunion day. The lack of it multiplies divorces for wives and disgraces for sons. Few, indeed, obey the law perfectly. Those who make the best efforts to keep the day holy unto the Lord are those who are most frequently found with the Bible in their hands and are in the church. Those who disregard it most are those who are found farthest from the sanctuary on the Lord's Day. It is a truism that the Sabbath breaker is not a churchgoer. One of the first steps toward the degeneration of moral life is Sabbath desecration. Of 1,424 persons received into the Missouri State Prison since 1890, 1,100 of them declared they had no religious belief. This is a prima facie evidence that they were not found in the Spirit on the Lord's Day, nor were they found in the churches. Of those who can say, "Welcome, sweet day of rest," but few ever reach the penitentiary. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for this foretaste of the Sabbath of joys above. I was glad when they said unto me, Let us go into the house of the Lord. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. Bake that ye will bake today, and seethe that ye will seethe. But ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. And I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. End of section 19. Section 20 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 20 Inconsistency. In 1884, Blaine and Cleveland were the two plumed knights of the Republican and Democratic parties. The fight was on, and the campaign was one filled with disgraceful recitals of the immoralities of the two men. The papers of the respective parties were filled with hard sayings about their opponents. There were editorials written that perjured conscience and outraged decency. Since then, Blaine has wrapped the drapery of his couch about him and laid down to pleasant dreams. The papers which caricatured him in 1884 now pictured him a hero. The editors who vilified him then and nailed him to their political cross have since outdone themselves in writing encomiums. This illustration is used because it is familiar to you, and there is no denial to it. It is difficult to reconcile the tenderness of the editorial epitaphs of 1893 with the uncharitable denunciations and vilifications of 1884. Have you heard any Republicans or Democrats say they were disgusted at the irreconcilable, discordant, contradictory course of the press, and would not read the papers any more? I hear much prating, however, about the incongruous acts and inconsistent lives of churchmen, and that they do not practice what they preach. Indeed, there are not a few who declare they would have been Christians long ago and active workers in the church, if it had not been for the lives of so many at variance with their professions. Here let me intrude a parenthesis. I do not believe in any such attempts to shift responsibility. Some men may be out of some particular church because some other men are in it. But no man is out of harmony with Christ because someone else is in fellowship with him. Brother, the real reason you are not a Christian is you won't be. Am I begging the question? To my mind, there is no question to beg. However, I shall be frank and make no attempt to conceal the repugnant acts and irreconcilable dispositions of myself or my brethren. When a man enters upon a Christian profession, it is demanded by men of the world that he lives a perfect life. It is true, they do not know what perfect living is. They have no standard of judgment except themselves, and they fail to agree among themselves. They try to interpret the Scriptures for the Christian professor, but they are not agreed among themselves in their interpretations. How could they, when they are led by selfish notions and distorted judgments? There is only one true, infallible guide in judgments and interpretations, and they themselves declare they have not that, and some of them go so far as to affirm there is no Holy Ghost. Who shall declare the inconsistencies of God's elect? The office of the Holy Spirit is to lead and guide the disciples of the Lord into all truth, not to teach them to know the truth and nothing more, but to do the truth as well. How may we know the truth but by testing of it? O taste and see that the Lord is good, and that his truth is truth. but a disciple means a learner. Now, a learner does not know all, or else he would no longer be a disciple. The Christian professor is such a learner. He may prove a very miserable student and unworthy the name, but remember he is but a learner, and he can only practice what he knows. A very poor, dumb, ignorant, rough student may be just as honest in his desires for knowledge as he who stands at the head of the class. Others may berate him and make him the subject of much sport, but they do themselves dishonour, while they do their fellow student an injustice. It is an easy matter to criticise our fellows, but he that judgeth others judgeth himself. But further, the Christian professor is only Christian so far as he knows Christ. He may not have entered very far into the mysteries of godliness. His human nature has not been fully tempered with the gospel leaven. Many crudities appear in his life which testify that he has not attained unto the perfect character of Christ, but they do not warrant the conclusion that he is not being changed into the character of Christ from character to character. The work of a Christian life is to be conformed to the image of his Son. Now he bears the image of the earthly, but if obedient to his guide, he shall bear the image of the heavenly. This view makes it possible to have an abundance of imperfect Christians. Some of them are weaklings, feeding only on the milk of the word. Some are crawling when they ought to have been able to stand upright and walk. Some are walking when they ought to be leaping and running. Some are on crutch and cane. Some are tongue-tied or cannot speak because they would not. Some are pigeon-toed, limp, stumble, and present a sorry figure. Some are stale, musty, and mouldy. And as these are epistles read of men, their mistakes, imperfections, blunders, and crudities are everywhere visible. Now I dare say the devil and many of his imps are mean enough to magnify these and hold them up to ridicule and derision. True, they are not attractive in the highest sense, and do not even reflect credit upon the Christian cause. Many of them suffer great hurt because of stubborn appetites, wicked dispositions, and faulty undertakings, which is splendid buzzard bait for the satanic multitude. But I am in defence of the one who, honestly though humbly, follows the great teacher, and I do not believe he is worthy of the criticism I find heaped upon him. The Church suffers most when Satan clothes one of his imps and steals him into our fellowship, and the first thing we know, a grievous wolf is among us. How he got there, we cannot always tell, and who he is, we are not always sure. We see wolf tracks in the parish, but where's the wolf? We know something is wrong with somebody. Until the true wolf is found and ousted, the harmony and prosperity of the Church is in peril. There are more wolves outside of the Church than in. The inconsistency I see in your life out there is that you prefer to remain in the associations of the worst elements in the world, rather than accept the invitation to the marriage supper of the Lamb. You hunt out the poorest, homeliest, and most miserable in the Church, and put them under the microscope, and then laugh and taunt. Whatever mean and uncomely qualities any Christian character may in any way have, belong to Satan. And when Satan summons his imps to shout taunts and jeers and huzzas at the irreconcilable in these our brethren, he is simply making fun of contemptible qualities more fully developed in himself. A certain president of a certain college in a certain state was going down the street. Before him was a boy, laughing as he went at a man before him with a paper pinned to the tail of his coat. The president watched the man who walked unconcernedly, and the boy in gyrations behind him. But the boy had a paper pinned to his coat, and the president laughed. The man was making sport for the boy, and the boy was making sport for the president. Soon the president walked into a meat shop, and someone laughingly said, "What's this, president?" And lo, he had a paper pinned to his coat. Do you see that stumbling Christian going yonder? Do you see those imps, garbage eaters, dudes, drunkards, and libertines laughing? Which would you rather be? Now be honest and quit your lying. Which? You have been living off of the faults and failings of others long enough. From the disposition and looks of you, I should judge you had had plaguy poor picking. I wish you would forsake your distempered notions and be disciples of the Lord Jesus. Are you not aware that man, who was a failure under the law, has proven a failure under grace? But are you not aware that he who under grace endeavours to do his master's will, upon that same one the master bestows his loving mercy? The Father, knowing how you would stumble over some of us poor Christians, sent his Son, that we might have a perfect example. Judas found nothing wrong in that life, but said, I have betrayed innocent blood. The centurion, having charge of the execution, said, Truly this was the Son of God. Pilate declared repeatedly, I find no fault in him. The men of Decapolis testified that he hath done all things well. And God said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Then I exhort you, look to Christ. Your finger of criticism pointed at us will not save you. Christ is the only perfect one. John was a beautiful character. Luther was a saint in his day, goaded by many a criticism. Knox's memory is sweet incense. The memory of Finney is like a benediction. The late beloved Spurgeon was a great and good man. There are many now living worthy of emulation, but I do not point you to any, however good they may be, for you might be able to discover a fault in their lives. But I point you to Christ only. He is the only perfect man. He is the only perfect example. Of right and wrong he taught, truths such as never man spake, and he practised what he preached. Granting that the inconsistencies of our lives have been stumbling blocks to some of you, I here and now point you Jesus. Look and live, my brother, live. Look to Jesus now and live. 'Tis recorded in his word, Hallelujah. It is only that you look and live. End of section 20. Section 21 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 21. Aprons of Fig Leaves. An attempt was made by the pristine family to hide their first disobedience with the flimsy and unsubstantial covering of fig leaves. These were chosen for the want of something better. They were not necessary, and were as valueless. Having broken the law, they thought to excuse themselves. No sooner had they transgressed than the eyes of them both were opened. What an eye-opener transgression is! Impelled by curiosity, greed, passion, or stubborn will, the transaction is done, and then, if it is impossible to conceal the deed, there is a voluntary exile. The leafy bower, the shady glen, the tangled marsh, the fastnesses of the mountains, the secret dens of the city, furnish open doors to seclusion, and thither the transgressor betakes himself. Listen, I hear a voice. Whose can it be? Is it the police constable or sheriff? It is the voice of the Lord God. Oh, that I might forever stop my ears to that voice, but wherever I go, I hear it. Look, do you see? Who is that walking there? No, it is not the officer of the law. It is the Lord God walking in the cool of the day. Hide! It is no use. He sees you. That eye! Oh, that I might forever hide myself from it. But no, wherever I go, it looks on me and reproaches. Pity the transgressor. Listen to his wail. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there. You have followed me carefully and patiently in these chapters, but hear me a little further. No man offers excuse but that he has either done wrong, or else to keep his deeds from being construed in a wrong light. In either case, guilt attaches. In the first instance, because of the wrong done. In the second instance, because he did not avoid the appearance of evil. All excuses are devil-born. They are far from being righteous. The Lord, in his promise to defend his children, never once promised to justify their excuses. He could not. Once he came and made a review of all peoples in all lands, but found they are all gone aside, they are altogether become filthy, there is none that doeth good, no, not one. It is said of the distinguished naturalist George Cuvier that a fragment of a bone enabled him in thought to read in it the size, age, habits, specific characteristics of the animal to which it belonged. As nothing is hid from God, no difficulties are too great for him, and no self-protection is able to resist him. And while some men are able to tell so much of the animal that lived ages ago from a fragment of its bone, may it not be true that, from a flimsy excuse, men under the direction of the Spirit of the Lord are able in thought to read the size, habits, specific characteristics of the men who made the excuses? It is often difficult to detect the unreasonableness of the excuses made by men for not being Christians, or members of some Christian church, or regular attendants upon stated services in the sanctuary. In the foregoing chapters, I have endeavoured to treat some of these excuses with all candour. Many other unsubstantial reasons have been offered why men absent themselves from worship. Brethren, I have defended the offerings you have made as far as I have dared, and already, someone may say, I have defended them too far. But with much sincerity have I written upon this theme. I am going to speak my judgment upon the summa summarum of the whole subject. I might continue these chapters indefinitely, and you would continue to assign reasons why more men stay away from the house of the Lord than go. The sum total is this: the heart is deceitful. Ben Jonson spoke a certain gospel when he said, "Bad men excuse their faults, good men will leave them. The just man falleth 7 times, and riseth again. Ashamed of his blunder, he passes on." King John observes that the excusing of a fault doth make the fault the worse by the excuse. It is like poking a pillow into the window to conceal the break in the glass. Evil dispositions are full of excuses and defences. They are constantly making aprons of fig leaves. I am constrained to believe that men absent themselves because of acquired habits of sin. The little boy goes to church and Sunday school quite as willingly as the little girl, but when he has been permitted to enter the floodgates of temptation, he ceases his devotion and finds more pleasure in other things. I believe that men, in their acquired habits of sin, are more numerous than women. Being so, they begin to make excuse. They forget their responsibility, and there is coming a time when they will be unable to find a scapegoat upon which they may saddle their apologies. What wilt thou say when he shall punish thee? Self-justification is an old theme and an old sin. It is believed by many to be right, but it is forever wrong. The first gospel to be preached to such a one is, "Let a man examine himself." Oh, the beholdings in a self-examination, when men are brought to see themselves as they are. The heart is deceitful above all things, and desperately wicked. When a man sees his heart in its true light, the hope of his salvation is assured. I am compelled to believe in human depravity. I do not believe God made me an exception to all the world, in that I am the only depraved man of this century. I know myself and my life better than anyone, save God only. I have no apology to make. Dr. Holland said it truly: apology is only egotism wrong side out. I have the mercy of Jesus Christ to plead, which I most humbly do, believing his mercy is boundless and free, and that he will give it me as an everlasting treasure. Neither do I believe God made me an exception to all the world, in that I am the only one upon whom he condescends to bestow his grace. I have seen it fall full and free upon many. I believe he is able to save all who come unto him by faith. He is most willing to say, "Thy sins, which are many, are all forgiven thee." Men, unmask. The world knows you. Certainly you cannot deceive God. Throw off your filthy rags. Put on the robe of righteousness. Your excuses are simply vanity of vanities. Hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments. Deceive not yourselves longer. Forsake the things that are worldly, sensual, devilish. Be honest with yourself. There is no reason, absolutely no reason, for your absence from the church and your rebellion to Christ. When the world's great fire alarm shall sound, and the heavens shall roll together as a scroll, and the earth shall melt with fervent heat, where, O where, my brother, shall thy portion be? Whither, O whither, shalt thou flee for refuge? Thou art inexcusable, O man. The doors of the church are open. It recognizes neither race nor colour. It says, "Come," at every ringing of the bell, and every song of the congregation, and every prayer of its people, and every sermon of its ministry. Whosoever will, let him come. Come without money and without price. Enter into its courts with gladness. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. End of section 21. Section 22 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Chapter 22. Some Remedies. Having reviewed this case thus thoroughly and given a general diagnosis, I have come now to consider some remedies that have been suggested. In the beginning, I may say it is difficult to select a remedy that will answer all cases and meet all demands. The physician who claims to be able to cure all diseases with one medicine is denominated a quack and a crank. Many of the remedies here offered are not very far-reaching. However, some importance is attached to all of them. It must not be thought that they are all of equal importance, since from the nature of the case that cannot be. Nor it need not be considered absolutely necessary to employ all of them in one's life work in the church. In truth, it might be found that most of them are useless and burdensome, and were better left untouched. On the other hand, other remedies not here mentioned or implied may be in use or discovered, which, because of their efficiency, far exceed in value the ones here presented. Caution is always commendable in the employment of remedies. With a belief that these will be of use to you and the Church in general, I submit them with a prayer that the Church may in some way gain access to the hearts of men, and that all may be moulded and fashioned after our one and only model and pattern. 1. Anything that will make the Church more efficient in the line of character building will in the end overcome the indifference of men. The latitude of this statement is great enough for any. The wisdom as to what shall be employed is left with the Church. It embraces the great object of the Christian Church, character building. It implies that indifference is the principal reason for the absence of men from the Church. The virtues and dangers of such a remedy may not appear on the face of it. It does not believe in the laws of the Medes and Persians, but is an antidote of flexibility. It would seem to suggest the thought of self-examination, and then, from the nature of the disease, act according to your own judgment. It gives the Church the liberty of self-judgment, self-justification, or self-correction. It gives it the liberty to employ foreign aid and foreign antidotes. It can choose its physician, its medicine, its nurse, one or all. One great trouble attaches to this remedy. The sick may be able to locate the pain without knowing what the disease is, in which case his judgment of selection is more apt to be at fault than otherwise, and the wrong remedy would be employed with perhaps fatal results. 2. Men are usually employed in business efforts where business principles are a necessity. In the Church, business principles are overlooked too much of the time. The books are not properly kept, or perhaps not kept at all. The result is, if anyone desires to review the work of the Church and go to the books for records and accounts, he leaves it without knowing any more than he did before going, and, it may be, goes away troubled with the question, "I wonder what became of all their funds, and were they employed honestly?" This question is timely and very pertinent. Business men will not, as a rule, join themselves to a Church guilty of such looseness. As a Church, we are not to blame them, but assume the blame ourselves if we are guilty. We should not become particips criminis to any such crime. I do not take this position to defend, shield, or in any wise excuse men from not becoming churchmen. but to point out the fact that one remedy that can be employed to profit, which will produce a healthy spirit in the church and among men, is employ business principles in the business features of church work, and in all things show honesty. When General Booth of the Salvation Army was recently accused of misappropriating money contributed for sacred purposes, a committee was constituted to investigate the records of the army, and it did not appear that such charges could be sustained, but gave testimony that the books were kept according to approved methods of keeping business records. Every local church should keep a full and correct record of all its proceedings. Accusations of looseness, dishonesty, or unprincipled business cannot then be sustained, and the church has gained prestige and honour, all of which is admirable to men. 3. Such a unity between different churches or denominations as that will cause half or 2/3 of the churches to be wiped out. I am not going to give too much credence to this remedy, for it is a question that is debatable. Are there too many churches? In some communities, this accusation is sustained beyond question. In other communities, there are not enough, and in many communities, there are none. This is true in our own country. Interdenominational unity is increasing, and so far as it is true, it is presenting a favourable impression. Denominational unity deserves increase, as well also as local church unity. We do make distinctions in Protestant churches such as do not obtain in Catholic parishes. In Catholic churches, the rich and poor, the royalty and peasantry sit side by side, and together enjoy Mass. It is the crime of Protestantism to allow local distinctions. Make no distinctions save those of character. How would it do to inscribe over every altar in every church this: liberty, fraternity, equality? It will certainly become a most excellent ameliorating principle to bring into usage wherever it does not now exist. Give us church union, or at least give us an extension of civilities, fellowship, and methods whereby we may be able to write over all our chapel doors: our methods are one, our fundamental principles are one, our faith is one, our hope is one, our love is one, we are one. Welcome. 4. I am particularly impressed in this remedy, and to it I plead guilty. Guilty in not taking advantage of it as I should. But what is the remedy? The remedy appears in the accusation: there is not enough thought and preparation given to the secondary church meetings to make them interesting. If sufficiently entertaining, men will be there. The truth is, you are compelled to go hunting to find a minister, deacon, class leader, or elder that is not guilty according to the above charge. I take it that the application is to be made particularly to the midweek prayer meeting. Of course, the one who wrote me the above did not mean that these secondary meetings should be entertaining, according to the much use to which the word is put. At any rate, I read in that word that the meetings should sparkle with sweet spirit, and be freighted with useful and fruitful thought. Those meetings ought to assert themselves because of their importance. But if we put no grain into the sack when we go to mill, we will have none to grind when we get there, nor will we have any flour with which to return. 5. I am desirous of calling attention to the importance of reading circles in which the best literature is used as the basis of all discussions and conversations. The reading to be done at home or at the meeting. They can be and are made very useful. As usual, more women join them than men. But men do get interested in Chautauqua circles, home reading clubs, and the like, and manifest great delight in them at times. This is not the least important remedy to be mentioned, neither is it what I should consider one of the most important, but it is a worthy remedy, and one that produces healthful results. It stimulates the mental faculties and brings into activity many latent forces. It lends cheer and good spirit to the daily toiler, for he is given something besides routine work to think about. I commend it for the good it has done and is capable of doing. These circles may meet weekly or oftener at some homes or in the church parlours, or wherever they might find a convenient place. They may or may not be under the immediate supervision of the pastor in all cases, but should be loyal to the church when organised as one of the adjuncts of the church. 6. The use of clubs other than reading circles are of value in interesting men. If the club work of the church is employed to any considerable extent, church parlours are necessary. I am not quite certain but that church parlours, bathrooms, reading and library rooms, bowling alleys, gymnasiums, are to be held in higher appreciation than at present. As churches, we should have appliances for reaching men from all sides, very much as the Young Men's Christian Association does. Our work is to reach men, not men only, but men in particular. The church must become all things to all men, in order that it may win men. If the club, organised for pleasure, bathing, cycling, exercise, mental culture, or all of these, be the means of reaching and saving some, then by all means employ the club. Let it be one of the methods to draw men and interest them in all the ameliorating agencies furnished by the church. End of section 22. Section 23 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 23. Other Remedies. 7. Still another remedy of the club sort is found in monthly meetings for men only. Such as James B. Gregg, D.D., of Colorado Springs, described in the Advance of July 14, 1892. He observed that while the women of our churches have a great many opportunities for getting together socially, very inadequate provision is made for the men in that regard. Indeed, for the most part, no provision is made at all. There is, of course, the prayer meeting and the church social, but these are meetings for both sexes. But women like to get together as women, and men, perhaps even more, like to get together as men, as witness the many clubs and lodges and secular societies of various sorts to which men only are eligible. Now, in the church, the women have their sewing society, and commonly their missionary society, and often their women's prayer meeting. But the men in a church rarely have any organisation in which they can come together as masculine beings for holy virile converse. To meet this felt want, he organised what he called the Men's Monday Evening Club. It was open to all male members of the congregation old enough to be interested in its proceedings. A trifling fee of 50 cents, which served to buy a record book and postals for notification of the meetings for the 2 winters of the club's existence, constituted the expenses incurred. A brief constitution was drawn up, and a president and secretary and treasurer and executive committee were elected. The organisation of the club was of the simplest. Its purpose was defined to be the promotion of a mutually helpful acquaintance and fellowship of the men of the congregation, and the discussion of questions of public morals and common interest. The club met during the winter season only, at the house of some member. Following the discussion, a mild refection of coffee and cake, or something of that sort, light enough not to be burdensome, was enjoyed. The subjects were sometimes opened by a paper, and sometimes by an address, and sometimes assumed the form of a debate, and then at other times all were called upon, one after another. Practical subjects were always discussed, such as profit-sharing schemes, natural monopolies, trades union and non-union labour, sanitation of cities, prison reform, what shall we do with our boys? Should national political organisations be carried into state, county and city politics? Excellencies and defects of our American public school system, the silver question, and other questions of importance. The meetings were attended by from 25 to 50 men. In fine, I have found, says Dr. Gregg, our men's club a very admirable means of getting men acquainted with each other, quickening their interest in matters of public concern, and making the church a sensibly felt force in the community. I have been delighted to see how sociable men could be. When the coffee is brought in, the buzz of a ladies' sewing society is distanced entirely. Such an organisation commends itself at once. It cannot help but furnish some relief upon this vexed question. I have known its being employed by several pastors, and always with good results. I here and now commend it. 8. Make every member a soldier and not an invalid. Machinery left to itself will rust out much sooner than it will, with proper oiling and care, wear out. Soldiers left to themselves with no work, no drill, no employment, no camp nor field duties, degenerate. Many are sick or invalidic for the want of a disposition to work or something to do. We have a great many church invalids. They never did anything in the church. They were never given anything to do. They were never taught that they should do anything in the church. They believed that the supreme right inhered in the pastor and women of the church to do all the praying and the parish work. The result is a familiar one. The men shriveled up and dwindled away until they spiritually became walking skeletons, seen and admired of men because they were men. Men falsely consider themselves the standing army of the nation, while the women are the standing army of the church. They say, "We are men, my liege." But as Macbeth responded to the murderer, let us put it now, "Aye, in the catalogue ye go for men." Men, if you want to get to heaven, you must show yourselves manly and take hold and lift. I think your wives have been guilty in being too willing to let you shirk duty. I am afraid your pastors have been too willing to go ahead and do the work with what help they might get from the women. Whatever the reason, men are found without the whole armour of God on, and are losing the inclination they may have had to put it on. Warriors! And where are warriors found? Behold the women of our churches. But men can be, men must be. Some will be by being told. Some must be drawn into the army. Others we will be required to draft. It will be a happy scene when our fathers and husbands and sons and brothers shall awake, though in astonishment, and inquire, "Am I a soldier of the cross, a follower of the Lamb? If so, then, sure I must fight, if I would reign. Increase my courage, Lord. I'll bear the toil, endure the pain, supported by thy word." 9. Somewhat kindred to the preceding one is this: abundance of work of the most practical kind for men. Special work for young men. Vigilance, practical work for the ministry and laymen. At work, good thought. But in the church there is but little to do, and we men have plenty to engage us in our business. It goes without contradiction that but little is done in the church, however much there may be to do, and that little is done chiefly by the women. Let the necessities of the church be published from Dan to Beersheba and made plain to men. Let the ministry devise methods of getting men to work. The church, the entire church, should move at the command of the pastor as an army at the command of its general. On him in particular rests the duty of directing in every department of work. He should and must direct with wisdom. All visionary schemes are best kept in the background. He is the engine which hooks first fast hold to God, and then to other men just like himself, and says, as the old six-wheeler moves, "Come along." The sons of Anak must be taught the way and put to work. Many would work more if they knew how better. Teach them. Many would work more if they knew what to do, where and when to work. Direct them. Though it is late in the day, some work of righteousness may be done. Why stand ye here all the day idle? Because no man hath hired us, or hath taught us, or directed us. 10. I am inclined to give you the Dead Town Epistle, remedy, or direction on how to win men. It is, he who devotes some part or all of his time to the business of winning men from sin and death to life and peace, must first win himself, every whit of him, till every pulse beat is in unison with the great heart-throb of Jesus, who died to save the lost. His blood should often tingle to the very fingertips in his earnestness. He should be so fully won to his work that sacrifice and toil would be given cheerfully. Such men cannot help but win men. Those they meet in the city of destruction or find in the pits of death will respond to the tug of a mighty soul, like theirs must be, if thus consecrated. Give us a single 100 fully won men, whose aim and object and purpose is nothing else but to spend and be spent in saving souls, and before a decade has passed, every hilltop and valley of all lands will blaze with the electric light of God's presence, and millions of men, redeemed by the blood of the Lamb, having been won through revivals thus kindled, will make the very mountains and hills break forth before you into singing. Oh, for a company full of faith, dead in earnest, thoroughly awake, constantly alive, always at it, never give up, sure to win men, that will now determine to seek the closet of prayer, and once and forever give themselves to God for this work. Then secular means will be sanctified to a purpose. Then the iron grip of the will, under God, will mould, twist, and turn various methods, means, and opportunities into one channel. Then the worker will create plans for winning men, and the keen sight of his soul tell him how they are to be used. End of section 23. Section 24. Chapter 24. Additional remedies. Thus far, 10 remedies have been suggested. The necessity of winning oneself, abundance of work, make the members soldiers and not invalids, clubs for men only, clubs for both sexes, reading circles, more and better preparation made for the secondary meetings, unity, business principles employed, anything that will make the church more efficient in the line of character building. 11. I now come to offer some more suggestions. What shall the 11th remedy be? Suppose we mention socials, or the social work of the church. Someone thought it of sufficient importance to be mentioned. This feature of church work is important in the extreme. I'm not going to dwell upon the significance of dime socials, church fairs, oyster suppers, or ice cream socials. Nothing of the kind. I shall not attempt to define the pleasure Satan has in beholding a company of Christians enjoying such things for the glory of God and the payment of a church debt. The social work of the church should not be narrowed down to such excrescences as shoots or parachutes. I have seen individual churches fairly burdened with this feature of social work, until some of its people were compelled to cry out, "How long, O Lord, how long?" They bear overwhelming testimony to the fact that, when run to extremes, they drive more away from the church than they attract to it. But there is another element in social work not implied in the above. It has its origin in love, which, when it is enjoyed, produces fellowship one with another, and the blood of Jesus Christ his Son cleanseth us from all sin. This love extracts fear and formalism. It makes every gathering a social one. When the hour of worship is ended, it calls everyone into informal fellowship. No stranger escapes unnoticed. He enjoys a hearty handshake from more than one, with a "come again and bring your friends." It knows no strangers, but all are friends and acquaintances. It is not only social at all church gatherings, but it is social for the glory of God every day in the week. It does not wait for the other party to speak, but it speaks. It may o'erstep the laws and regulations of society. It matters not, so long as it is in the line of duty. Its sympathy for snails and its attachment to drones is very limited. It makes the church as busy as a hillock of ants or a swarm of bees. The close of a Sabbath service often reminds me of a flock of sheep penned up for some hours, and you go and open the gate, and one starts out, followed by all the rest. Everyone wants to get out first. Nobody spoke to you, eh? And you spoke to no one. The preacher, knowing their folly, as soon as the benediction has been said, hastens to the door and offers his hand and good cheer to as many as will take it, or can be reached. It may be he has a fellowship committee whose business it is to hunt out strangers and see that they are given a welcome, introduced to some of the members, and made acquainted with the pastor. But, like many committees, they leave the work to be done by someone else. This work must be done by someone, or else the church will suffer. The men who are in the church should take hold of this feature of service and demonstrate its worth. But the men need not be alone in this work. The women, being in the majority, should have a hand in it. I know there is a false modesty which forbids some women doing work of that kind, but it never hurts a modest nature to show sociability in her church any more than in her home. The excuse that "nobody spoke to me" is oftener made by men than women. They the oftener allege that they have not a welcome and are not wanted. However flimsy the excuse may be, it is one we have to meet. This is a remedy for that, or at least a help. The practice of it will serve to attract men and convert them to the practical merits of the Church. The social condition of church work is a feature commending itself. On assembling in divine services, greet one another. When a stranger enters the church, give him a hearty welcome. Always be courteous and careful. Make them feel at home. Have sunshine in your heart. The world is full of cares, and when one spends 6 days in home duties, the tug of the shop, or the whirl of business, he feels as if the church ought to furnish him sunshine. If he brings none with him, then you have to furnish it for him. Everyone should remember that star to star vibrates light. Don't attempt to pattern after Old Mother Dismal and think there are worlds of piety in it. A long face is no more a sign that the church is a splendid place to go and that one has peace with God, than that he is dyspeptic, has liver complaint, is mad and pouty, or has lost a dear friend. Look as if you were pleased with your God and enjoyed his mercies. There are extremes in most things, so in long, sad faces and pretentious piety, as well as in social giddiness. Never be giddy in church, always companionable. Avoid boisterousness in talk and laughter. Remember you are in God's house. Never o'erstep the bounds of modesty in anything, but don't neglect this remedy. It is like a medicine to do thee good. 12. Compel men to live as good lives as the women. This is mandatory. A mule does not get thirsty by leading him to the watering place. The remedy is a good one if it can be made practical. With our double standard of physical, social, and moral life, it is difficult to operate this remedy. I see no way of using it but by destroying the double standard. How shall that be done? Womanly virtues might be lowered to manly vices, but this would remedy it not by making the men lead as good lives as the women, but by making the women live as bad lives as the men. Nobody will sanction this method. Then the other way is to lift manly virtues higher and to pass judgment upon manly vices. You see, I have spoken of manly vices. There are no manly vices. I only mean by it here the vices of the men. How shall this be accomplished? Not by applauding vice in men, but by showing them a better way. If they will not choose the better way and pursue it, let womanly virtue assert itself. As long as women walk the streets with men smoking cigars, cigarettes, or pipes, men will walk the streets with the women and smoke. As long as women admit men into their society who have been guilty of social vice and exclude women guilty of like sins, men will continue in such practices and enjoy respectability, while they are at the same time purloining the scanty virtue of the unfortunate woman. Then who shall administer this remedy? Whatever the church, legislation, or public opinion may do, this remedy must, for the most part, ever remain in the hands of our gentler sex. Let womanhood stand empirical in womanly virtue, condemning the vice of her sister and brother alike. Let womanhood be true to charity and virtue all the time, and this remedy will produce results of exceeding merit and marvellous proportions. 13. Let us call this the Christian Endeavour remedy. For the Christian Endeavour Societies are doing a good work in interesting a great many young men, as well as young ladies, in active Christian service. The coordinate work of the Young Men's Christian Association is also good and is accomplishing much, but it is not organised except in the cities and larger towns, and requires a secretary to keep it moving along in any degree of usefulness. The Christian Endeavour Society is so planned as to fit every community where Christian work is done, and every Protestant church. It is calling into activity the youthful element in the church. There may be more young women than young men, but there is a visible increase in the number of young men who are linking their fortunes with the church through this agency. The truth is, the Christian Endeavour work is coming to be the arterial strength of the spiritual life of the church. Every department of church work is important, but the providential office of the Christian Endeavour Society is of such excellency that it merits one of the first places in the catalogue of all our departments. In it, young men find something to do, and they have shown a willingness to take hold and do what they could. It has, is now, and will continue to increase their zeal for religious work. It gives Christian work a practical phase. It makes it attractive, and makes attractive its usefulness. It magnifies faith and work. It says, I will endeavour, and young men are making that endeavour. End of section 24. Section 25 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 25. 4 more remedies. 14. The utility of special evangelistic services for men only is presented here as a most valuable aid, though it would hardly be called a specific. I have been led to study and inquire into who are the teachers of crime. I am persuaded that while woman shows guilt of being a party to the evil, that men are clearly in the ascendancy in the evil. The organised and unorganised institutions of crime are for the most part constituted and controlled by men. The official report from the Census Department is strong evidence in support of this. It shows that there are 6,405 women prisoners in this country, which is a little less than 8% of the aggregate, while there are 75,924 men prisoners, which is a little more than 92% of the aggregate. These figures speak eloquently in support of the notion that men control and support the institutions of crime, and that men are the victims of those institutions. That men draw, entice, inveigle, persuade, scorn, seduce, wheedle, and use every discoverable craft to draw men into crime is too familiar to every candid and honest mind to be gainsaid. No one charges women with teaching and leading the sterner sex into the vast amount of crime which the census report gives testimony, while she herself forms such a small % of the criminals. Granting that the law and its officers have shown clemency toward women, the proportion cannot be proven, nor can a respectable minority be found to believe that woman is the teacher and man the victim of crime. Man is king of crime. This fact has led me to observe the influence men have upon men in institutions of crime. Men can control, direct, and manipulate men there in every conceivable way. This being true, may it not speak with authority upon the value of special evangelistic efforts for men only? If they exercise such authority upon one another in baser life, it is reasonable to suppose they may hold a superior influence upon one another in a purer life. And it is not a supposition. It has been demonstrated to be true, and is clearly evidenced day by day. The men of a church organised in special work will bring results such as are not now known. The correlative is true. Women have more influence with women. They have worked for women and have drawn them into religious activities and into the church, and as the men have worked less in that direction, their side of the house has grown less rapidly. If the men worked for men as constantly and faithfully as women have for women, the church would not wear such apparel and walk so lopsided. 15. Some of my correspondents emphasized the demonstrative remedy. Live more on our knees and with our Bibles. The teaching and example of Christian charity is not a creed to be believed, but a life to be lived. How imperatively true is all of this? The strength of one's character is only what the life back of it makes it. More on our knees and less on the throne. More with our Bibles and less with unsubstantial literature. More in the footsteps of Christ and less in the tracks of creeds. Not less believing, but better living. There are countless ways of demonstrating a pure Christian life, and the world cares less how it is done than that it is done. Tired of living according to the dictum of some church or creed, we turn to the best of all creeds, the teachings and example of the Christ. I understand the importance of creeds and do not disbelieve in them, but in everyday life man wants better shoes and a warmer coat to wear than cold, formal, heartless creeds. A Christian life means so much. It is a city on a hill. It is a candle on a candlestick. It is an epistle read of men. It is man's best legacy to the world. 16. Upon Christian mothers rests the hope of the church and our country. The office of a Christian mother is far-reaching in results and effects. You remember that Napoleon said, "What France needs is a generation of good mothers." Every consecrated mother bears a noble part in this reform work which will tell in the generations to come. But I am thinking my correspondent only gave half the remedy. What the Church needs in this direction is a generation of Christian fathers as well. Fathers in whom their sons believe. Recently a lady told me of her brother's experience in trying to be tough before he was converted. But after he became a Christian, he said to his sister, "Flo, I used to try to be tough and to be sceptical, but do you know, I could never get away from my father's life. While there may be many hypocrites, I know he is a Christian and lives up to what he believes." How eloquently, how grandiloquently the consistent lives of parents repeat themselves in the lives of their children. We do not want fewer Christian mothers, they are scarce enough, but we want more Christian fathers, whose lives are walking commentaries upon consistent manhood. Good fathers and mothers alike, to whom the children can point with pride and assurance, knowing their lives are worthy and right. Good fathers and mothers whose lives repeat themselves in the lives of their children. Fathers and mothers whose lives demonstrate the worth of a Christian faith and profession. If the fathers were church members as the mothers are, if husbands were as regular at church and prayer meetings as their wives are, if men would come into the church and bring the sons, as mothers bring the daughters, both the records of our churches and our jails would soon tell a different story. Let us improve the fatherhood of our churches, and then we shall greatly remedy the brotherhood of them. 17. More earnest effort for the conversion of the boys in our Sunday school. The teacher is before the class to feed my lambs, not to feed my giraffes. Whatever is done in our Sunday schools to solve the boy problem, more might be done, and needs to be done. A very great responsibility rests upon the teacher. Sometimes boys seem to have a very unnatural life in them in the Sunday school, and it serves to worry and annoy so much that it becomes offensive to the teacher, superintendent, or other members of the school, and it is observed by the boy, and he becomes offended at them and leaves. Lack of interest in the boys is alienating. Boys are boys, I know, but they are the only material we have out of which to make men. They are like axes, need tempering and grinding. The axe that is hardest to sharpen and temper usually carries its edge the longest. An old bachelor once wrote, quote, "A boy will eat, and a boy will drink, and a boy will play all day. But a boy won't work, and a boy won't think, for a boy isn't built that way." End quote. Now, we wouldn't think anything of such a couplet if it were written by an old maid, but an old bachelor ought to know better. It is a gracious privilege to feed a boy, such a privilege as an old bachelor cannot appreciate. He usually has a wonderful appetite, and, figuratively speaking, he eats like a sawmill. But don't be alarmed, that is not a bad symptom. He does everything else likewise. Indeed, sometimes he makes you think that he is a buzz-saw or a whole planing mill. To be candid, that is in his favour. If he has any work to do, it is done the same way. And as for his thinking, he is always at it. You can't keep him from it any more than you can stop a cyclone. Mr. B. F. Jacobs says, quote, "It is an outrage to try to stop a boy from thinking. Why, that is our business, to try to train their thoughts. Our business is to help them to think. Our business is to teach them how to think. For if we can make them think right, we need not worry ourselves about their living right. That is what God says. Remember the 55th of Isaiah. My thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are my ways your ways, saith the Lord." That is to say, if we thought as God thinks, we should walk as God walks. End quote. And then he remodels the foregoing couplet, quote, "A boy must eat, and a boy must drink, and a boy must play each day. For a boy will work, and a boy will think, for a boy is built that way." End quote. But his thinking must be directed. The philanthropic old coloured preacher said to his audience, "The Bible says, de brethren, that if you bring up a child in the way he should go, when he is old, he will not depart from it. And I might add that the same rule holds good, only in a stronger fashion, when you bring him up in the way that he shouldn't go. We are to direct the thinking of the boy. As long as a boy thinks right, he'll go right. Right thinking, right living, right results, a glorious immortality. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Save the boy. Teach him what and how to think. End of section 25. Section 26 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 26 Young Men's Sunday Evening Club. 18. The 18th Remedy. The church bell rings on Sunday just as loudly for men as for women. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear. In these latter days it has become absolutely necessary to go out into the highways and hedges and compel men to the church, by urgent invitation, by special attractions, by much persuasion, by organised efforts, by strategic skill. The advice that is given, urging more prayer and thought put into the general services, is good. When men go to church and are given a soup bone, they may not return. If they do return and are given another soup bone, they begin to say, "We'll hunt another boarding place." Now and then you find a man who would as soon have a soup bone as anything, perhaps he even likes them, and continues to come. But ordinarily men grow tired of that kind of diet. Who shall put prayer and thought into the services? It may be the people are forgetful that they are under obligation to pray and think for the general services of the church. Of course the preacher will, but the people must also. That is a cold, dry, formal, lifeless, uninviting, spiritless church, where the preacher is the only one who prays and thinks for the glory of God. An attractive preacher is a good thing, but an attractive church is a better thing. The need of the present in all our local church work is a drawing church. A church that neither prays for its own spiritual uplift and development, nor thinks for its own good, but leaves that phase of the work to the pastor, is a church void of attractive and drawing power. The church that loves and sympathizes and fellowships and prays and organizes itself for effectiveness and puts thought into its work becomes a magnetic power and possesses drawing influences. The Sabbath feasts and midweek services should be prepared by the pastor and people. To put it another way, it should be prepared by the church at work, and by it carried into effect. The pastor should not be alone in arranging this work, nor in carrying it out. The church at work should prepare and invite. Come, for all things are now ready. You have followed me with patience and interest as I have presented these papers. I have no apology to make for the long and tedious discussion, only there is a great need of men in Christian work. But hear me in this also. I have been deeply interested in another phase of Remedies. It is a practical method of putting prayer and thought and work into our churches so as to draw men and others into Christian activity. It is another club. Perhaps you may have an antipathy for clubs, but I do not care so much what you call it, so it does the work and draws and saves men. It is called the Young Men's Sunday Evening Club. Though it is a young men's club, it has no age limit. It is called a Sunday Evening Club because it works particularly for and through the Sunday evening service. If you would like to know of any churches wherein such organizations exist, I might refer you to Reverend William Williamson of Canton, Ohio, who has such a club which bears the name Young Men's Council. He commends it in the most enthusiastic way. Reverend John Favell of Appleton, Wisconsin, speaks encouragingly of his Young Men's Sunday Evening Club, which celebrated its first anniversary in February 1893. He says he seldom preaches more than 15 minutes, tries to put the contents of a 30-minute sermon into that. They use regularly printed programs in their services. At the head of the Lakes, Duluth, Reverend Edward M. Noyes is pastor of Pilgrim Church. He has had a young men's club for more than 2 years. He says, quote, "The primary object of this club is to make the Sunday evening service interesting and effective. It also aims to promote the mutual acquaintance of the men of the congregation and to further their social and intellectual culture. It invites as members all who may attend the services who are not already enlisted in other churches. The only condition of membership is the payment of $1. It is expected, however, that all members will serve on committees when appointed. All committees are changed monthly." End quote. On one of their printed programmes is this notice, quote, "The club extends a cordial welcome to all strangers and others without a church home, and the invitation committee will be glad to meet any such and introduce them to the pastor. A man that hath friends must show himself friendly." End quote. At Emporia, Kansas, Reverend Piers Pinch has recently organised such a club. He reports it very promising. Wherever this plan of work has been adopted, it has proven a valuable stimulus in drawing men into the church services and into religious activities. It might be of interest right here to give the constitution that is usually adopted. It can do no harm and may result in good. It may stimulate to greater activity and effectiveness. I have never tried this plan, but it commends itself to me, and I shall hold it under consideration with a view to organisation. The following is the Constitution. Article 1. Name. The name of this organisation shall be the blank of blank. Article 2. Objects. Its primary object shall be to increase the interest and effectiveness of the Sunday evening service of blank church in blank, and in connection with this, to promote the mutual acquaintance and further the welfare of the young men of the congregation. Article 3. Membership. A fee of $1 shall be asked of all who join this club, and payment thereof shall constitute membership. It is expected that all members shall serve on committees when appointed. Article 4. Officers. The officers of the club shall be a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, who shall hold their office for 3 months. Article 5. Committees. The president shall appoint the following committees, each of which shall serve 1 month. First, a committee on worship, who, with the pastor, shall furnish the general plan for each evening service by way of sermon, responsive service, and hymns. Second, a committee on music, who, with the organist and choir director, shall see that the evening service is provided with appropriate vocal and instrumental music. Third, a committee on printing and announcements, whose duty it shall be to see that the evening service is sufficiently advertised and supplied with programmes. Fourth, a committee on ushers and collectors, who shall see that the evening service is provided with these officers. Fifth, a committee on invitation, whose duty it shall be to invite strangers and non-attendants of any church to the evening service, and who shall also act as a reception and vestibule committee. Sixth, a social committee, whose business it shall be to plan for the social interests of the club, apart from the Sunday evening service. Seventh, a literature committee, whose duty it shall be to maintain the exchange table and to forward papers and magazines to mines, lumber camps, and so on. Eighth, a finance committee, of which the treasurer shall be chairman, whose duty it shall be to provide for the extra funds necessary to the success of the work of the club. Ninth, a committee on membership, whose duty it shall be to secure new members. Article 6. Meetings. Regular meetings shall be held on the last Monday evening of each month in the church parlours. Special meetings may be called by the President. Article 7. Amendments. This Constitution may be amended by a 2/3 vote of those present at any regularly called meeting. This plan of work is unique. Where it has been employed, the pastors are quite enthusiastic over it. Churches have been known to treble and quadruple their Sunday evening attendance at the service in the course of a year or two through its efficiency. Invitation cards are given out, and cards of introduction for the invitation and vestibule committees. Programmes are put in the hands of all who attend service. The service is made an interesting one. It is followed up with a 10-minute after meeting. 10, 15, 25 or more persons are scattered through the pews, each of whom asks the people in a given number of pews to stay for the after service. As a result, frequent conversions are had at these meetings. As Reverend Mr. Noyes says, the best thing about the club is that it sets young men at work and makes their influence felt as a body. I have gone into workshops and looked with admiration at the men in organised effort. I have looked upon processions of men in campaigns bandied together, not only by political principles, but in clubs, as bands, drum corps, lodges, flambeau clubs, and the like, and I enjoy seeing them in organised effort. I have seen soldiers on the march, and in camp, and at drill, and have always looked with pleasure, because they were men organised, moving in unison. I have attended great young men's meetings, and there is given to one unspeakable pleasure in beholding pure, noble, manly, earnest, loyal, righteous men who are organised for the betterment of humanity. In our local churches, nothing better can be attempted than the banding of the men together for the purpose of reaching men and interesting them in our work. No reason presents itself why this cannot be done. And if it can be done, it ought to be done. And if it ought to be done, we then ought to say, helped by the Holy Spirit, we will go to work and do it. What a splendid means of grace is this club idea, organised by and for men, operating through and among men, vitalising the seeker and the sought. It occurs to me that it is one of the most commendable, useful, and unique plans of work ever brought into the local church. All hail to the Young Men's Sunday Evening Club. End of section 26. Section 27 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 27 Dietetic and Consecrative Remedies. 19. Let me call this remedy the dietetic remedy. We are urged to get men to taste and see that the Lord is good. The saloonist says, take a drink, just taste it. It won't hurt you. It will make you feel so much better. It may be your associate says, come along, John, and let's have a horn or two. You protest, but he urges, oh, come along, it won't hurt you. You urge your protest, and he insists, come along. What's the use of being so pious and hanging on to your mother's apron strings and your Sunday school teacher's ribbons? Be a man. You can take a drink and let it alone. You yield. You yield again. The third time you yield. It gives a pleasant effect, and you yield often. By and by, you go of your own accord. Soon it becomes a habit. After a while, it grows into a disease, and you are transformed into a toper, a drunkard, a convict, a lunatic, wearing the badge of disgrace, bearing the laurels of shame, suffering the scorn of those who introduced you to the cup. You have tasted and seen that the way of the transgressor is hard. Our cause produces no such results. It is one of which we need not be ashamed. Its fruits are love, joy, peace. It cuts the Gordian knot of every difficulty. It solves the most intricate problems. It satisfies the most morbid appetite. We commend it to others. It is the elixir of life. Unhesitatingly, we can urge them to try it. It is capable of doing no harm and of doing infinite good. As men are compelled into saloons, gambling places, and evil resorts by urgent invitations, over persuasions, intimidations, and cunning craft, we should show no less skill and zeal in drawing men into Christian activities. With the speed of a hart, men rush into sin. With the leisure and indifference of the snail, men come crawling and sneaking out of sin with shamefacedness and remorse. I have often wondered why, and do not know, unless it is because of a natural tendency of human nature. It is the common experience of Christian workers that men are with great difficulty persuaded to make an inward, experimental trial of the goodness of God. They cannot know unless they taste for themselves. By tasting, they may see. It is like Jonathan's honey, enlightens the eyes. When a man is real hungry, a look at the table only enrages his appetite. He may hear others tell of the splendid dinner, but that simply increases his hunger. He may touch the bread with his hands and scent the steaming pudding, only to madden his appetite. Nothing but taste and see will satisfy that hunger. Faith is the soul's taste. No one ever tested the Lord by their confidence, but found him good, and they were blessed. Some of you perhaps can remember when the tomato was thought to be poisonous and unfit for use. Being a native of tropical America, it was a long while before its splendid qualities were discovered. It was found easy of cultivation in the temperate regions, and was accordingly brought into general use for sauces, catsup, preserves, confectionery, and pickles. Indeed, so general has its use become that they appear with almost every dish in Italy, and the use of them is rapidly increasing in different countries. The tomato was of no value until, by tasting, it was found to be palatable and nourishing. Of what use can the word of the Lord be unto a man if he will not taste? He can never tell of its richness and value. It is only after feeding upon, and receiving strength from, and stimulating hope through, and finding blessed encouragement in, the word, that one is able to exclaim, "How sweet are thy words unto my taste, yea, sweeter than honey to my mouth." Without knowing, men charge God with being a hard master, austere and cruel, reaping where he had not sown, and gathering where he had not strown. They declare, "It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God." God is not cruel, unkind, hard, unjust. He is long-suffering, gentle, full of mercy and compassion. The testimony of multitudes is that his yoke is easy and his burden is light. Prison walls, chains, handcuffs, filth and rags, premature death, give indisputable testimony that the way of the transgressor is hard, and that the wages of sin is death. Listen, O hear me, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. He does not want you to tumble into his hands, but to come unto him. As a child comes to its parents with its requests, and in its simple and natural way asks, he wants you to come unto him. He wants you to be obedient unto him. From such he withholds no good thing. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. Why boastest thou thyself in mischief, O mighty man? The goodness of God endureth continually. O taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. Invite, urge, persuade, entreat men to taste of the goodness of God. Make them to see that righteousness exalteth. Bring them to the bread, take the bread to them. Compel them to eat if possible. Be as persistent in holding before them the bread of life as they are in holding before one another the beaded decanter. The universal testimony of sin is, "At last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder." The universal testimony of righteousness is, "They shall walk, O Lord, in the light of thy countenance. In thy name shall they rejoice all the day, and in thy righteousness shall they be exalted." 20. Here is the consecrative remedy, the employment of which will draw men unto Christ. The testimony of many is, more thorough consecration on the part of all Christians is needed and is paramount in the final solution of this question. What is the use of consecrating the altar if we do not consecrate the sacrifice? Or even a house of worship if the members of the congregation are not consecrated? Devotion to principle draws men to that principle. If there is no principle involved in Christian living, there is nothing to be consecrated to. Many of us live as if that were true, and hence our unceasing devotion to Christ is not a fact, but a budget of cant. We do not lead men to Christ because we do not know the way. We cannot point men to the Lamb of God because we do not know the direction. Much of our business is conducted as if Christian living should not enter the commercial circle. Ministers and missionaries are the only people who are expected to give a complete demonstration to the law of consecration. Many mistaken ideas are held concerning the employment of Christian principles in business. The merchant is just as much bound to sell for God as the minister is to preach for him. You have no more right to sell goods for the purpose of laying up money than he has to preach the gospel for the same purpose. You are bound to be just as pious, and to aim as singly at the glory of God in selling goods as he is in preaching the gospel, and thus you are as absolutely to give up your whole time for the service of God as he is. Every man should serve God in his calling, the minister by teaching, the merchant by selling goods, the farmer by tilling his fields, the lawyer by serving his client, the physician by nursing his patient, should alike work for the glory of God. There are not a few who think God has nothing to do with the everyday secular affairs of a man's life. Men think they can do whatever they choose, and it is all right. There is an abundance of practical atheism in our midst. Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thine heart, and in the sight of thine eyes. But know thou that for all these things God will bring thee into judgment. A man may do much as he pleases. He may cheat, lie, steal, spend his life in riotous living, destroy virtue, besmirch pure character, defraud, abuse, backbite, slander, oppress, or even murder, and escape the clutches of the law and evade justice. But know thou that for all these things God will bring thee into judgment. Francis Ridley Havergal's consecration hymn is very comprehensive, but he who consecrates his hands and neglects his feet, or his lips and voice and neglects his silver and gold, or his moments and intellect, while his willpower is left to itself, he who refuses every power as thou shalt choose, and will not say, take myself and I will be ever only all for thee, does not know what a full and complete consecration means. Sham consecration is deceptive and disgusting, but there is a beauty and a glory which surrounds heroic devotion that is peculiarly inviting. Christianity is a life, not a trade. It is doing as the working man in the Liverpool meeting said, I used to be an odd job Christian, but now I am working on full-time. True consecration says, as Dr. Mason's converted boatman said when he was wanted to go to one of Burma's warlike tribes, no, teacher, I will not go for 4 rupees a month, but I will go for Christ. It is keeping oneself out of sight, as the little ragged Scotch urchin said to the gentleman, the fish'll na catch, sir, as long as you dinna keep yoursel out of sight. Keep self out of sight. Keep Christ always in view. The philosophy of the New Testament is that if you would exalt self and keep self always before the people and be constantly lifting self up to view, you should be cast down. But if Christ was held up, you should be lifted up. Complete consecration is not lifting oneself up to view, but Christ. When a man lifts himself up, he is lifting himself out from under himself, and he falls. The sweetness of the clover attracts the bee, the beauty of the lily solicits applause, the gentleness of the horse commands love for him, the obedience of the dog secures admiration. A Christ-like character wins affection. If we would win men to Christ, we must find Christ for ourselves and live close to him. Consecrate me now to thy service, Lord, by the power of grace divine. Let my soul look up with a steadfast hope, and my will be lost in thine. End of section 27. Section 28 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 28. Hortative Remedies. 21. This is the pulpit remedy. The minister should mould the people, and not the people the minister. We are the clay, God is the potter, and we all are the work of his hands. But God works through human instrumentalities when he works for man. First of all stands the preacher of the word. He is to teach, warn, and lead the people. He is God's divinely commissioned potter. He is to mould and fashion his people. He is to create healthful sentiment. He is to direct their thinking. He is to point out their dangers. He is to cry aloud and spare not. Great is his responsibility. But his being a minister does not relieve him of his humanity. And while he is human, he is exposed to temptations. Being tempted, there is probability that he will blunder a good deal, and there is a possibility of his falling. In the light of these facts, which are undeniable, I here set forth some hortative remedies which have been brought out by my correspondents. I call them hortative because they exhort the exhorter. This remedy, as I shall discuss it, is sevenfold. Any preacher lacking in any one of these particulars is seriously at fault. A. Preach Christ positively to men by men of prayer. What a need! Christ is the magnet. We should be held up in his humanity and in his divinity. He is the way, the truth, the life. He should be held up in reality and in a positive way, not as a good man, nor a great man, nor man at his acme, not in an idle fancy, nor in hallucinations, nor in visionary notions, but held up as God's greatest gift and man's greatest need. Who are to do this? The Lord's anointed, men of prayer, men who believe, men who are fully won to Christ, men who have cast all at his feet, nothing doubting, men whose every discourse and every act of life serve to demonstrate their divine commission, men who will preach Christ to and not at men. B. Preach the whole gospel. The preacher is to know his people, and he is to know the gospel. He cannot preach all the gospel at one effort, and he cannot meet all the needs of his congregation in a single sermon. He must be content to treat one phase of the gospel at a time, and in order to do that well, he must understand what part of the gospel is most needed by his people. The administration of certain needed portions of the word may cause him to tremble, but the spiritual life of many in his congregation may be imperiled if he neglects to give it. The whole gospel is necessary to the full equipment of every Christian soldier. It is equally necessary in training for active service. Field duty demands it. The preacher dares not shun to declare unto his people all the counsel of God. Why? The Lord gave him the following orders, which are irrevocable. O Son of man, I have set thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore thou shalt hear the word at my mouth, and warn them from me. When I say unto the wicked, O wicked man, thou shalt surely die, if thou dost not speak to warn the wicked from his way, that wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand. Nevertheless, if thou warn the wicked of his way to turn from it, if he do not turn from his way, he shall die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thy soul. Obedience to these orders alone will secure for him, well done, good and faithful servant. C. The plain direct preaching of gospel truth that will reach those within the church as well as those without. We must have a gospel and ministry that will go to the people to help them and lift them up. When the gospel is presented in rhetoric style, with elocutionary display, exhibiting familiarity with the lore of the world, then it is that the preaching of the gospel is foolishness. But when the preacher with unchained hands, loosened feet, free eyes, a loving heart, a ready tongue, declares unto the people the burden of his soul, made heavy with the message of God, in a plain and simple way, he cannot fail to stir the hearts of the people within and without his fold. The minister and that gospel will descend to the people, and that minister and that gospel will lift the people up. D. Short practical sermons that appeal to the reason. Much has been said about long sermons and in favour of short sermons. Generally speaking, long sermons have fallen into disrepute. Concentrated wisdom is preferable. Maple sap is good, but when you want sugar, you do not want sap. In other words, the sugar is concentrated sap. Church services are not to burden the people with a conglomeration of undigested notions that occurred to the parson the previous week. I have heard sermons that reminded me of a child I saw afflicted with hydrocephalus. It was all head and but little body. It died. Then again, I have heard sermons that seemed to be all tail, a series of anecdotes, applicable nowhere. They had better never have been born. Then I have heard sermons which made me think that the parson had never had anything to eat but heads and tails. As a rule, we try to have the heads and tails cut off of all the meat that comes to our table. Horns and hoofs make good glue, and the preacher who offers horns and hoofs to his congregation will very soon make empty his pews, because one dose of glue is about all the average congregation can stand, and the rest of the time they are conspicuously absent. The Christian religion is a reasonable religion, and though it may have a framework that is indigestible, it abounds in delicacies and substantials. Short sermons, practical sermons, substantial sermons, dehorned sermons, well-digested sermons, divinely dictated sermons, natural sermons, reasonable sermons, sermons prepared under the light of Him who is light, and preached with the power of Him who is power, are the sermons the people need, and the Holy Spirit would seem to indicate. E. Take a personal interest in them, and feed them when they attend. The sheep follow the shepherd from a twofold reason. The shepherd shows he is interested in the sheep and feeds them. There are many ways in which the pastor may exhibit his interest in his flock. They are describable and indescribable. In all cases, it should be done in the most natural way. Overdrawn efforts to interest are detectable, and instead of drawing men, repulse them. Men will follow for loaves and fishes. They want something palatable and digestible. They must be fed. And as they sit at the table, they must be brought to feel that the host is deeply interested in them, or else they will forsake his wholesome food and seek food elsewhere. F. Preach a manly gospel adjusted to the thought of the 19th century, of the now. We have been charged with being ancient. Others have said that the older was our subject, the better we liked it. Our gospel should not be a prehistoric, mythical compound in which we delighted ourselves and wondered why reasonable men were not interested in it. It is a living gospel given to a dying world, which, if it takes, will produce life. It is an adjustable gospel, meeting the needs of all classes in all ages. Our efforts often produce a strange rigidity and inflexibility, which seems very unnatural to others, and which does not belong to the gospel. I do not mean we should bend, warp, twist, and contort it into our own whimsical notions and stubborn wills. But new conditions of life are ever arising in the commercial, political, and social world. Men must be taken as they are, and as the gospel finds them. It would be foolish for the missionary to demand the heathen to adjust himself to the gospel, but his business is to take the adjustable gospel to the heathen, and let that gospel do its own good work. The ministers of Christendom have precisely the same work to perform. All they can do is to adjust the gospel to the age in which they live and classes with whom they are privileged to labour. The unnatural piety demanded by many ministers and churches fails to be winsome. The unnatural, indescribable, very demonstrative, and often unreasonable application put upon "ye must be born again" takes all the simplicity and sweetness and beauty out of the new birth. Our gospel has no bleared eyes, is not affected with any nostalgic symptoms, is not dyspeptic. It is a reasonable, manly gospel, and to reasonable, manly men it is, in all its parts, adjustable, and it should be preached in a reasonable, manly way. To do this, the minister must be a student of the times in which he lives, and must acquaint himself with the thought life of his people. G. Set the pulpit on fire. Yes, and keep it on fire. Jehovah commanded the priests, saying, "The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar, it shall never go out." Much rests upon the pastor. The amount and heat of the fire is dependent upon him. If he sleeps, grows indifferent, provides no fuel, leaves the work to a committee, does not constantly look after the fire, It may go down and out, and he be left in a cold, frosty, heartless, and lifeless parish, and by the whole parish will congeal into an iceberg. Fire up, warm up the altar. Make comfortable and inviting the holy place. Get the ice out of the mains and the icicles off of the pews. Warm up the sanctuary and radiate heat in the community. There is no use preaching the gospel to an icicle or to a refrigerator. Fire up and get the frost out of the sensibilities of the people, and then they will begin to cry for mercy. A benumbed man does not realize his condition, much less his need. Poke up the fire, take out the cinders, put on more fuel. Fire up, warm up the community for miles around. And when you see the people beginning to squirm and work their limbs and rub their hands and mop their faces and cry aloud, then administer to them the oil of gladness and the bread of life. What I say unto one, I say unto all. Set the pulpit on fire and keep it on fire. A pure, loving, sympathetic, firm, courageous, manly, common-sensed, studiously inclined, fully one, called of God, well prepared, full of faith, much in prayer, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord. This one thing I do, herald of the cross, preacher, cannot help but win men to the church and to our Christ. And there shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee nor forsake thee. That man will mould the people and evangelize men. End of section 28. Section 29 of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Chapter 29. Regenerative Remedy. 22. This is the solid rock remedy. Whatever may be said of many of the foregoing remedies, this is the remedy of remedies. Any of the suggestions offered may appear to some minds as alleviative remedies, and to my own mind some of them are purely alleviative and not curative. But this one is both. For what is curative is alleviative, and what is alleviative may sometimes be a curative, but in most cases is not. In the medical profession, most remedies belong to this class. The attempt is simply made to assist nature. If the vitality of the patient is so reduced that nature cannot rally to the support of the patient, then there is no remedy, either curative or alleviative, and the patient must die. Human nature is sick. It demands a physician. It is hard enough to persuade men to believe it. They have all gone astray. Their righteousness is as filthy rags. Can men be sick and not know it? In physical life, there are but few who are free from all ailments and enjoy perfect health. Have you not seen the strong man who boasted it may be of his perfect stature, cut down in a day, and not by violence either, but by subtle, cunning disease? Men are spiritually sick. They don't know what to do. Infidelity is suggested, but infidelity offers no hope and leaves the patient to die. Materialism is suggested, but inasmuch as it believes life is the result of organism, and that with the dissolution of the organism life ceases, it too has nothing to offer beyond the tomb. Pantheism is suggested, but inasmuch as God is everything, and everything is God, destroying the personality of God, there being no personal father, and hence no personal children, no relief comes from this source. Agnosticism is advised, but it offers no certainties. It says, there may be, I do not know. Atheism is counselled, but it says, there is nothing beyond, no God, nothing but law. No one thinks of asking the tomb for information, for all seem to know that it is but a great dead house. At last, to nature you are sent, but while it teaches there is a God, its best light seems to indicate nothing better for man than mortality. Men have fled to isms and schisms, but the schisms and isms are no better than the leprosy, yellow fever, or cholera. If men were to see themselves as they are, they would cry aloud in bitterness, "My soul is sick." Now, what is the remedy? I give it in the 3 statements of as many correspondents. 1. Nothing better than to repent and believe. 2. Men might be gotten as secret societies or clubs or business interests get them, but the Church must get them only by a changed heart. 3. I suggest no remedy unless it would be possible to have the men born again. Whatever the definitions to repentance may be, it is the soul's turning toward God. It turns because it believes. It believes and it turns. The heart is changed, not in its substance, nor in its faculties, not in its nature, nor in its metal, but it is changed in effects, in its principle, in its direction of the affections, in its motives, desires, actions, conduct. It is changed into the image of God. Colossians chapter 3, verse 10. Our moral likenesses are transformed into that perfect image from glory to glory. Old things are passing away. They are not daubed over and then varnished, but passing away. It is putting off the old man and putting on the new by transformation. It is not changing the strings of the viol, but the tune. It rectifies the heart. It refines the soul. It gives new sight to the old eyes. It furnishes new life to the old body. It supplies new light to the old understanding. It is not patching degenerate and polluted nature, but supplanting it with the Spirit of God, the same as light supplanteth darkness. For where light enters, darkness cannot abide. If we walk in the light, as He is in the light, we have fellowship one with another, and the blood of Jesus Christ, His Son, cleanseth us from all sin. This remedy implies walking in the light. When men love darkness rather than light, it is because their deeds are evil. If a tree is known by its fruits, certainly a man is known by his deeds. Men of evil deeds who are walking in the darkness are not seeking to become deacons and elders in the church. While grievous wolves creep into the churches unawares, it seems to be a patent fact that men do not creep in unawares. There is a reason. The church is light. It discovers evil deeds. If a man whose deeds are evil comes in sight of the light of the church, he is exposed. The church is a mirror of righteousness. Men of the world cannot endure the sight of themselves. In the church they feel ill at ease. Unrest seizes them. They themselves know they are not fit subjects to become members of the church, and they possess too much selfish pride to confess their sins and to turn from them unto righteousness. It is a philosophic fact that light fellowships light, and darkness fellowships darkness. Men fellowship the world instead of the church because they are worldly. The church is in the world, but not of the world. Most men are both in the world and of the world, and inasmuch as they cannot bring the world into the church with them, they prefer to remain a part of the world. Does the blood of Jesus Christ, His Son, cleanse them from all sin? I trow not. They will not crucify the flesh with the affections and lusts thereof. The doctrine of regeneration may not seem agreeable, but it is the gateway into the kingdom. If I understand the instruction given to Nicodemus, there is no other gateway. Ye must be born again. Corrupt and degenerate nature is not acceptable in the sight of God. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. Then, Lord, wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. Men are loaded down with excuses. They have burdened themselves with objections. They delight in criticism. Many of them carry fingers of scorn. They crucify the despised and rejected Nazarene afresh and put him to an open shame. Though not in words, yet practically they say, "Away with your church and your liturgy and your psalmody and your ministry. Depart out of our borders. We will have nothing to do with them." Not so with a man whose love of sin has been destroyed. He has been healed of it. He enjoys spiritual blessing. His pride and self-sufficiency has been eradicated. He lives for the glory of God. The observance of religious ordinances are a delight to him. The peals of the church bell is music in his ear. Christian fellowship is manna to him. He is at home in the church. He is lonesome away. How shall we apply this remedy? Asks one. Apply it every way and any way. Preach it, teach it, sing it, pray it, talk it, live it, and die in its full assurance. Use it as a medicine. Apply it as a liniment. Take it as a lotion. Plunge into it. It matters not so much how you apply it, but it does matter whether or not you do apply it. Where apply it? Where, my brother, in your oneness of being, suffering a degenerate and polluted nature, it is the you that must be changed. Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head. Wash me thoroughly. Purge me with hyssop. The whole man must be renovated, transformed, recreated, and become a new creature in Christ Jesus. When men are born again, social or no social, club or no club, parlours or no parlours, they will find the house of the Lord a delight, and they will demonstrate that delight by freeing themselves from all questionable interests, employments, and amusements, and by being found constant on all the means of grace the Church affords. The church member who has not been born again is always uneasy. He is not sure of his whereabouts. He is careful about what part he takes in all social services. If the preacher does not preach to suit him, he is not slow to tell him about it. He makes a splendid critic and a poor prayer. He talks fluently at the political meetings, but is mum at the prayer meeting. Regeneration is a remedy for all spiritual ills. It alone wards off the flaming sword of paradise. Its music is sweeter than the song of the sirens. When all other remedies have failed, it will continue effective. Let it not be your history that while all other patent remedies are being tried, this, the elixir of life, remains untried. Men who are saved to the Church and to Christ through this means are usually those who are faithful unto the end. Men must be saved. Men will be saved. But it is only by regeneration. Marvel not that ye must be born again. End of section 29. End of Why Are So Few Men in the Churches and Remedies by Charles N. Queen.